Player Talk Radio with DJ Kuda, the hottest DJ in the manosphere. Let's get it.
What's going on, everybody? It's Player Talk Radio. We are in the building, and I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Good morning, everybody. Wake that ass up. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's go.
You're now listening to Player Talk Radio.
Bust in there. Bust in there. Bust in there. Bust in there. Bust in there.
You're now listening to Player Talk Radio with the coolest DJ in the manosphere. Let's go. DJ Kuda.
Damn, Kuda, why you do him like that, baby? Damn, Kuda, why you do him like that, baby?
Now you know you gotta break the game down a little bit more because they might be slow.
I feel like you're the only one I could call. I don't know, I guess I'm feeling kinda lonely, that's all. As the lake and distance shifting in the midst of the fall. Don't dismiss a minor feature till the shit get resolved. Devil smiling and he'll beat you, let your feelings evolve. Know it's bleaker when he creep up, got you feeling remorse. Never question the relief, we only human, of course. How them apples treating you, don't wanna see me no more.
Damn, Kuda, why you do him like that, baby?
See, DJ Kuda said that what I'm saying is a little outdated and shit. And that's a problem. Why a lot of y'all guys lose all the time with motherfucking women. Because you motherfucking guys out here are on this impression that what you see on the internet is brand new. These new words these new words, hypergamy and hypergamy are brand new words. They're brand new words that, oh my God, there's something new about the game. But what you motherfuckers don't understand is that the game is...
Left me when it started fucking with the other nigga. Now I make tab. I don't fuck with none of these bitches no more.
Welcome to Player Talk Radio with DJ Kuda, the hottest DJ in the manosphere. Let's get it.
Damn, Kuda, why you do him like that, baby?
Promise that this will be forever. If I'm honest, I swore that I will never. See, I tried this before, and I just can't afford to go backwards. I know it's not your fault, but I can't let my heart.
Damn. Cuda. Why you do him like that, baby?
This is not the right time. I am sorry. I don't wanna risk giving somebody else my all. I'm so sorry. What is your motive? I wanna love you, but I just can't show it. I wanna love you.
Now you know you gotta break the game down a little bit more because they might be slow.
Cool. We come over here to give you some relief, bro. We don't want to talk about that. We want to talk about having fun.
Those.
Trust issues, whatever you wanna call it. What I've been through, more than what I bargained. So tell me now, how you plan to come and change my world around? Let me know, I want to hear you break it down. I'll break it down, 'cause I'm not sure. You give me my life, but this is not the right time. I am sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't wanna risk giving somebody else my all. I'm so sorry. I wanna love you, but what is your motive? I wanna love you, but I just can't show it. What is your motive? I wanna love you, but what is your motive? I wanna love you, but I just can't show it.
Welcome to Player Talk Radio with DJ Kuda.
Relief, bro. We don't want to talk about that. We want to talk about having fun.
Those dope boy Air Forces was nice, Am.
Hey, no, it wasn't not that. Jessica said, "No, you gonna lose. You gonna lose, Angry Man."
Hold on, Plaza.
Damn, Cuda. Why you do him like that, baby?
Bust in it. Bust in it. Bust. Bust it in it. Bust in there. Bust. Bust. Bust in there. 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 Bust. Bust it in there. Bust it in there. Bust it. Bust it in there.
Listening to Player Talk Radio with the coolest DJ in the manosphere. Let's go. DJ Kuda. Let's go. Listening to Player Talk Radio with the coolest DJ in the manosphere. Let's go. DJ Kuda. Let's go. Let's go.
Listen, man. Yo, I've been fucking humble, man. I've been fucking humble. Hold on, y'all. Man, woo-wee. Hold up. Woo-wee. I've been fucking humble. Mixing these damn songs, man. I've been fucking humble. I have yet to show y'all what the hell I got. Man, listen. Let me tell y'all something. I've been fucking humble, man. Listen, if you want to get this full mix, because I'm going to edit this shit out on YouTube, you can go over to Rumble. Let me know if y'all need that Rumble link. I'll drop it in the chat. Head over to Rumble. We got it. It's Player Talk Radio. I've been fucking humble. tell you, I've been fucking humble. I'll outmix any DJ on this motherfucker. This play. We can play ball, man. I've been fucking humble, bro. And I'm a producer. Let's go.
You're now listening to Player Talk Radio with the coolest DJ in the manosphere. Let's go. DJ Kuda. Let's go.
Welcome to Player Talk Radio with DJ Kuda, the hottest DJ in the manosphere. Let's get it.
I am your gracious host, right back at the helm of today's show, man. Listen, man, if you rocking with me, you know how it goes. The Player of today's show. Shout outs to everybody in the building, man. Well, y'all rocking with me, man. It's too early to be rocking this hard, man. But it's 6:28 p.m. Where we at? You know what I'm saying? Recording from an undisclosed location in Asia. Let's get it. This Player Talk Radio. Hold on, let's go.
Bust all in there. Bust all over in there. Bust it all in there.
You already know how I go. I go damn, scorched earth, man. If you want to get that full mix, man, it's going to get edited out at some point this week. So make sure you guys head over to the Rumble. Let me actually share the Rumble link with y'all. And you can watch today's show over on Rumble too. Make sure if you head over to Rumble also, if you want to support the show, you can support the show over on Rumble. You know what I'm saying? You dig? All right. Give me 1 second. Hey, I go Cybertruck. Feel me? Hear me? Hold on. You gonna feel me? I go Cybertruck on these hoes. Hold on. I go. You gonna hear me? I go. You hear me? Where my boy at? Hold on. I gotta throw on my boy. Hold on. I go. You gonna feel me? Hold on. Hold up. Gotta show my man some love, bro. Give me 1 second. It's Player Talk Radio. You know how we do. I gotta throw my boy on. I gotta show my boy some love, man. I told him I said, boy, I be spinning your shit on the channel the whole time. It's no question, bro. I'm gonna show you some love, man. Shout outs to my brother, Money Making Mister. Bruh. Woo-wee. You already know, man. When I play this shit on, man. Woo-wee. Ooh-wee. Let's go, man. Ooh. Give me 1 second. It's Player Talk Radio. Hold on, it's not even letting me share my boy's screen. What the fuck going on? Hold on, y'all. Hold on, we're gonna go out and come back in. Hold on. We don't do it like this. Hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right, Bizak. Let's go. Throw my man's on right quick. Give me 1 second, y'all. Shout out to anybody. If you want to do any promotions and stuff like that, hit me up. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
to Player Talk Radio with DJ Kuda, the hottest DJ in the manosphere. Let's get it.
Hey, I go Louis on the shoes. I go Cybertruck on these folk. Then I go get the money, you dig? Yeah, I go mismatch, yellow, white, and rose. I go race car, supercharger, you gon' hear me. I go new brand, new designer, you ain't seen. I go Michael Jackson off the wall, Billie Jean. I go extra hard when on the grind, I go Viagra. I go ape shit with the paper, bitch, I go bananas. I go Porsche today, tonight I'ma go candy first. I go sloppy pockets, my bitch gon' go Louis purse. I go Michael Jackson coat with the spikes, I go Thriller. I go Dipset like Jim Jones when I go Fashion Killer. I go Fiji water with the ice, I go see Waffy. I go dirt bike when I pop it, I go Kawasaki. I go mismatch, yellow, white, and rose. I go race car, supercharger, you gon' hear me. I go new brand, new designer, you ain't seen. I go Michael Jackson off the wall, Billie Jean. I go mismatch, yellow, white, and rose. I go race car, supercharger, you gon' hear me. I go new brand, new designer, you ain't seen. I go Michael Jackson off the wall, Billie Jean. Pulling up Tonka truck, Mickey T's, I'ma go white boy. Fly life, futuristic George Jetson, I'ma go Elroy. In the hood, kicking shit, in my Air Max, I go Bruce Lee. On my hip, Glock 4-0, bang, bang, I go Chief Keef. Gold teeth, every time a nigga smile, gang spit. Every time a nigga speak, niggas hungry, I can hear they stomach growl. When I come around, niggas gon' eat. I'ma go Playboy Mansion mode, I'ma go Sacha Hugh Hefner Road. I go, I go, I go, I go. I go mismatch, yellow, white, and rose. I go race car, supercharger, you gon' hear me. I go new brand, new designer, you ain't seen. I go Michael Jackson off the wall, Billie Jean. I go mismatch, yellow, white, and rose. I go race car, supercharger, you gon' hear me. I go new brand, new designer, you ain't seen. I go Michael Jackson off the wall, Billie Jean.
Man, what y'all know about my boy, bruh? Woo-wee. I swear to God, man. I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit, man. I I got so many underground artists. I can really do some damage, man. But anyway, man, shout outs to everybody in the building. This Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show, man. Man, y'all ain't ready for this shit, man. Give me 1 second, man. Hold up. Put this shit together real quick, man. We got a great show coming today, man. We finna be messy as fuck today. We finna be messy as hell today, y'all. Hold up. Who the hell is this? Give me 1 second. All right, so yeah, we in the building. This Player Talk Radio, man. We got some stuff to go over, man. Man, I was watching that Carissa Shields fight. I was like, God damn. And they went at it too, man. Shout outs to Carissa Shields, man. Carissa Shields ain't no slouch, man. I've been telling y'all for a minute, man. Shorty. Hold on. Nah, this shit wants to act stupid. Give me 1 second, y'all. Hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all. I don't know why I did that. Okay. Show my boy some love right quick. Hold up. Give me 1 second. Un momento. Un momento. Hold on. Working with a monster here. When this thing decides it wants to work. All right. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Please hit the like button. Support the show. Give me 1 second. I go. Cybertruck. You gonna hear me? Oh, Billie Jean. That's a momento. All right. We got some stuff to go over. I'm not even going to give y'all a monologue on today's show. We're going to get into this video real quick. This just popped up on my timeline. Let's get into this real quick. Shout outs to DD Reactions. Check this out. She's about to put on a show. These reactions, just to let you know, like, share, subscribe. We about to go live.
What's up, YouTube? It's your girl Dee. Welcome back to the channel. So I am back with another reaction video. Now, this video comes from a podcast called Run Your Mouth Podcast. Shout out to them. I'll put the
So you got Charleston White. He's into it with Say Cheese TV. You know what I'm saying? He's basically trying to branch out. He's trying to show Sean Cotton that, he doesn't really need him. He can, he is the money. He can go wherever he goes and make some money. And, he wants to do this to really show that he is the bag. He don't really want his money or his likeliness for some reason tied to any other entity. Plus, these guys like Charleston White, they go on these podcasts that are messy. And when it's not messy in their favor, they get mad at it. You know what I'm saying? They get mad like, oh, when I was going through something fucked up, you reported on me as if I ain't your homeboy and whoop-de-whoop. And it's like, bruh, what part of these niggas are messy don't y'all understand? So he kind of got mad at that. Other people get to go on the platform. And, when other people go on the platform, they talk real saucy. They talk real crazy. You know what I'm saying about Charleston or whatever. And he allows them to say whatever. And it's like, well, and I get it from both sides. I get it from, Charleston's side, and I get it from Sean Cotton's side. It's like, I allow you to come on the platform and, talk crazy about other people. So, why can't I allow them the same opportunity, if I'm being neutral and stuff like that? But niggas is like, oh, you my boy and whoop-de-whoop, you're not supposed to do that and blah, blah, blah. But it's like, this ain't your platform. It's my platform, respectfully. And, I've been, I've been, doing this the whole time, and, it's just a lot of shit, that's happening, and it's funny. We just got a lot of stuff to talk about. Anyway, he's on this platform, and he mentions Kevin Samuels and stuff like that. All these cats, even celebrities, they biting off of Kevin Samuels. People are now talking about Kevin Samuels is right. If y'all checked out the last show, you had that girl that's everywhere. I think her name is Dana or whatever. She was on TikTok, and she's everywhere. And she's always, talking about some red pill stuff. She grifted over to red pill content and stuff like that. Because a lot of these girls, they start out as feminists, and then they go in on one woman, or it's a celebrity topic that comes up, and they start going in on that woman, and people start agreeing with them, and then they sound like a red pill take, and then dudes start flocking to their channel. So it take nothing to be a pick me. But remember, she was talking about how she was lonely and all this other stuff, and how the guys are ugly and all this other stuff. And we was breaking it down like a like a swisher, fraction wise. So anyway, give me 1 second. We're gonna jump into this. I'm gonna let it play for a little bit, and then I'm gonna come back with my commentaries. Player Talk Radio. Please support the show. You already know what to do. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, giving you some fire content this Monday. Working my ass off, So let's get it. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's go.
The full link to their video in the description, so make sure you go over and check them out. But Charleston White was on the show, and he was speaking on Kevin Samuels and his death and how it's had an impact on Black women. I want you guys to hear what he had to say, and I want to get your thoughts on it. So make sure you chime in the comments below. I want to hear your thoughts on this whole video. So make sure you leave your thoughts. I want to hear what you have to say. But also, if you are new to the channel and you haven't subscribed, but you like the content, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. It is free to subscribe. Share and like the video, and turn on your notification bell to be notified when I upload new content or go live. So let's go ahead and get into the video. Here we go.
Mama can do wrong. Mama can be. That's why you got stories like Horror Son.
Yeah.
So homie, but because we can't say this as a black culture, oh man, that's why Kevin Samuels was so hated by the woman.
Yeah.
Celebrated his death.
Yeah.
And he ain't never nobody. Nobody. He was known for beating women. They celebrated his death, and all of them ran to him for his word. He didn't seek it out. And he was so gentlemanlike.
Straight line.
He was so professional. He wasn't like me to say, dumbass. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry. I'm just making it out. Please forgive me. I'm just making it out.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, he's making a good point. You would think that there would have been more of a reason for women to hate him the way they did. You would think that he was all of the things that Charleston White mentioned, and would give validity to why so many women hated the man and celebrated the man passing just because of his opinions. Just because his opinions did not align with what they felt and what they thought, they hated him to the core. And I think that speaks to the mentality of a lot of women and why so many women are struggling and why they're really not in the positions of where they really want to be. Because a lot of these women are in denial, they're delusional, and they really want everybody just to think one way and think in that delusional aspect, and they want everyone to see their...
All right, I'm back. Give me 1 second. Let's run this back.
These reactions, videos and live plays. These reactions, she's about to put on a show. These reactions, just to let you know, like, share, subscribe. We about to go live.
What's up, YouTube? It's your girl Dee. Welcome back to the channel. So I am back with another reaction video. Now, this video comes from a podcast called Run Your Mouth Podcast. Shout out to them. I'll put the full link to their video in the description, so make sure you go over and check them out. But Charleston White was on the show, and he was speaking on Kevin Samuels and his death and how it's had an impact on Black women. I want you guys to hear what he had to say, and I want to get your thoughts on it. So make sure you chime in the comments below. I want to hear your thoughts on this whole video. So make sure you leave your thoughts. I want to hear what you have to say. But also, if you are new to the channel and you haven't subscribed, but you like the content, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. It is free to subscribe. Share and like the video, and turn on your notification bell to be notified when I upload new content or go live. So let's go ahead and get into the...
All right, I didn't know about that UFO. That's what's up. I mean, most people ain't gonna believe it till it's too late.
Video. Here we go.
Mama can do wrong. Mama can be. That's why you got stories like Horror Son.
Yeah.
So
these guys don't even have. These guys be having these eclectic ass mic stands and mic holders, and don't have a correct mic. Correct mic. They don't even have correct mic English. They don't know how to position the mic. If Charleston wants to move his hands and stuff like that, have the mic a little bit over him, pointed downwards diagonally. Shotgun it if you have to. They don't have correct. Now I done forgot the damn word. They don't have the correct mic English. Damn. Figure it out. Y'all niggas be having all of this gear and don't know what the hell you doing with it. Jesus, peace.
But because we can't say this as a black culture, oh man, that's why Kevin Samuels was so hated by the woman. Yeah. Celebrating his death.
And these dudes don't know shit about no damn Kevin Samuels. What's going on, SD?
And he ain't never nobody. He was known for beating women. They celebrated his death, and all of them ran to him for his word. He didn't seek it out. And he was so gentlemanlike. Straight line. He was so professional. He wasn't like me to say, dumbass. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry. I'm just making this out. Please forgive me. I'm just making this out.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, he's making a good point. You would think that there would have been more of a reason for women to hate him the way they did. You would think that he was all of the things that Charleston White mentioned and would give validity to why so many women hated the man and celebrated the man passing just because of his opinions. Just because his opinions did not align with what they felt and what they thought, they hated him to the core. And I think that speaks to the mentality of a lot of women and why so many women are struggling and why they're really not in a position of to where they really want to be. Because a lot of these women are in denial, they're delusional, and they really want
And Kevin Samuels wasn't gonna save these hoes. And I like how y'all do us dirty for real, because Kevin Samuels was still depending on the manosphere to save these hoes. Real talk. Kevin Samuels was depending on manosphere rhetoric to save these hoes. Yeah, he was going at Charleston White when he was alive. And shout outs to Charleston. I mean, he watches the show. Somebody say he knows about me and a bunch of other people that's around here, Angry Man and a bunch of other people. But, you know, all the celebrities take our talking points. Paul Pierce, all these cats. Where all these cats come from? That's the one thing. Imagine taking a bunch of groups of people's talking points and not one shout out. Or you just came up with this whole philosophy on your own.
Everybody just to think one way and think in that delusional aspect, and they want everyone to see their perspectives and their points of views, even if they're delusional and unrealistic, because it bothers them to look at reality and look at their choices and their mistakes and everything that they've done that does not, yield them the type of lifestyle they feel and believe that they deserve. And so anytime you have an opposing view on what women are doing, and once again, this is not all women, and it's sad that we got to specify that. Every woman does not think the same, but for the ones that have expressed their...
Let me ask y'all a question. I'm not a celebrity. Who do y'all think I bite from if I bite something? Who y'all think I steal from if I stole something? Who do I have to take from? I'm here every day, damn near. Who do I got to take from? Who do you do? Did I steal something from somebody? Tell me. Who am I biting? Who do I gotta watch, rely, and listen to and rely and bite off of? Who do I tell me? I'm too busy creating content. Niggas need to stop fucking plagiarizing around this.
Now you gotta break the game down a little bit more because they might be slow.
Niggas need to stop plagiarizing around this bitch, man. Just don't even call yourself a content creator. You're a content repeater. And you're not even good at that. Ain't that a bitch? A lot of these people be stealing content. You're a content repeater and you're not even good at it.
Feelings and put their feelings out on social media and
butchering our shit.
Those are the ones that...
And then people on a fool's errand that can really use the information.
Mostly, we're talking to, because you're putting your information out there. You're putting your perspective out there, and I get it. But everybody is not going to agree with you. Everybody is not going to see you the way you see yourself. Everybody is not going to see you and how you think. Everybody's not going to agree with you. And that should be an understandable thing as an adult. I understand that everybody's not going to agree with what I say, and they shouldn't, because you have your own mind and your own thoughts and your own perspectives and your own experiences. But I respect that. I would not wish that on somebody for having a difference of an opinion. That is very childish and very just senseless. But they did hate the man just because he had an opinion, and they are the ones who called in the show to seek out his.
He didn't have an opinion. He had a philosophy that he got from a lot of brothers that he started brushing shoulders with once he got into space.
Advice. Imagine that. You called in the show to seek out his advice, and then you didn't like his response, and now y'all hate him. That's crazy. There are a lot of other people out here that you could have a hatred towards or a disdain for, that are doing things that would warrant your feelings, but that's not how it goes. This is why I say what's right is wrong and what's wrong is right. And people don't know, what's really going on. But let's continue.
But Kevin Samuels done it in a stern, gentleman-like way. Gentleman-like way. Yeah, man. But listen, homie. But our women celebrated his death.
Like, who are these niggas? Yeah, he did it in a constructive way. Yeah. I really watched Kevin Samuels. I'm a Kevin Samuels fanatic. Nobody around this mother who do anybody know these people? Respectfully. I'm in my right, mind frame to ask this.
But they'll clap for the gay. They'll clap for the gangster. They'll clap for the. They'll mourn for George Floyd.
Right.
But celebrate Kevin Samuels.
They're right.
Oh.
They're right. You hit it on the head.
And if I keep talking like this, they'll shut me down too. So I tend to stay away. From the topics.
Just ain't even speaking in their microphones.
That affect and address the black woman. So I say, okay, man, y'all send them sisters over there to talk to them. Oh yeah, man. The fellas, I talk to them. Yeah, man. Because between Tommy Sotomayor and Kevin Samuels, you can't dare chastise black women in America. Homie, they'll destroy you.
Go back to Jim Crow, if you think about it.
Yeah, and I
might as well. You spent all that money to have that man out there and got fucked up Mike English, fucked up Mike technique. You spent all that money to have that man out there and got this horrible ass recording that you didn't go over. You could have, Jesus Christ. Jesus, peace.
I think it's unfortunate. And, so the fact that Charleston is saying, hey, look, as men, basically what he's saying, we can't really talk about women's issues because they're going to cancel us. We can't really say anything. And it speaks to what a lot of women say, as men, y'all should be in women's business. Y'all shouldn't be talking about women's business. Why are you in a woman's business? But hell, as a woman, a lot of these particular women don't want you to talk about this. They don't want you to even mention it or have an opinion on it. They don't like it. But at some point, we have to accept the truth of our nature. I include myself to make women feel a little bit better. Listen, I include myself. Yes, I'm married and I've been married for years, but I'm not a perfect woman. And that's the thing. And I think, and I say that to show women, listen, I'm not excluding myself. I may not be just like you. I may not have your experiences, but we as women like.
And what did I say? And I've been getting ridiculed for this for years when I say that for women to actually really move forward and actually mature, they have to forgive themselves for their own damn nature. And bitches be like, why you say that? What does that mean?
Like to talk about the sisterhood. We're supposed to be in this all together. Well, why is it then when you have sisters who are trying to tell you the truth about your nature and try to get you to do things differently so you can get the outcome that you want, there's a lot of pushback. So I understand that a lot of these women don't want to hear from women. They don't want to hear from men. They don't want to hear from Jesus himself if he came down and told them the same thing. Hey, sisters, you're doing the wrong things.
If this was my Jesus voice, sisters, you're doing the wrong things. Change some things. You don't have to be hoes. Follow the word. Listen to my instructions. Follow my plan. And things will go right for you and yours. But if you continue to be hoes and think that it's prosperous and think that it's empowerment, I can't help you, sisters.
So if that was the voice, if that was the voice of Jesus telling them, they're not gonna want to hear that either. So it's like there's no getting through. And once again, I understand, because this is what you're hit with. Oh, we're grown. Why is your business? Why? Listen, we're in the business of social media, and I'll say it 1,000 times over. And I'm a content creator, so if whatever I have an opinion on that's publicly posted, I can have an opinion on it. My opinion shouldn't drive you one way or another, or affect you in one way or another. The only way my opinion may affect your livelihood or have some type of measure in your life is if you try to do some of the things that I mentioned. If you're trying to create a different outcome, if you've tried everything else and it's not working, then wouldn't it make sense to try something else, try a different approach? That's just life. And that's just, that makes realistic, logical sense. But I think once again, a lot of our women are too in their feelings to hear or listen to what anybody says that goes against what they feel and they believe. And once again, we are emotional creatures. So our feelings and what we feel and believe gets in the way of what we actually should be doing and how we should be moving as women. Because once you make these decisions and then they're not going, the way you want them or feel they should go, then these very women are on social media breaking down, crying and depressed, looking for some type of validation or somebody to feel sorry for them. You don't want to hear the truth, but then when you're experiencing the difficulties associated with those choices, now you somehow get it. But why do we have to get it when it's too late? Why not get it before why not learn the lessons before you make those choices that'll yield you heartbroken and hurt and distressed and distraught and depressed? Why not make better decisions before you put yourself in that position so that you don't have to go through that? That's all I'm saying. And I try to reach out and say this, and some women get it, because I get women who reach out to me and say, hey, I get what you're saying. I understand. Listen, I don't always agree with everything you say, but I understand where you're coming from. And that's all I ask for. It's not a bashing thing. We have to point out this stuff because it's been gone. It's been falling to the wayside for way too long. And in order to fix something, in order to give people better advice and better alternatives, we have to address the issues that are at hand. And a lot of the issues that are happening, especially in the Black community, is something that we need to discuss, because there has to be a change. It can't keep going down this way, because we're already at a deficit. We're already looked at in a negative way. And if we keep on with this, there will be no hope for our future. That's all I'm saying. And the future of our kids. So that's just my take on it, y'all. Y'all let me know what y'all think in the comments below. What are your thoughts on what he said about Kevin Samuels? Leave your thoughts in the comments below.
All right, man. All right. That's interesting. And, an update for the people in Ghana. There's a dude out there in Ghana. You know what I'm saying? Doing his thing, if you know what I mean. And guess what? Black men in Ghana are being blamed for it, Oh, the black men in Ghana are being blamed for it because guess what? Allegedly, black men are supposed to do something about this white man in Ghana that black women in Ghana dated, and probably shitted on a bunch of black men out there saying that they wasn't shit. And they're giving this white man a chance. And now, look. Yeah, so black men are in Ghana are getting blamed for, women dealing with this white man. But let's go into this. We talked about this woman on the last show because she's supposed to be red pill and repeating all of our talking points. And she's talking about how the guys are ugly, and she's talking about how she's probably, I think, 38, 37, and she's lonely now. And she does all this red pill videos and pick me content. Let's see how the other people are reacting to it.
Average man and average woman standing next to each other. You know what he has on you that you don't have on him? Time.
He's nuts.
You got between the ages of 18 and 35, or between your first menstrual and 35 before you hit high-risk pregnancy. After 35, you cross over to high-risk pregnancy. After 40, you cross over into really no man's land effectively. A man can be in his 60s and still...
Now that's cap, Because nowadays these women are having babies at 42. Not saying that it's not high risk pregnancy, but traditionally,
If he has the resources and the ability, he can still marry younger, even have kids. Doesn't matter what a lot of women say. Well, them young women don't want you for whatever. Men don't care about all the things.
A lot of women are banking on men to not know about their own biology. That's sad.
Think they care about men. We know you only want us for resources anyway. So the fact that you got to spend resources to get a younger woman.
And modern women barely have a grip on their own biology, but they bank on you not to know about your own biology.
Yeah, welcome to manhood. So what a lot of sisters need to recalibrate is stop looking at this as though we're your equals.
See, that's why Kevin Samuels was good for women, because he came in and he shattered the mindset of a fantasy that women live in continuously.
Kevin Samuels was right. I hate to admit that so much, but gotta
just give some of these women an age range. Just give some of these women an age range real quick, just by looking at them, The swoop of hair over the hairline. Let's go.
Give credit where credit is due. Kevin Samuels was right.
Y'all, I miss Uncle Kev. Yes, Kevin Samuels. I miss him.
She got her job right now. Shout outs to her. Let's get it.
If y'all didn't hate me before, I know you're gonna hate me now, but I do. I miss his content. I miss his truth. And I know so many women, especially black women.
You got a whole sector of people that Kevin done took from where you can find this content and truth. If you really love it and go deeper into it and be like, damn, these niggas colder than Kevin. I see where he got it from. Let me subscribe and support. Nope. Plagiarize.
Can I stand him? But
respectfully.
But it was about the truth. They don't care about the truth. His delivery, everyone didn't love it, right? But did he tell any lies? No. There was no lies told.
I've been with my husband since I was 21.
Yeah, now all of a sudden, I miss him. I miss him.
What's the matter, Daddy?
I miss him.
And from a woman's perspective, ladies, I just want to say he's not lying to you. And I sit and I ask my husband long before even hearing about you, very gruesome and personal questions, and I'm very honest with myself about what I need to change about myself, or what do you like about this. And so listening to you, I'm like, maybe I just think like a guy, or is Kevin just not all that wrong and more right? But it's women don't want to hear a man telling them.
We're not used to seeing black men in a position of respect, responsibility, and being right. So the things I say are controversial more so because I'm a black man.
It looks like after 5 years after his death, we are still continuing to see the impact that Kevin Samuels actually had on a lot of men, but most importantly, a lot of women. Because we have a popular lady here from TikTok who usually makes a lot of sense when she speaks, but she admits that a lot of things that Kevin Samuels talked about regarding...
I mean, she's just tired of repeating. She's a puppet at this point. But she's a feminist. That's how she started. She doesn't believe in the stuff that she's talking about. She has to repeat it to get the views and keep the views and be on the men's side. And she's tired of repeating it because the thing is that it's not her reality. She really doesn't care. It's to make money, and she wants to sneak in her personality that's trash, and that's probably trash. And she has to keep repeating these male talking points to keep the views up and not, get cursed out or turned away. And she has to use common sense when she doesn't want to, because it's blissful to be delusional and, do what women do, which is cool because that's their itinerary, not a man's itinerary. Okay? It's not working out for her. She's tired of appeasing guys and not having one and making sense. And she's tied to that. She's kind of stuck. For real. That's really what it is. She knows all the unicorn men. See, it can backfire with women when they know all the unicorn men and shit like that, and it's not into their delusion. Like, it's like really common sense to them. A woman will follow a man in her delusion and be blissfully happy. But when it's common sense and she really wants to modify or do something, it's bad. That's why I tell women, because women are red pill naturally. But when they quote unquote take the red pill, become this weird ass pick me, now all of a sudden I got all this esoteric knowledge about niggas. They get into another conundrum. I know women like the back of my hand. Trust me. Just soak up this game and support the show. Don't worry about it. I got you. It's Monday. Giving y'all the game. The thing is that they try to modify their man. And they watch their man. When their man makes basic mistakes, that quote unquote red pill and manosphere mistakes that guys wouldn't make or have already made and have hit pieces on and stuff like that, they penalize their man. Because in their mind, they're more conscious of the red pill than he is. They're watching him in his natural state. And if he's naturally not acting or doing certain things a certain way, it turns them off. Because that's how women are. A woman will penalize you as a man, whether she vocalizes it or not. She feels that, why does she know the answer to this question and you don't? And it's your reality. But let's go.
Modern day dating and the issues that's going on and who's the problem. She admits that he was correct about it all.
Hitting the wall was a very real thing. I never argued with Kevin Samuels about that. Because the reality is...
And that's not even his philosophy. That's a MGTOW philosophy. Yeah, until it comes undeniable.
Is the older you get, the worse your options get. So by the time you get to said age and you look around and you realize what you're left with to choose from, and you realize it is either going to be you dealing with somebody who you don't find to be attractive, somebody who come with a bunch of baggage, who got a bunch of problems, divorcees, bunch of kids. You realize you're dealing with somebody who they never got it together throughout their life, so they still don't have nowhere to stay. They still not financially stable, still jumping from job to job if they even got a job. You just realize you really don't have no options, right? And so now you're met.
No, you have options. You have shitty standards. You dated who you wanted to date. You don't like who likes you. You squandered your hypergamy in the years that you should have taken advantage of it. And this is where we are with it. There's no rhyme or reason to it.
The wall. And either you get to choose at that wall if you're going to settle or you're going to just go ahead and hit.
You don't got no discipline either. And this is another thing too, because you ain't fooling me. And I think I remember somebody saying this a couple years ago when this woman stepped on the scene, repeating our talking points. I think I talked about her a couple years ago. This woman was 100 to 200 more pounds when she was younger. She's one of those sneaky fine women. Shout out to Ray J. He was on the last show. Make sure y'all go subscribe to him. She was one of those sneaky fine women that stayed fat in her youth, was okay with the lies, didn't want to lose weight until a little bit later. Usually it used to hit women in their 40s. Yeah, she a little fat girl. Hello, fat girl. Do the humpty hump. Do the humpty hump. She was a fat girl. She was 100 to 200 pounds bigger. So she spent the majority of her youth eating shit, being a whole Ursula, big as a house. So even saying shit like this, she was picky. Not even a picky eater. She'd eat everything, but she was picky with niggas when she was fat. Can't make this shit up. Why he not looking my way? Because you're in the way. You know, you take up a lot of visible real estate, man. Shit. Raul. What's going on, Gear E? Welcome to the show. Thank you. Please support the show. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Please hit the links that's in the chat room or scan the QR code. All right, we should be right back. Shout outs to everybody here. Please support the show because before you know, there will be no more show. All right, give me 1 second. We should be right back. See if I can get the chat back online. God damn. Please support the show, guys. It's Player Talk Radio. How about that? Let's get back into it. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me.
Hit it. I'm gonna go ahead and hit it. I'm gonna hit the wall.
Yeah, we all gotta accept hitting that wall one day, men and women. But it hit differently for women because the men have more leverage and options still left, even as, you know, we hit the wall. But men still have the option of dating younger women. Now that I see that she got a KS type mindset, we can see why a lot of her takes are pretty good.
The men who...
No, she doesn't have a KS type mindset. She just copying KS. Y'all don't know a fucking TradCon when you see it. Y'all just men want to be screwed over or deluded, and I get it, cause that's bliss too. But this is the thing: it didn't hit her when she started getting older. Her options start decreasing. Then she started getting some sense, and that's usually what happens to women. You know, and if she was married, this would be around the time in your marriage where it's like, you know what? While my options are decreasing, I'm loving my man more and more every single day because I understand that I picked right and I had and I can really see the true value of my man because really ain't no guys really out here like that. You know, and he tells me that he loves me every day. This is stuff that's reserved for your marriage and your husband and your kids. You worried about niggas when you damn near probably should have had kids and a man running around somewhere. Or a man and kids running around somewhere. Let's go.
Who would have treated me the way I wanted to be treated, I didn't want. That's just the honest truth, right? And if more people would just be honest about the fact that they have met good people, they have met solid people who would have been great partners in a relationship, but for whatever reason, it was just something about that person you just couldn't get with.
Talking about herself.
And that's the reason why you didn't move forward. Most of us have met good people. That's what y'all really need to start talking more about online instead of who don't do what and what you can't get. You've met good people.
Nah, it was a couple of songs, SD. Tatted Up was one of them, though. Hold on, y'all. Tatted Up was one of them, but you know what other one was one of them? Wiz Khalifa. You know when Wiz Khalifa, Tyga, and Kid Ink was out at the same time, niggas was, you know, The ink my whole body, I don't give a motherfucker. That Wiz Khalifa joint was, that one did damage.
Stop it, right? And if you haven't, it's definitely something wrong with you. It's definitely something wrong with you. You are the problem if you've never met a good man. You've never met a good woman. You just didn't want them. You just didn't want them. Just keep it a buck. You just didn't want them. And for whatever reason it was that you didn't want them is your business.
And what makes it even worse is that you see something nowadays that you never really seen on TV. Like on TV, you would have, Family Matters, The Simpsons, Family Guy, all of these shows, all of these family shows. You know what you get on the internet that you don't get on TV? Not like that. You don't get all these influencer couples. Oh, it would be nice to have a guy to be doing pranks on each other on Instagram. Oh, it'd be nice to have a guy to, be throwing buckets of water on each other on TikTok and everybody's laughing. And these influencer couples. Oh, these influencer couples fuck up a lot of single people per year. Knowing damn well you don't even have that type of personality to do half the shit them niggas be doing. Half the time them niggas be whipping each other's ass off camera and can't stand each other. But you don't know and you don't care. I mean, it's like, there's a relationship out there that some random man is supposed to be promising you. Let's go.
But you didn't want them, but you did meet them. You did. Stop it, right? Like, I never get jealous when I see women get online and show the stuff that they man do.
That's cap.
Doing for them, because I look at said man and I know if I was put in the position for said man, I wouldn't have wanted them. I wouldn't have wanted.
She got the Jasmine Sullivan head. When the big girls, when they slim down, y'all got to make sure y'all work out right, or if y'all do Ozempic and stuff like that, you got to make sure you do them Carissa Shields, Floyd Mayweather neck muscles and head muscles and stuff too, because you will slim down 100 and some pounds, but your head be big as hell. The head is the telltale giveaway. You got the Al Sharpton head.
So it's no way for me to be jealous of what he's doing when I know that I would have passed on him. And that's just the truth. Most of the time, the people
right, UFO,
who gonna treat you right, you just don't be.
I know some cops that gangbang, throwing up sets in their cruisers and shit. What's going on, Insane One? Good to see you, bro. Hold on. How about that? Shout outs to Insane One in the building. Real talk. Let's get it.
Want them. And I don't know what it is to that, but that's a real thing. It's a real thing. I'm not exempt from it. I'm sure some men who done met me and they was like, dang, she's such a dope girl, da 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 da. But if for whatever reason they didn't.
She's such a dope girl. They be overselling their personalities, man. And it's even worse because you will meet up with this woman thinking she really got a Kevin Samuels personality, and it's like, damn, dog. Just for YouTube. Not YouTube, but just for YouTube. All right.
Like me. It is what it is. That's life. But we got to stop sitting up here and acting like you never met good people. All right? You never met a good man, never met a good one. Yeah, you did. You just didn't want them.
I saw a story this week of a couple who met when they were 7 years old in grade school together. And this black woman did the right thing, got her a man super young, and stayed with him. She didn't break up with him and go date the taller basketball players that was on her. She stayed with her first love, and she stayed with her high school boyfriend. Or she found a great man in college and she married him. But I'm saying all this just to say, a lot of women threw away a lot of great guys looking for something better, thinking she can simply just go replace him to find a better man. But that better man never did come.
You ain't got your...
As I said, all of them can't practice hypergamy. They lock themselves out of the damn hypergamy market when they open their mouth.
Together.
What does that mean?
Straight up. You ain't got your together.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I still have no context.
What that means is you don't have stability.
Okay, you don't have stability. You don't have a home of your own. You have a roommate. Your brother lives in the next room. Okay, you living with your brother. Your bros are there.
These are men you've dated?
God damn. These are men that I have dated. Yes.
You have a relationship with them?
Yes.
Did it get to the intimate level?
Yes.
So you'll date a man, have with a man, but you don't submit to him.
I do, but I feel like
but why are you having the man?
You don't have stability, ma'am. You don't have your shit together.
Doesn't have it together. You knew that before you did all that.
And this is one of those things, like, let's say if you a guy and you actually really listen to a woman like this and you're like, you know what? She right. I don't got stability. I don't got my shit together. As soon as the stability and shit together happens for you, you're going to realize, wait, she don't got stability. She don't got her shit together. Why am I with her?
Because sometimes
I'm
answering your.
He told him to listen.
Pointing out is you date men. We all pick who we date.
But can I answer your question, please?
You've already answered it.
I didn't. You asked me why am I having sex with someone who doesn't have it together? So let me answer it, please.
No.
Wow, man. Damn.
A man who makes $100,000, $300,000 a year, that's good money, but
that's good money. But
for my specific life goals,
he need to make $1 billion
at 24 with plenty of options. And
plenty of options for what?
For dating.
And that means, man, the way you're talking is like you say you got a lot of options, but not for the kind and caliber man you're talking about. Not that kind of money. God damn. You may have a lot of options for.
It doesn't even cross their mind that their type might not want them. Actually, not even might, don't. It's not even a faint thought that, you know what, the person that I like might not want me. Yeah, that's the best thing I can do. I can just live my life and just pretend that the person that I like wants me. He just gotta find me. I haven't seen him before.
Dudes making, average money, but not for no man talking about $300,000-$400,000 a year. Absolutely not.
Why would he spend that on you too?
Absolutely not. Not here in Atlanta.
Well, like I said, for my life goals, a man who makes $100,000.
Somebody will and has taken this woman seriously.
$300,000 a year, that's cool. That's good money. But that's not enough money for me to say, I'm stopping what I'm doing and only your cares matter. What I want to do for my family, what my goals are.
And she'll stop faster for a broke man than a rich one. A rich man is not gaining shit being around this woman.
Single woman. This is a dead woman walking. The thing is, you're going to have to do all that because your attitude, your masculine energy is going to make sure you got to take care of yourself because the man who has...
He locked out of the hypergamy market.
Has more money, or what you're talking about, won't even deal with you.
And that's another thing. They're acting like rich men can't find rich women. Rich women don't exist.
He was helping us. Yeah, he was bringing them bitches down to a level where they needed to be. Look us eye to eye. Because for a long time, them hoes been looking down on us since that TLC song, I Don't Want No Scrub. Nigga in the passenger side of his best friend ride. Bitch, so bitch, bitch, I'm a good man. Just because I'm in this nigga passenger seat, you want to discredit me. So yeah, nigga, until Kevin and Sammy come along, we didn't know how to handle them hoes with good credit, with money. They got their own shit. They kind of somewhat successful. We didn't know how to handle them hoes. That was a little fat that think they need a nigga that's 6'4" with broad shoulders. Now we know how to correct hoes and check bitches, thanks to Mr. Kevin Samuels.
I have a master's in public administration, and I have a law degree.
How tall are you?
5'9".
It's like how do you choose to be single but you're calling in a dating show? Hey, I want to broadcast it. I choose to be single, but I'm calling in listening to a dating show. Not a I choose to be single show, a dating show. Oh, you know what?
Dress size?
16.
You didn't choose to be single.
I'm sorry.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
How much do you weigh?
That's none of your business. I told you I was fat.
Oh, okay. We don't.
I told you I was oh shit. Oh shit. Oh man, are y'all not entertained? Are y'all not laughing? Come on now, man. I've been giving y'all some good shit all week, man. It's Player Talk Radio, man. Y'all hit the like button support the show.
Play that shit on my channel. You get your big fat ass on somewhere then.
God damn!
I don't deal with you big sassy ass broads. If you had to rank yourself on a scale from 1 to 10 and you can't use 7, face only, no hair extensions, your natural hair, your natural face, what would you give yourself?
Fuck that up.
Interesting. 8.
Nope.
No?
No.
Try again.
Okay, so if I wanted a high value man, what do I do?
Be reincarnated. You can't get one.
But we know how to check a bitch though, boys. That's all that matters. We know how to check these bitches and correct a hoe, thanks to Kevin Samuel. Because before then, we were treating everybody like our mamas. We were trying to treat all these hoes like our mamas and our sisters, getting fucked over. We were trying to treat all these rack-lad bitches and these hoes, putting them all in the pot with the women, thinking these bitches and hoes and women and ladies, treating them like our mamas and our sisters and getting fucked over, having babies with these motherfuckers, getting treated bad. Even when the baby get here, Kevin Samuel then came and showed the nigga how to handle the bitch.
Now, when he was live, he was calling Kevin Samuels zesty and gay, but hey.
God damn it, yeah.
You can reinvent yourself any day you want to on the internet.
Check the bitch, nigga.
And people will accept it.
Correct the hoe, and nigga bow down to the woman and the ladies. That's what he showed her. And bitch, we don't want to hear nothing else after that.
Now, I know you guys didn't care for the messenger, but you know he's right. Us as men didn't know how to rebuttal these women when they was running rapid out here telling men their high standards and what a man got to do for them. It was nice to see a man level set a woman and bring her down a notch. You know how women be like, oh, these men just trying to humble us? Yes. These men were trying to humble them. And thank God that Kevin Samuels did do just that. He did humble women for men. And men appreciated it. And it was also interesting TV to see. It was the best live call-in shows most people have seen in a long time.
Here we go.
Where would you rank yourself on the marketplace?
8.
Out of what, 100?
Okay, what is it? What we rating from 1 to 10?
If you, yeah.
Okay, 9.
Okay, have a good day. Out of what, 100?
Dude, that's fucking so harsh.
He's the best. I miss him, and he's making the rounds again on Instagram.
It's so great.
And I'm just like revisiting all these good memories.
You remind
know?
yourself that he's gone. It's
I
such a
know.
bummer because
So
you'll see it
young.
and you're like, oh, fucking cool. And then you're like, oh, fuck, he's dead.
That part. There has really been no more entertaining live shows since. YouTube content has definitely not been the same since he passed away.
Black women want and expect men to pay all.
Bro, that just shows y'all don't even do y'all research. Get a load of it, man.
100% of the bills. All.
Get a load of it.
Without exception. Don't listen to what they say. This is what they want, and this is what they want. This is what they want, and this is what they expect. So when you hear that woman talk about 50-50, well, can't we do 70-30? That 70-30 only comes along once they feel good that you can actually pay 100%. Women today are so gosh darn selfish. This is why so many women get angry when you ask, what do you bring to the table? And their answer is, bring to the table? I'm not bringing anything to the table because I'm not going to allow you to use me. That's why that question infuriates women right off the rip. They don't want to be used. They want to use you. You are supposed to make their lives easier. And if you don't give them a life of upper middle class or lower upper class luxury, you don't matter. This is why you hear so many women saying, I can do better all by myself. Meaning, why should I work hard? Why should I work a 40-hour week job with a husband? Why should I be paying rent with a husband? Why should I be doing any of this stuff? But yet you work harder. Single women work harder than other women because you do everything by yourself. You just don't recognize it until it's too late. Women allow themselves to be used by men they respect. And the sad part today is most women have little to no respect for men. This is why you can see women talking about short men. You listen to a woman talk about a man having a preference. Women all day long can have preferences on a man's height. And not only will there be a preference, they'll insult a guy for being too short, but they expect men to choose women of all weight.
I just want to know why you have such a negative opinion of black women.
Do you really want to start that way off with me?
Yes, I do.
Are you single or are you married?
I was married. I am
You're
single now.
You're divorced?
I am divorced.
How long have you been divorced?
Since I was 40.
Any children?
I have 4 children, 7 grandchildren.
Any sons?
I have 2 sons, 2 daughters.
Are they married, your sons?
My sons are not married.
What am I asking black women to do that your sons would disagree with?
I think my sons kind of look at me and they don't want to be married to black women.
I said,
They
what am I
actually want
asking
to
black
be-
women to do that your sons would disagree with?
I'm not sure.
Your sons look at you and they don't want to be married to black women?
Yes.
Do they love you?
Yes.
Then why don't they want to be married to what looks like you?
I'm a very forceful woman.
So what was the initial question you asked me?
Yeah, what about black women don't you like?
Probably the same things your son don't like about you.
She's a very forceful woman, and he's forcing her to listen to her own damn self. Ain't that a bitch? What's going on, Noted One? Ain't that a biatch?
That could be true.
And that's another thing he exposed during a lot of these conversations was just the issues that black women had with their sons. There was a lot of underlying stuff there whenever he would talk to women regarding their relationship to their sons, or he would flip the comparison and ask women, would they let their son date these particular women, or would they let their son marry a woman like them? So that's why even when he passed, we saw some women saying a whole lot of nasty things about him. They really was treating this man as if he did some terrible things in his life and he wasn't trying to help people or something.
So, no, man, that's completely wrong. He haven't inflicted no pain on our people. But these same people who inflict pain, homie, we go to their funerals, we cry, we buy their t-shirts, man, we do everything. And so that was probably, his death, the response to his death probably had a greater impact on me than him dying. Because I understand the process of death. It's the greatest reward to living, nigga. You done fulfilled this life. It's time to go. That's your greatest reward. It's your exit this stage. But the response to it, because when you look at how he lived from the time he born to the time he died, he got a pretty good legacy left behind. He got a pretty good legacy
Yeah.
he left behind. So to
He
all
definitely left a mark.
he did. To all the women that celebrate his death, if you have male children, look at them. If you got male children, you was happy that he died. Look at them. And if you still celebrate his death, then you must be mad at that boy's father. Because there's no way you can look at your black son and look over at that other black man and be happy that he died. What did he do? That's my question. What did he do, ladies? What did he not see? This would get me. Well, he said this. What the fuck have he done? Actions speak louder than words. What have he done to celebrate his death? America celebrated the death of Osama bin Laden.
They celebrating James's death. Shira husband's husband. Shira Seven's husband. Oh yeah, we going there. We ain't over with that. We gonna finish that too. We got a lot of stuff to cover on today's show.
Because of what he...
All right, y'all hit the like button and support the show, y'all. Don't ignore the signals. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it
done. America celebrated the death of Uday and Kuday, whose sons, same kids. That's the first time they had ever on our media put a dead body and displayed it to us. They celebrated that for what they done. What have this man done to be celebrated because he died?
A week after his death, my homie, as we all know, Ben Kevo, he tatted Kevin Samuels' face on his thigh.
Yeah, he beat me to it. Yeah, he beat me to it. Yeah, he beat me.
He's getting another man tattooed on him. Niggas will have Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and Jesus Christ and Kevin Samuels on their wall.
To it, I want to say he stole my idea.
But that's all I got in this video. You guys drop a comment down below and let me know what you think about what this lady here had to say. Be sure to hit that subscribe button, like the video. Thanks for watching. I will see you guys in the next one.
All right. What's your thoughts on that? Now everybody is Kevin Samuels fanatic. Give me 1 second. This is interesting. I wanna there was one more thing I wanted to touch on this topic. How somebody that does red pill content gotta admit that Kevin Samuels is right, but you do red pill content and act like you're original?
The caption of this video reads, "You have met a good man or woman, you just didn't want them." And this was posted a year ago today. Not exactly a year ago, but around a year ago today. And it was made by a TikTok creator by the name of Dana. I'm pretty sure you've seen her before. And she was being very reflective of her life and honest about the decisions that she made.
The men who would have treated me the way I wanted to be treated, I didn't want. That's just the honest truth, right? And if more people would just be honest about the fact that they have met good people, they have met solid people who would have been great partners in a relationship, but for whatever reason, it was just something about that person you just couldn't get with, and that's the reason why you didn't move forward. Most of us have met good people. That's what y'all really need to start talking more about online, instead of who don't do what and what you can't get. You've met good people. Stop it. All right. And if you haven't, it's definitely something wrong with you. It's definitely something wrong with you. You are.
Didn't think you would contradict yourself later, huh? Didn't think you would contradict yourself later. Repeating content, don't care. And they're not the first woman to do it. You know, Pearly Things, a lot of people, they just repeat content. But they kind of don't really grasp the gravity of what they're saying. Sounds good. But hey.
The problem, if you've never met a good man, you've never met a good woman, you just didn't want them. You just didn't want them. Just keep it a buck. You just didn't want them. And for whatever reason it was that you didn't want them is your business, but you didn't want them, but you did meet them. You did. Stop it. Right? Like, I never get jealous when I see women get online and show the stuff that they man doing for them, because I look at said man and I know if I was put in the position for said man, I wouldn't have wanted him. I wouldn't have wanted him. So it's no way for me to be jealous of what he's doing when I know that I would have passed on him. I would have passed on him.
And she probably was repeating some shit on a passport bro conversation. You know, some passport bro probably got married or got with, you know, whoever. You know what I'm saying? And some woman probably got on here and was like, "Oh, he's moving on, and I'm in a house full of kids by some nigga that's not taking care of him that I don't like," and blah blah blah. See, it was never their real logic, you know. So,
and that's just the truth. Most of the time,
and like I said, she spent the majority of her youth fat. And I swear to God, there's guys in her life that told her, "Yo, these are your best years. Put the pig down, put the pork down, put them hog mogs down, you know, put the glizzy down." Like, will you like? Not down your mouth, not in your stomach. Put it down. Like, oh, stay away from it. Drop the sausage now. Some, you know, and some fathers, they like their daughters fat, so niggas will stay away and shit. Fat gal.
The people who gonna treat you right, you just don't be wanting them. And I don't know what it is to that, but it's a real thing. It's a real thing. I'm not exempt from it. I'm sure some men who done met me and they was...
Oh, we know. We know. I'm gonna tell you the truth too. What even, like I said, what really messed up women too is the duck lips. Cause like if you're a fat girl and you kind of slim down and you don't know how to fix your mouth and you have like a permanent attitude, like your resting bitch face will have you with permanent duck lips and it just looks horrible. She got permanent duck lips. It messes up your jaw structure. because your lips are permanently pouted. But let's go.
Like, dang, she's such a dope girl.
What's going on, broke genius? Happy New Year's, man.
But if for whatever reason they didn't like me, it is what it is. That's life. But we gotta stop sitting up here and acting like you never met good people. All right, you never met a good man, never met a good one. Yeah, you did.
You probably ate him. You know what?
You just didn't want him.
In my opinion, this has a lot to do with trauma. But actually, just because someone's good doesn't mean that you guys are compatible. There's religion, there's politics, there's family values, there's, little icks and stuff. Maybe there's shit that they do that are like little things, but you just can't deal with them. There's a lot that goes into a relationship. But if you find someone who doesn't have any of those things, you align, and you just still don't want them for some reason, oftentimes that's some sort of trauma, daddy issues, mommy issues, whatever the case is. I found this interesting because after I seen this video, I seen this one straight after.
Hitting the wall was a very real thing. I never argued with Kevin Samuels about that, because the reality is
you didn't know him to argue with him. You didn't know him. Kevin spoke to me. He don't know you. She probably was still big, when he was out saying what he was saying, and she probably got offended of his fat. She probably was in a group of women celebrating it, to tell you all the truth. Because when the new group of pick-me's came in, who was around that time? Pearly was just coming in around that time. She was switching over from TikTok. Jessica was here. There was a lot of stuff going on around that time. It was a bunch of new pick-me's that came in. Allie, I don't think maybe Allie was talking about like politics or something. Who knows? And where is she? She just disappeared. She probably taking care of her baby. She said, fuck this shit.
The older you get, the worse your options get. So by the time you get to said age and you look around and you realize what you're left with to choose from, and you realize it is either gonna be you dealing with somebody who you don't find to be attractive, somebody who come with a bunch of baggage, who got a bunch of problems, divorcees, bunch of kids. You realize you're dealing with somebody who they never got it together throughout their life, so they still don't have nowhere to stay. They still not financially stable.
There's nothing wrong with being a big girl, but it's just you can't say that you didn't have all these options or something was wrong with you, and then you're omitting that you were like 400 pounds. That's the problem with women. See, when men lie, we commit. At least when we lie, we give you value. When women lie, y'all omit. Y'all leave shit out. Y'all leave the stuff out, which is crazy. And you want niggas to be to play Blues Clues. Y'all conveniently leave stuff out. Oh, you was a Ursula. Oh, you was big as a house. They leave that shit out.
From job to job, if they even got a job, you just realize you really don't have no option.
They trying to act like they look now. And then the sad part is that she should be getting more eyeballs on her. She actually should be in the best years of her life right now, to tell you the truth. Kind of got a little bit older. You kind of cleaned it up. You're a little bit more smaller. People people from the past should be coming forward.
Right? And so now you're met with the wall. And either you get to choose at that wall if you're going to settle.
A lot of women, because it is a real thing, and I've seen dudes get sued for it. Women can squander the best years of their lives.
Or you're going to just go ahead and hit it. I'm going to go ahead and hit it. I'm going to hit the wall.
It's funny because she made it funny, okay? So I can laugh.
It's not even looks wise. It's your fertile years. Bitches be waiting until they pussy have a second heartbeat talking about some, all right, bitch, what are we doing now? The factory about to close. We need to do something now. Coochie hitting like a subwoofer right now. It's like, all right, now you need to find something.
Reality is a little bit darker for women because women won't date younger. They just won't do it, right? Whereas men, if they have the option to, they will. Like a man. In Dana's position, she's doing well on TikTok, she probably, does well for herself financially, she looks good. A man in her position would have no problem dating like a 28-year-old. He'd do it. No problem. She won't do it. So she really has to look at the men her age or older. And yeah, I can imagine it gets dark because the good ones are taken. The good ones are taken, or they're like bachelors just busting down a whole bunch of things. But are they really good ones if they're doing that? Probably not. So now you're in this position. Personally, look, again, obviously, I'm a man, male brain, male chemicals. Just date younger, but they just won't. Just can't do it.
Did y'all see that video of this man basically saying, it's not that I'm that great of a guy, even though he believes he was attractive, but it's just that the dating pool with the men.
And you see how men just say, just date younger, which is true. And a real option. So imagine wasting your younger years and you have a bunch of guys with quality now saying, just date younger.
Right now, here are trash. I actually had a friend tell me directly that it's so easy for...
Like a fish. She's like a fish. You could tell this woman had an attitude and was picky. But let's go.
For him to get a woman to want to be with him.
These types of women only believe men when they're reaffirming things that they already believe. It's so interesting, man.
Him just by being a decent guy and treating her like a human, simply because the men that women are dating are so bad that when they come across a decent guy, they want to hold on to him. Notice how the men saying this didn't put the blame on the women, but they put the blame on the men. Even though they believe they are good guys, they are just treating women that they're dating as decent human beings. And just by being a decent, not phenomenal, not grandiose, not great boyfriend, partner,
Glad she said it. Have some damn manners.
Whatever, treating a woman with basic bare minimum respect gets them more play than they anticipated.
That's cap.
Simply because they don't treat women like the bottom of their shoe. They don't treat women like they hate them. They treat those women that they're engaging with like they care about their well-being as people. I think the men don't believe women when they speak on their dating experiences out here. So when other men who are decent human beings talk about dating women and how much play they get just by being decent individuals, it let them know that not only are the women not lying about their experiences, the ratio of decent men to terrible men is very, very low. If y'all don't hear it and take it from a woman, maybe y'all will hear it and take it from a man.
This is my theory. This is my theory when it comes to very attractive women. Firstly, this is something we all know. These types of women, very attractive, can't keep it together, can't get a relationship. Almost always a problem, okay? Almost always a problem. But I think there's another problem that these women have. I think women like this are in the proximity of very established men. I think a woman like this is going on dates with high-earning men of high status. Right? I think she can get those types of men.
But how are you going on dates? Like, we got to listen to ourselves. How are you going on dates with the S at the end? And they're not converting. In the conversation or the topic or the person going on these dates, whether it's the man or the woman is saying, you know what, I went on a nice date. I think I might choose this girl, or there's people that I'm looking to choose. The you know what I'm saying? The difference, you know what I'm saying? The difference is, damn, I'm going on a bunch of dates. I'm having a problem choosing. See, that's a hypergamy problem. A hypergamy problem is, damn, there's so many good guys out here. I'm a little bit stressed that I might not choose the right one. These are hypergamy conversations. Damn, it's getting really hard for me to choose. This guy was charming. I really like that aspect about him. This guy was all three. This guy made me laugh. This guy did this. This guy did that. These are hypergamous issues, not picky issues. Or you can say they're picky issues, but for the different reasons, you know? What's going on, Toya? Oh my goodness. Good to see you, as always. How you doing today, beautiful? You said they eat dates, Kuda. They don't go on. I ate my last date, you know. I ate my last date. Nah, but this girl is talking about how she's lonely now. She contradicted the video that she did before, specifically talking about this same subject, and she failed to disclose that she was 300 pounds heavier. So now all of a sudden, the guys that she liked, they were ugly. They didn't, you know what I'm saying? They got in her belly the other way, you know? And you know, I got a special place in my heart because they be the baddest ones. Like even Mika, the woman that Anton allegedly cheated on with. What's going on, Bronze? Oh, pun intended, shiesty bums. You gotta weigh out your options, you know. See, y'all never ran into a slick one. Pun intended, sugar bum. You gotta weigh out your options, not outweigh your options. You gotta weigh out your options, not outweigh your options. This girl Jerome Bettis size and wondering why the hell nobody's choosing, you know. Ladies, y'all forget we watch sports and shit like that. Bitch be like, man, I weigh 465. Like, damn, bitch, you bigger than Jerome Bettis. Why? Nigga done took Refrigerator Perry out on a damn date, and she's sitting there the whole date trying to decenter him, and he's supposed to be a decent human being. Why go on a date? Why go on a date with a nigga that's trying to decenter you? And that's crazy because dudes will straight up date feminists. Would you spend money on somebody that hates you openly? That's not your kid? Imagine taking Jerome Bettis out on a damn date. I love to eat. I bet you do. Shit, god damn. Damn. Now that I done ate up the table, now you got to work for this coochie. You ready to lift my stomach up and get to work? Now you got to work for it. Like people that are hard, like how can you play hard to get when you're hard to want? And some dudes be nice. We'll be like, damn, all right, fuck, I gotta be a gentleman. She done catfished me. She done lied. I should have known she only took headshots. Not even know, I should have FaceTimed her. Nigga, all kinds of shit going through his head. She already ordering off the menu. You gotta take a L. You gotta turn your L's to leverage. Topic of today's show, y'all. Respectfully. Women, y'all don't have to plan dates and the responsibility and half that shit ain't always put on y'all. Come on now. And girls be like, well, I plan dates. Yeah, with your girlfriends or sometimes when you're in a relationship. For the most part. And then when you do plan dates, y'all aren't considerate. But let's go.
But those men can also get women like this, like by the dozen. They can just turn them out. So maybe you're in a case where, yeah, these men aren't treating you nicely because you're just like one of many and they don't really care for you like that. Because it doesn't make sense for your dating experience to be mostly men treating you badly. Generally speaking, men will only do that shit in dating if they have the upper hand. Right? A man who thinks that you're, oh my God, this woman, she's so perfect, she's out.
It's not necessarily true. Because the amount of games that these women play on dates is crazy. Some of y'all are just a foodie call. And the guy that she really want to hook up with and link up with and date, she called that guy at the end of the date. Even bring him food that you paid for. Yeah, she said men were ugly. You got to go pick her big ass up, play with the suspension in your car, in your seat. Her heavy-handed ass gonna slam the door so your window might not roll up and down anymore when she get out. She be slamming doors like they be opening and slamming doors on Grand Theft Auto. Car leaning like a kickstand. Horsepower decreased. Let me stop, man. I'll stop the fat jokes. I'm being hyperbolic. I'm being hyperbolic a little bit. But no, it's you got to be prepared for that shit. Warn a nigga. You can take the truck next time, all right? So I lied, y'all. Anyway, so you get used. Where you pick her up is not where you're gonna drop her off at. That's a big telltale sign. While she's deciding if she still likes you. So
my league, he's not gonna be treating you like dog shit. But those men who like look at you and like, yeah, I do this. This is me. Yeah, they're more likely to be a little bit dismissive. And who are the men that are gonna look at you and think that, yeah, they're kind of like above you or they have the upper hand on you? Probably like rich, successful men. I think if you were dating normal people, your dating experience.
No, that's not true. Rich, successful men are actually pretty humble. and they're actually good guys and generous guys. It's when they start getting used a lot. Because a lot of rich guys, I mean, you know, some of them, yeah, they do look down on people, but a lot of them, these are people that work for their success. You know, they're not just gonna let you have it because you have it. You know, you just can't have it because you're avid. You know, so you know, some of these people are normal people that unfortunately get used. So.
It wouldn't be like this. That's just a theory. That's just a theory. But here's the thing. Dating was really good for women at one point. You know, men had to court women. Men had to prove themselves worthy. Your parents had to do everything by the book. But that act was seen as a part of a patriarchal and oppressive society where women were viewed as objects, blah, blah, blah. So we're out of that now. And now we're here.
No, it's actually worse because women are viewed beyond objects. You're going on a date with a woman that pre-objectified herself before she even went on a date with you. And when you actually when you actually respect them for who they are or show them any type of respect, you're doing too much. You know what I'm saying? You're doing too much. That's one of the biggest, you know what I'm saying? That's one of the biggest shit tests that women give men. How are you acting over pussy you haven't even gotten yet? You know what I'm saying? And what are you damn near willing to do for coochie you haven't even gotten yet? You know. They're gonna try to gauge your level of thirst. And a lot of times they'll penalize you if you thirsty more if she feels you thirsty more than she is.
We're here, and whatever men are, it's because women
and how you do it
allowed it to get to that place, and whatever women are, it's because men allowed it to get to that place. So if there's a bunch of men who don't respect women, guess what? They're probably doing that and getting successful results, which is why they keep doing it.
Just a reminder, if you're down bad, it could be worse. I once met a man on vacation playing pool. He was 22, I was 32. We had a little vacation romance for the 1 week that I was there. That really should have been where it stayed, where it started and ended. In my delusional mind, I was gonna go back home and we were gonna keep dating, which would have been fine if he wasn't 22. He had just turned from 21 to 22. Didn't live in the middle of nowhere,
He probably was black.
Montana as a ranch hand with no cell phone service and sleeping on a cot. So given all of that, the only reasonable thing for me to do was to go see him because he clearly couldn't come see me. Didn't have the financial means or the wherewithal to know how to do that. When we left,
see that? Go all the way out her way for the guy that sleeps on a pile of hay.
and kept texting. I thought this was going somewhere. I think he was just bored.
And had a future planned out. So fellas, what are the standards that you need to meet again? When we live in a day and age where it's easier to get sex than a sandwich from said woman.
I planned a trip to drive back up there 4 weeks later, and we drove up to Montana through the night. Had to rent a hotel the entire time, multiple hotels, because again, couldn't stay with him on the cot at the ranch with the other 3 ranch hands. We booked a stay for a week. I think I saw him twice. The trip was supposed to overlap with the 4th of July and my birthday. He went to a rodeo with another girl on the 4th of July rather than hanging out with me, even though I'd driven.
Yeah, because I mean, he got nothing but time. He got the fuck. Shit, them strokes go further when you sleep on a pile of hay, not on a nice bed,
15 hours to come see him.
What's going on, Royce? I don't even know why I have these goofy ass conversations. These people that just repeating us, they just keep repeating our conversations, Royce. Like, how many times a woman has to tell you she will go out of her way for a nigga that sleeps on hay? But you gotta have all of this stuff. You know? You gotta have all of this stuff to even look her way. Get the fuck out of here. Then they act like they don't tell these stories. Like, oh, that's grand. Wow. What else did he do? Nothing. Okay.
And then told me he didn't see this going anywhere because he wasn't really sure what he wanted to do with his life yet, which no shit. We drove the 15 hours back home to LA.
And apparently you didn't know what you want to do with your life neither.
Again, through the middle of the night, slept in our car on the side of the road at one point because me and my friend were both falling asleep and didn't want to pay for another hotel. And then me and this guy proceeded to Snapchat each other for another 3 months. I re-downloaded Snapchat at the ripe old age of 32 to communicate with him. And I would track his Snapchat scores and look at TikTok to figure out what it meant when the score went one way or the other because I was too old to know what that meant on Snapchat or even
It was like he was really resourceful and cared about you now.
actually how to respond to shit on Snapchat. Anyways, he's married now. I am not.
I had to replay that he's married, but that's crazy. Oh, God. You drove 15 hours to see a 22-year-old? Holy. You know, maybe this is why women don't date younger. But
I mean, it's like the Titanic. I mean, you have Jafar. Titanic was just Aladdin damn near on a fucking boat. If you think about it. You got this woman turning down this rich man that can buy her a big ass rock on her wrist. I mean, on her ring finger. For a fucking fling. You know, for a boat death match bachelor party. Or bachelorette party, my bad. Titanic is a fucked up story when you think about it.
you don't date 22. You know, you're 32, you date like a 27-year-old. That's like, come on, you know? You're 40, you date a 27-year-old again. You know, you don't date 22-year-olds. And this woman, if you go on her TikTok, she has so many down bad stories. I don't understand it. I don't get how one can be this down bad in life. This doesn't make any sense.
This whole optionally chops challenge is so funny to me, and I already know people are going to eat me up in the comments, but it's like, if you are posting a before and it is just you in your natural state, natural hair, natural state, skin, everything in between, whatever, and then you go from that to then posting another version of yourself with your hair done and it's not your hair, and then if makeup done and everything in between, if you are coming online and saying that your chopped state is when you just look naturally yourself, I mean, this is just naturally how you look like, and that's when you consider yourself chopped, and then you not being chopped is when you do everything under the sun, makeup, fake hair, everything in between, then what do you mean by optionally chopped? You're just chopped. You're just naturally chopped. Like, maybe I'm confused. If you think that you in your natural state is chopped, then you are naturally chopped. What do you mean what do you mean optional? You mean you gotta do everything under the sun, put fake hair, put this, to not be chopped? What do you mean by it's an option? Like, maybe I'm not understanding the premise of the trend. Because if you're saying that in your natural state you look chopped, then for all intents and purposes, you're just chopped. Like,
and this is something we've spoken about before. Okay, there are a lot of women who don't think they look good. They think they look good when they do it up and they do all these things up. But in their natural state, for some reason, they don't find themselves attractive. And I always bring up the story of, going to the shop. Hey, let's go to the shop. Oh, I look a mess. What do you mean you look like yourself? That's what you look like. What do you mean you look a mess? And yeah, trends like this just expose, in my opinion, low self-esteem. But speaking of optionally chopped, this woman don't have no option. Okay, she can be full makeup, no makeup. The only thing that gonna help her is a garbage bag. Let's keep it real.
Do white men walk around calling white women fine shit? Like, and I mean like real white men, not wigified white men. Like, is there some dude named Tyler talking about a chick named Ashley, and he's like, Ashley's fine shit, bro. Like,
oh my God. Walk around. Piglet.
Is that a thing that's happening in the world? Because I had a point that I was going to make about people calling beautiful women fine shit.
The cat eye glasses, the septum piercing, the underbite, the weight.
And it was that I don't think white people do that, but I realized I don't.
She's not a bad looking sister, but damn.
Don't hang around enough white people anymore to know whether they do or don't, nor do I truly consume content made from or by.
You consume a lot of things.
White people, so I have to take it to the internet to ask, is that what the whites are doing now? Or are they calling each other fine shit? Because fine shit has always felt mildly racist to me.
Fine shit. Oh, okay. That's what we call it, okay.
And if my hunch is true that the palm-colored folks don't do that amongst each other, I'm gonna stick with fine shit's racist. Okay? It does not pass the sniff test. It's both racist and misogynistic. But, like, that's a video for another day.
Who cares? Who cares what white people are doing? Why are you so... Is that your standard? Oh, wait. Oh, we got this new thing. Wait, are white people doing it yet? They're not doing it? Okay, so this is bad. I find it weird with the feminist coons. They always find a way to uplift whiteness. Why did you not ask if Asians do it? Or the Latin people do it? Why are you going straight to whiteness? Is that not strange?
Talked about enough? The fact that Michael Jackson quite literally turned himself into a white person. Like, there's so much to say about Michael Jackson, but he turned himself into a white person. And everyone's like, no, he had hyperpigmentation and he had this disease. It's like, nope, he turned himself into a white person.
You know, the scariest part about videos like this and shit like this is in 30 years, we all know what's going to be the case. Okay, we all know what these Negroes are going to be saying. Okay, they're going to be saying Taylor Swift is bigger than Michael Jackson. They're going to say Michael Jackson was white. They're going to be saying all types of shit. They're going to be all sorts of debates that are going to be warped. Luckily, we have the internet. Okay, but huh?
All right. So much stuff is going on, like I said, in these internet streets. Shout outs to P's World, okay? You did. So much stuff is going on out here in these internet streets, man. So yeah, old girl that we covered on the last show, like I said, she's talking about how she's lonely now. And it's like, but you had options. You turned them down. Even now you have options. If you have a phone, you have options. And if you have a phone, you have a lawyer. If you have a phone, you have options. This is why a lot of people, they break up. This is why a lot of people, aside from breaking up, they talk shit to people that they shouldn't talk to. They kind of, because the internet gives you this false sense of abundance. This is why relationships don't last, because people don't work on it. You get into one little petty ass fight, it's over. You get into one little petty ass fight, it's over. And then it's even over faster now because, people don't take a mental note of certain things. Like when you're courting somebody, you're like, oh, okay, this is her likes, this is her dislikes. You know, am I willing to compromise here? Am I not willing to compromise here? You know, is she worth me compromising here? I might be willing to compromise here if she's worth me compromising here, but it's not, you know. Usually when people used to make these type of decisions, they usually were dating other people and comparing. One thing that you don't hear from women and people nowadays is like, listen, just to let you know, even though we're dating and I like you, when you go for a kiss or you do something sweet on a date and she really likes you, even when she likes you, not when she doesn't like you, even when she likes you, she'll say, I just need to let you know I'm actually seeing other people and talking to other people also. If that's not, she'll let you know, if you're cool with that, cool. But, if we're going to be getting close, I kind of got to let you know, there is other people, but I respect and like what we have going right now. You're not doing nothing wrong. I'm just letting you know, give you a heads up. And it's not for you to be like, oh, well, I got competition or something like that. No, it's just a respectful gesture. Even they're supposed to say that before they go out on a date. But let's say they happen to be out on a date with you and, stuff like that happens, She started to like you more than she thought, because the choice is really up to her anyway. And you realize nowadays, a lot of women they're just not, they're not decent, they're not decent people. They're just not decent people. Half these arguments and stuff like that occurs online is really about decency. Do you have the decency to mention that? Do you have the decency? I know you want to eat pizza with me tonight and stuff like that, but you really don't like me and stuff like that. Do you have the decency to say, hey, this isn't a date and I'll actually go have, so, I remember and Bomb Cherry got mad at me about this because, there's better women out there than you think. There's women that think more than what's between their legs. I remember I dated a virgin, and I was deep in my player phase. I'm Crown Vic, and I'm picking up broads, and we going places and doing shit, and and stuff like that. And I remember I ended up dating this girl that worked at a restaurant across the street from my job. And she would come in there and stuff like that. She'd bring me lunch and stuff like that. I'd get free food, cookies, all kinds of shit. This bitch was trying to get me fat, but she was very beautiful. She ended up being a virgin. She was a sister, high yellow bone, but she was, cute, very, very, very attractive girl. But something was off, until I realized, oh damn, she a virgin. But I couldn't tell, she go out, she drink, she like, what was her favorite food? Tiramisu. She liked all kinds of stuff. And she invited me to her house. This is when I found out she was adopted. And she lived with her mother. Her mother was white. Her adopted parents. She tried to cook some beef stroganoff. She kind of failed cooking it, but the gesture, it's like, okay, I got it. Look, she invited me over at a date. I met her dog. It was cool. Tricked out. Her spot was tricked the fuck out. She lived in a very, very, very rich neighborhood, nigga. I'm on some street shit. I'm driving over there in a blacked out police interceptor Crown Vic, and I'm like, damn. Tricked out neighborhood in Georgetown. You know what I'm saying? So, and she would always go out on dates and buy drinks, and she'd get sloshed. Like, this bitch would get sloshed like Chris Bosh. This bitch would get fucked up, and she'd be drinking like White Russians and all kinds of stuff, and I'm like, she checks all the boxes, but something was off. She's a virgin. And she offered to pay. This girl, it was so weird. Like, because I sell beer and wine and stuff like that at this time, So I'm like, something really off about this girl. And I'm like, damn, she got me captivated. She, and the virgin thing didn't even mess with me because I don't mess with virgins. I dislike virgins for the most part. But she was cool. She laughed at a lot of my jokes and stuff like that. Type of girl she was. I didn't think she'll laugh at half the shit I was saying. I was like, she all right, She's my partner too. I had her riding around with me and stuff after work, wait for her after work and stuff like that. We had a little cool relationship and it was cool. I would wait. I definitely would wait. Oh, and we messed around a lot too, but just, But and she bought me gifts. Like it was, it was a crazy little, it was a crazy little time, I guess. But she used to do something that I normally didn't see, aside from like paying for stuff and things like that. And honestly, we bought stuff for each other, so it wasn't even the paying and stuff. This girl knew how to barter. This woman knew how to barter. That was the thing that stood out with me. You know what I'm saying? That she knew how to barter. Like she knew how to talk. Like this girl had a mouthpiece. You know what I'm saying? Like, she had a mouthpiece. So it made sense how she was like deep in her 20s. She was like 22, 23 in the DMV area and was still a virgin. And I was like, damn. And it just captivated me because it's like, damn, when I used to leave her spot and stuff like that early in the morning or, go straight to work from where she lived and shit. I or drive back to the hood and stuff like that, link up with my bros and stuff. I'm like, man, there's little 16-year-old young bitches running around these damn parts and stuff like that, running around with way more experience, thinking that they got mindset wise, thinking that they got they head on their shoulders and everything together and stuff like that. And here come this 20-something-year-old girl, in these, going to these bars, restaurants, work at a little honest little, job and stuff like that. And it wasn't really like a super fast food place. It was like a boutique place. She worked at this place called Noodles and Company. Really little dope restaurant, and shit. I used to find an excuse to go over there and get, lunch and stuff. So, until I bagged her one day and I was like, damn, she was cool, Sometimes I wonder where she at right now, what she doing, But anyway, it really humbled me. You know what I'm saying? I was deep in my player phase too, and it really humbled me, But there's women out here, fellas, that navigate certain things a different way, and some of these broads, I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. Because y'all be like one of these feminine women and all this other stuff. Some of these broads, y'all, if you haven't even found them, some of these girls, y'all not gonna get along with them. You know what I'm saying? Because some dudes ain't humbling themselves too. You gotta open up your horizons a little bit, or whatever. Anyway, on to the next topic. You might spend a little bit of time on this one. Everybody's talking about the Haitian girl that went on Daily Wrap Up Crew and was calling Americans dirty. Dirty American, dirty black Americans or something like that, something to that extent. Thinking that she was cute. She looked like one of my exes too, which is funny. But I think I played this video, but we'll play it again. And because there's a follow-up video to it, building context. Tariq Nasheed even touched on it. And we got to get into Umar. Umar recently and I guess this benefits him because he, I guess his school is really opening. But Umar really said something crazy too about FBA and ADOS and stuff like that. And he got his own group of people that he's naming, you know, his own delineation, I guess. He got his own, you know, group of people that he got. And it's an acronym. You know, niggas like acronyms and shit. So, you know, he's kind of under the bus for saying some wild shit too recently. And I think Tariq responded to that also. So we're going to kind of go into the FBA arc a little bit, kind of pick up where it is. And like I said there's going to be a new delineation that niggas are going to start calling themselves in 2030. Could Umar's version of it be that? And he's leaning heavy into the African arc, but a lot of people are calling him out about it because he reps Philly. And his thing is about disassociating himself from America. Can't make this shit up. Shout outs to EB and The Place to Be. Good morning, my brother. Good to see you, man. As always, let's get into it.
Today, I was praying and reading the Bible when all of a sudden I got a notification for this video. And it was my brothers from Daily Wrap Up Crew out in New York City. Now, this video, at least the intro to this video, has been trending all over Instagram, all over YouTube, all over TikTok. And we have this Caribbean sister who's coming into the podcast, and she's going to have a really interesting exchange with the rest of the brothers on Daily Wrap Up Crew.
I'm Haitian. Why? Where you from? What's your background? You American? Dirty black?
All right, they let pure O'Shea fashion, leaving out context. But let's go.
American?
Wait, what?
Huh? What?
Wait, what'd you
American?
say?
Black American? What?
No. Hold on. You said dirty black American.
You heard that? You just have.
So it seems like he wasn't even really worried about her. And then once she said dirty black American, and he was alarmed. And he was like, what? Okay, but let's see what the rest of the exchange is about.
Just ask me what I said. I did.
Why you said that?
Because that's what y'all are. Dirty black American.
She just said that?
I did. A dirty black American. I sure did. Because that's what y'all are.
And them hoes ain't gonna do shit about it. Let's go.
So all Americans is dirty black Americans?
I mean, you know, the ones I've come across.
Huh? So what is Haitians then? I'm confused.
Dirty black Haitians.
Okay.
All right. So shout out to Eli. Like I said, he has a lot of composure. He typically is very level-headed, and he's being level-headed here because obviously she's not being level-headed. Or he asked her a really important question, then what are Haitians? She says dirty black Haitians. So I think she said that to save face because he wants to see if black Americans are dirty, then are Haitians clean? And again, my question is, what does she mean by dirty? Is she meaning that black Americans don't take baths? Black Americans don't wash their behind? Or black Americans have a dirty disposition behind?
Y'all niggas, this is the problem with y'all niggas. Y'all niggas want to go into the specifics instead of addressing what's actually being said. She just called you dirty. Doesn't matter how you got there. You're there. God damn.
How they treat people. They're rude. They're obnoxious. I kind of think that that's what she's saying, but the term dirty is it's always pejorative, right? So it's offensive, but let's just go and see what happens.
Okay, so keep that energy for everybody. Don't just keep it for us. Like, what are you talking about? Like, yo.
You're American.
Yeah, hell yeah. Don't ever say no dirty black
house?
American shit. Like, what?
You from the
Like,
South?
my family, like, yeah.
Okay, where?
Why it matter?
No, I'm just asking. No, where?
Yeah, obviously she got some smart dude that dated her that was American, did what he needed to do. She mad as hell.
We're not having a
It's
conversation.
the South, regardless. Like, I got family in Florida. I got family in Georgia.
I mean, I want to know, like, where?
You know, you trying to be, I know what you're doing. Like, I know what you're doing. It's that Caribbean shit. I know what you're doing.
What am I doing?
Just chill out on that dirty black American comment. So,
Okay, so it's that Caribbean-ish. So again, New York City has tons of Caribbeans. And from what I know, when they typically have these kind of conversations and something happens on the show or somebody is being talked about in a negative way, typically it's the Caribbeans that come on and be.
No, it's not. It's everywhere. Just everybody does it a little bit differently. He in Uganda right now. I think over there with the Russian dude. They will say the same thing in their own way. It's not just Caribbeans, bro. Stop it.
Majority of the Caribbean ladies, and I think
every place. It's just Americans aren't used to it because Americans are usually the ones used to talking shit. Every place has a name and term for some type of immigrant or particular type of immigrant. You understand what I'm saying? Even the word immigrant is pretty offensive, especially to Americans. Because see, like I said, America is a isolated place. It's an isolated, place. So hearing that word or even being called that, it takes a little bit of getting used to. If you listen to any traveler that's American or from the West, even they'll tell you they have to be adjusted to being called an immigrant or feeling like that and stuff like that. You feel like something's hanging over your head. You know what I'm saying? When it's just, it could be, it's like nigga. It could be used in a bunch of different words and ways, and it could mean a bunch of different things in different contexts. Context words. So
it honestly always comes from the Haitian community on the podcast, but we're gonna find out.
I'm sorry. You really took offense to that. I apologize.
Anybody would take offense to that.
Same thing. Like people in the Caribbean, they get called a bunch of things. Jamaicans get called yardies. Nigerian call damn near everybody akata. Like, come on now.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't.
Why you said that?
Bad Bree in NYC. Okay.
I'm saying, why would you even fix your lips to say that, though? I'm confused.
Because that's just my experience. Like, it's my experience. So I'm going to speak on it. But I apologize.
It's your experience?
Yeah. So I apologize.
What experience you had?
If I offended you.
You accept the apology?
No.
I wish you would have answered what experience you had, but
I have. Like, that's super disrespectful. Like,
she did say it's dirty black Haitians too, though.
Nah, she wouldn't. I would never fix my lips to say, and I know some dirty black Haitians. Like, you know what I'm saying? I would never fix my lips to say dirty black. I wouldn't generalize. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, and now it is, bro. That's that Caribbean.
It's not.
And this is why we be having the diaspora wars, because the dumb shit words. Remember that other Haitian, bro? Remember the other Haitian shorty? We don't got no culture. Like, it must be a Haitian thing for sure. Like,
see, Eli is, like I said, he's a very sound thinker, like very level-headed. And this is the main part about this, whether it's on either side. The diaspora wars happen in general, whether it's us doing it as hashtag FBAs or anybody else.
Well, it's a new diaspora war that's actually coming down the pipeline that a lot of people don't understand. But go ahead.
Because somebody comes in and says something that's just completely offensive, and it's hard to go back from that. Even if you are joking, but if you come into a room where like I live in Uganda, for example.
No shit.
If I come in and say the phrase, dirty Ugandans, right? Even if you do know somebody that is like that, or that can exhibit that, and anybody can be dirty. I can't then come back and say, I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't mean to offend you. Yes, I did. I meant to, because I knew that would make you upset. So then I can also not say, well, you know what? We need to work together. I'm not trying to say she's saying that, but that's how the diaspora wars always get started. One group will start to become offensive, and it's kind of hard to walk that back. And I believe that we're going to see more of this in this exchange.
Sure, like y'all, I don't know what the issue is.
Thing, and I won't say that y'all don't have culture. Like, y'all have the things that y'all do.
We are the culture. Like,
okay, y'all have the things that y'all do. Just
we are the culture. That's
just
it.
like, okay, so then Caribbeans are a culture too.
No, y'all have a culture. We are the culture. That's two different things. Like.
It's not.
Okay, all right.
As a Caribbean person.
But no, seriously, you took offense, and I apologize. I see your nose flaring up. And I really don't want you to be upset. Like, I genuinely apologize. I'm sorry.
I mean, I ain't about to. We ain't about to fight or nothing. I'm just like, yo.
You got a woman saying sorry. Take it or leave it, nigga. Shit. Shit.
I see that you're upset, so I really want you to
I
know.
felt like you was only comfortable because maybe you thought everybody in here was Caribbean and you thought they was it is black dirty and like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Not at all. I talk about Haitians.
Okay. We started getting into the insult. She tried to apologize and he called her out like, you thought that maybe we were like you or non-black American. And then she tries to say, y'all culture, y'all do what y'all do, whatever that means. And then he responds to, we are the culture. In other words, you guys have a culture, we all are culture.
Woo!
Now, let me say this. I mean, obviously, I'm a black American. I'm hashtag FBA, formerly African American, however you want to say it. When somebody says that we are the culture, I mean, of course, I'm inclined to say that, right? Because I'm a part of that culture. But looking at it objectively, that's a defense mechanism that he has to use, obviously, because she said that black Americans were dirty. Now it becomes whose culture is the best. It literally becomes a measuring stick contest. And this is kind of what happens. I've seen it happen with Nigerians and Ghanaians. I've seen it happen with Jamaicans and Africans. I've seen it happen with black Americans, whoever else, right? This is why people got to stop with this kind of nonsense on either side, right? And what she said was offensive and other people were pissed off about it.
If we so dirty, why is y'all here?
Oh my God. These be the niggas that be having like that black patch on the back of their neck. Let me see the back of your neck. Let me stop.
I'm still trying to figure that out.
Woo! But wait, there's more.
See, now that Haitian with the Dean Bull, the bull nose, got up there and said dirty black Americans. That's just what y'all are. First of all, you're sitting in America.
Y'all about to get this girl hunted down in New York, y'all.
Looking like a black American, talking like a black American, or like Sadiddy acting like you're better than somebody. And when we say stuff back, then y'all say we're xenophobic. When we simply just started matching energy, it's a problem. They've literally been popping it about us like this in the same way for decades, and we've never said anything to these people. I've seen multiple podcasts of these people getting up here saying, like, disparaging us, talking down on us, just talking shit, really popping it. And I gotta give a disclaimer because I know Haitian people that I love. People be getting offended because I choose to use my voice and my platform to shine a light on this, because I feel like we need to know who is who. We need to stop blindly supporting these people, patronizing their businesses, turning them up, because like a lot of these Caribbeans, not all, but some of them, they look, act, talk, walk just like us, and they be promoting stuff to us, and we really do support them under the guise of black-owned business and black-owned this and that, just like the Jamaican girl with the cookie wash. Talking mad crazy about us.
Shout out to that sister because she brings up a point. This lady, if
I haven't seen that one.
You don't really know. I mean, obviously, it's hard to say, oh, you look Haitian or you look whatever else. She has a strong New York accent. I can't really tell if it's a Haitian New York accent or whatever. She sounds like a New Yorker to me. That's how I can understand it. She looks like a black American lady from New York. She sounds like one. She got her hair like one. She's definitely influenced by black Americans or African Americans, formerly known as African Americans, hashtag FBA and NYC, for sure. All right. If you go to Haiti right now, you don't fit in with nobody in Haiti. And so if you start
that's not true.
A business, a boutique, a hair salon, black women in New York City, wherever she's from, Brooklyn, the Bronx, Queens, they're going to automatically align with her because you know what? You sound like us. We're going to accept you as us because you are us. Because that's how we're going to look at you. At the same time, we're supporting your business. Okay, we're supporting your business. You got a restaurant, whatever it is. Because hey, these are our folks. You got our style. That's how we look at it. Because no Black American talks like a Jamaican for the most part, or talks like a even.
Jesus Christ. Whew. Niggas, man.
And if we do like the style of music that they have, you know, there's some comedians that might do.
What's going on, Cynical?
Do it. But, you know, we don't grow up in Jamaica. We don't grow up in Haiti. So Haitians can sound like us, fit into our community, then say, I have a Black-owned business, you know, and then talk like this, and then, you know, you guys are dirty Black Americans. Now, again, this is to say that most probably Haitian people don't even say stuff like this. I mean, I love Haitians. Haitians in Florida, cool as hell. Haitians in California, you know, if you got a friend, you got a friend. Women are beautiful. I'm not really worried about that. Most Haitians is really cool with Black Americans, and most Caribbeans are too. Most of the diaspora stuff that really happens tends to happens with like first and second generation Africans, to be honest, not really Caribbeans. But again, this is what causes people to delineate. And then when people do delineate, then you'll say, well, you know, we all need to be together. We all need to do this. It's more people than what you know that talk like her, you know, that they have a disdain.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a bunch of ignorant people being ignorant as fuck, you know. You already know how it goes, man.
For Black Americans. Maybe not a whole lot of people like we think, but it's enough.
Imagine ignorant commentary. That sounds like a channel.
The reality is there are certain things that we cannot afford to say about each other in the Black community, the Black diaspora world. No matter how true you think it is or how true you don't think it is. Trust me, I live in Uganda, okay? There are days that I wake up and things don't go right. And we have Americans that live here in our group. And trust me, we are extremely frustrated. Any Black American that lives in Africa has those days where you are extremely frustrated. And it's a lot that you want to say to people. Trust me, okay? However, if you feel that way, it should just never come out your mouth. Now, can you have bad experiences with other people? Absolutely. Can you have bad experiences with Black Americans? I'm a Black American, and I'd have most of my bad experiences with Black Americans.
Woo!
But most people have their most bad experiences with their own community, all right? So, you know, we can't just judge everybody like that. And I have bad experiences all the time in Uganda, in Kenya. I just can't say everybody's like that. You're going to have people like that. And you got to have respect for yourself, and having respect for others is number one. Keep that shit to yourself. If you feel Black Americans is dirty, it is a personal opinion. Keep it to yourself. If you feel Ugandans are dirty, Kenyans are dirty, Nigerians are dirty, Jamaicans are dirty, Black British are dirty, you don't like them. You don't like Liberians. Well, know what? That is your choice. But you shouldn't say that. Number one, it's dangerous to say that. You don't know who is who. And number two, nothing positive will just come out of that kind of conversation. Like, what do you expect to happen when you say X, Y, and Z is dirty? What do you expect the response to be from that person? Like, is somebody going to be like, oh yeah, you're right. We are dirty. We are this you're seeing. Like, what kind of person that has any level of pride in their community will just sit back and accept that? You're going to end up getting a measuring contest where, okay, now the person has to defend their culture. So we are the culture, and your culture is, you have a culture, we are the culture. So now it comes to, when we're talking about us, the response is, I'm greater than you. And the reality is, when people start to talk like her, something is just wrong with them, okay? We shouldn't blame their group. We should not blame Haitians, Nigerians, Ghanaians, Ugandans. Listen, a lot of Black Americans don't even know. A lot of people love you. A lot of people will work with you. A lot of folks will rock with you. And a lot of stuff that people will be talking about, They don't even like their own people that's talking like that. A lot of folks don't. Like, it's a lot of people that'll just show you love.
All races are gonna get teased for something or another, man.
Because you're a good person and you're a benefit to be around. Especially in Africa. Especially in the diaspora. A lot of people that talk like her, they don't even trust their own people. She should not be the reason why you have a problem.
She said that.
With Haitians. Most Haitians, if you can be good to them, they can be good to you like anybody else. So she shouldn't be judged because she got a problem. She would come on a podcast and say that that's somebody that has a mental issue. Somebody that is problematic, okay? Person ain't got it all. So I'm not going to judge a whole group because that person's immature. But guys, what do you think? It's your boy L. Shady Jackson back at it again.
Yeah, you're not going to do it, but a lot of other people are. And, you know, and I'm pretty sure her people looking at her crazy right now because she is catching hell all over Al Gore's internet. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Tariq did say something. I'm going to try to see if I can find it. Y'all, please hit the like button. Please support the show. I'm giving y'all some good game, as always. I was going to look at Tariq's video, but I think O'Shea, even though he leaves out so much context. I don't know. Maybe. I'm going to show y'all something else, though. Give me 1 second.
A Haitian? A Haitian calling somebody dirty?
By now, most of you have seen what happened on the Daily Wrap-Up crew.
Yeah, like, it's contradictory, EB. O'Shea has called everybody dusty. Everybody dusty. How does, you know... Nigga, he calls niggas all kinds of shit all day, and you know, this is offensive. Okay.
Young lady walking into the podcast. It seems like Eli was just sitting there.
It is uncalled for and offensive. Don't get me wrong, but it's just funny.
Waiting on her or just paying attention to the phone, and then
this girl bugging.
This happened.
Why? Where you from? What's your background? You American? Dirty black American?
Wait, what?
Huh? Huh? What?
Wait, what'd you
American?
say?
Black American? What?
No. Hold on. You said dirty black American.
You heard that? You just asked me what I said. I did.
Why you say that?
So this young lady used the term dirty black Americans. And we're going to get into that term.
The funny part, though, of all of this is if you're FBA and you don't consider yourself black American, you technically just answered to that because it's like, you know, your response should have been like, damn, that's crazy. She called black Americans dirty. Glad we not them. That would have been the answer.
You son of a bitch. You piece of shit. You fucking goddamn fucker. Listen, fuckhead. You have fucking crossed the line. Get that through your goddamn fucking head. Stop pushing your shit. You son of a bitch. You piece of shit. You fucking goddamn fucker. Listen, fuckhead. You have fucking crossed the line. Get that through your goddamn fucking head. Stop pushing your shit.
Yeah, you just sit up there and say, explain. You know what I'm talking about, man. He's fighting people. You know we've been fighting 400 and still fighting to this day. To this day. To this day.
In just a moment, and many people,
I'm just saying,
around the black social media community,
why would you answer to it if you wasn't called on?
Took umbrage to this, took a lot of offense to this. And so what ended up happening was Tariq Nasheed,
But respectfully, you knew what she meant.
got a hold of it.
What up, Chris G? Yeah.
And Tariq Nasheed was not very happy about it.
Dude, y'all saw the video recently of this woman down in Florida, this Haitian woman whose house was so damn filthy, Child Protective Services was about to take her
Right, Sin.
kids. Did y'all see that? Y'all remember that clip? The bed was all dirty and there was just garbage all in the house and they don't have running water in the house. This was in Florida. And she's like, I'm Haitian. This is part of my culture.
He talks about a situation in which a Haitian lady went viral for having an unclean house. And the unclean house was allegedly a part of her culture and she may have lost her kids. I did not see this clip, but it appears that when he was talking to the chat that they also recognized the story. And this is important because the next point he says this.
But listen, man, a lot of these people, you got to understand something, man. These people will project as a psychological self-defense against the internalized stigma they have about themselves, man. A lot of these people from these severely impoverished, destabilized countries, they grow up absorbing these global narratives about their homeland being dirty and backwards and failed.
Interesting that Tariq Nasheed mentioned that people typically want to put their own thoughts about how they feel about themselves on to other people, most notably Black Americans, because this same lady says something that really confirms what Tariq Nasheed was saying. She was calling Black Americans dirty. Eli asked her a question about Haitians.
All Americans is dirty Black Americans.
I mean, the ones I've come across.
Huh? So what is Haitians then? I'm confused.
Dirty Black Haitians.
So she calls her own people dirty Black Haitians. And they would get into
y'all making sure this girl can't go nowhere.
An argument about whose culture is superior or not. And I'm not really trying to deal with that all right now. I will say this. It is my opinion.
You better not.
That when she was talking about dirty Black Americans or something like that, she didn't mean that Black Americans were dirty physically. This is not, in my honest opinion, what she meant. What she is trying to say is that Black Americans have treated her dirty. Black Americans have treated her shady. Black Americans have not been fair to her, not like they're dirty, in body odor or anything like that. And I'm gonna tell you why I can't believe that, because her exact style, everything that she's doing, it's a Black American infrastructure, like the way she talks, the way she does her hair, the way she's acting. It's all influenced by the culture. So if you're behaving like one of us in the culture in the East Coast or in New York City, then you would then consider yourself dirty. So that can't be the case. It must be because, you came across some challenges dealing with Black Americans. And so now you call them dirty Black Americans, not because of what they look or smell like, because of how they act. And I want to say this, it's a lot of people out there that can give you an experience in which you can feel they're dirty. I live in Uganda. I have been mistreated in so many situations. It is easy for me to designate the term, oh, that person treated me dirty, or that person's dirty because of how they are. That person's shady. That person's not truthful. We can all say that. But here's what I also know. If you kind of have that inference towards your own people, it is so easy to give that designation to somebody else. Number one, because when you live amongst your own people, you typically have less patience for them, right? And most of us that grew up in the Black community, and I grew up in the Black community in a challenging time during the 80s and the 90s in California. So for us, the drug levels were high, the crime was high. I lived in, Del Paso Heights, I lived in Compton, I lived in neighborhoods in which you didn't have a lot of resources. So there wasn't a lot of trust there. You heard your mom, your dad, your grandma and them, these N-words, these got to get away from these dudes. You got to get out of here. You got to get out of the Black community. And no matter how much you love Black people, there is a certain level of distrust that you have when you come up underneath that environment and you don't really forget it. It takes a long time to unravel those thoughts. And it wasn't until I got on YouTube and I was able to, meet more Black people around the world. I was able to meet different brothers in different states. When I was able to see that we had brothers and sisters.
Just up from Del Paso Heights and go to Uganda, though. That got to be interesting.
I was doing, pretty good in other places. It really changed.
What's going on, Emo?
My perspective. And I saw that when I lived in DC, but it really confirmed.
Okay, I know O'Shea lived in DC for a while. I did hear about that.
that, hey, you know what? The black community is actually valuable. We don't have to really go and chase everything else. And for the last 10 years of my life, I've been really making my living from just black America, or the black diaspora. I have not had to go and chase, an opportunity from somebody else, but that's because number one, my values changed and my mentality.
Yeah, but you've been a real shady character doing that.
Changed. And so when my mentality changed towards my own group, it was easy for me to change my mentality to.
I don't know, Sin. Maybe he was taking the walk there. He was taking medical school. I took the walk to Thailand.
Or someone else's group, and to look at the best part of them sometimes, even when it's hard to do, right? And I do say sometimes because I get weak and I have problems, but I have to look out and say, hey, there are good Ugandans out there. There are good Nigerians out there because, hey, we have bad in our group. And so I want to extend that grace to people. And when you extend grace to people, you get a lot of good things coming back your way. In this young lady's case, she don't have no respect for her community also. She may be Haitian. She may want to defend them and say, Caribbeans is this and that. But no, she even admitted on the show, she talks about her people in the same light. And when we're talking about Pan-Africanism and we're talking about working,
I'm pretty good
with the black world. The problem is a lot of times we are trying to work with people who actually hate their own communities. And, I can tell you that I've seen so many people who are pro this African country, pro this Caribbean country. And I want you to go to those countries and see these same people, how much they love their people. I'm talking about some of them could be rich. What do they pay their employees? How do they live? I've seen so many cases where people in Africa, people in the Caribbean mistreat their own people in their.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people were saying. They were saying his father was saying that was happening also. I think he said it was his father, it wasn't him. And stuff like that, I don't know. They say it was his father though, EB.
Community. After bigging them up, we're this and we don't need no help and we better than this. And then you see how they act every day and how they treating people in their community. And the reason why I'm talking about that is because this same young lady, her attitude towards black Americans is the same attitude she got towards Haitians, and she don't like them either. Okay. And people like her, I'm gonna tell you like this. They should just be ignored. I mean, I'm not that dumb. I'm dumb, but I'm not that dumb.
Got him!
And I know that you got people out there who are just sick. You got people out there who don't have no damn sense. And I'm gonna tell you right now, this young lady is one of them. She is broken. And I think for us to sit back and say, well, you know what, because she's broken, then all the rest of them are broken. I mean, we got people that's broken in our community. This is somebody that don't need to be talked to, because I can guarantee you, if you talk to a bunch of Haitian Americans in New York City, you talk to 100 of them, you might only get 5 that talk like this. All right. And you know what you should do? Keep the 95 that want to work with you. Keep the 95 that appreciate you. Keep the 95 you good with. And the people that they not good with, you shouldn't take it out on them, because we got people in our community that say things that don't make sense. And Tariq was like, he said, look, I got Haitians for the community, for love. I got love for the Haitians community, but damn. In other words, he know there's something wrong with her. And there are a lot of these people who something is wrong with. You got Africans that say crazy things. You got Caribbeans who say crazy things about black Americans. And I'll tell you what you will never find those people doing. You will never find those people supporting their own community. You will never find it. I'm here to tell you that right now.
That's some bullshit. You will definitely find them supporting their own community. That's, oh God.
You will never.
Black people got a long way to go, man. God damn.
Find them doing nothing of value for their people. Anybody who talks crazy about other groups, they ain't got time to develop their community. Because anybody who love their group, one thing they're going to do is they're going to see that somebody else has value. Think about America and its development. How did America become this great country? Yes, they take in people from all kinds of broken countries all the time, but they know that certain people have value. And that's how America has become great. People coming from bad situations or bad countries, they come to America, they get it together, not all the time, but some of the time, and they create jobs, they create businesses, they join into the healthcare system, they become engineers, they become lawyers. And you know what? America gets developed, right? You get developed because you got talent working. And so if I'm trying to help my community and I know that somebody in another community got talent, well, you know what? I'm gonna hire that person. You know, I've hired editors that were from different countries, that were from different places. And you know what I did? If they were good and they helped bring out values in what I was doing, I would use them. Why? Because they have talent. Everybody wants to deal with somebody that got talent. You mean to tell me that no Black Americans ain't got talent? You mean to tell me that Haitians don't have talent? So somebody who wants to help their community, they're going to import talent into their community and say, hey, listen, we want you to help develop our situation, or we want to work with you and develop your situation. Cool. But you know what we're not going to do is sit there and dehumanize somebody else and call you dirty, because we should be too busy working with our people to even enjoy a conversation like that. Okay? Too busy trying to even take into consideration something like that. Something that doesn't make any damn sense. And again, like I said, certain people got to be avoided, because I'm going to tell you one thing about Tariq. Tariq got a lot of people from these communities.
He's only doing this to save face with Tariq. I kind of put it together now watching this. Now, remember, I've been telling you, and I've been on O'Shea's ass all week. He's putting this to save face with Tariq. Hey, Tariq, I know I'm beefing with Corey Holcomb right now, your buddy. And we're at odds right now, but see, I did a great video on you. I'm not, please don't roast me up this week. I'm not speaking bad about you, you know. I surrender now. What's going on, Auntie? Salute, man. Good to see you, man. Welcome to the show. Let's go. You know, he got to save face with Flex, y'all. So
That support him. You know, they buy his Hidden Color stuff. They support his stuff all the time. Want to know what he's not gonna do? He's not gonna lose his some business because of that. He's just not gonna do it. He's not gonna lose the opportunity because somebody else is silly. Right? It's just the truth. So guys, what do you think? It's your boy O'Shea Duke Jackson.
all right. That's enough. All right. God damn. Even people that's roasting up O'Shea is going in on this topic also. Let me see, where's he at? Where is he at? Keisha, hold on. Hold on. Here it is. Let's get into this real quick. This should be interesting. All right.
Yeah, we back. Quick video. Gonna be responding to O'Shea Duke Jackson on his Kanganda channel. So recently, O'Shea dropped a video giving some commentary on a situation that happened in Ghana and Kenya with the, supposed Russian individual. And I already gave my...
And mind you, they're blaming the women from Ghana. They're blaming it on black men. You know, they're blaming it on black men. What's going on, Chris G, man? Hopefully, man. Absolutely, we got to kick it, man. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. 3 hours and 22 minutes into the madness. Good morning, everybody. Please hit the like button on the way and please support the show. All right, let's get into these topics right quick. All right.
commentary on that. I'm not gonna go back into it. Like I already said, I thoroughly appreciate the way the government officials in Ghana reacted to this situation, making it known that certain behavior will not be tolerated on the national territory. And like I said before, it's very important to do that, because when you do that, you discourage other individuals, like-minded individuals who have negative intentions or similar desires. You let it be known that this nation will not be a destination for sex tourism. This nation will not be a destination for debauchery and depravity.
I wonder if I think shout outs to Witch Doctor. I think he's from Guyana. I get Ghana and Guyana mixed up, y'all.
And all
Bless my heart.
type of demonic activities and proclivities. You have to let it be known. So like I said, I appreciate the government officials in Ghana taking that hardline stance. Now, O'Shea put out a video basically saying that, you know, it doesn't matter what the government of Ghana has to say, or doesn't matter what they do, right? Basically trying to negate the positive aspects in them taking a hardline stance. So I want to react to O'Shea's video. I'm gonna give my commentary on the situation. So play the clip. I'll be right back.
The issue is that now Ghana is trying to go to Russia, and Russia does not extradite its citizens except in extreme circumstances. Okay, so now here's where we're going to see where Africa is on the world stage, because Sam George has said he has invited a Russian ambassador to discuss the alleged incident, and they want to request to the Russian authorities to work with our law enforcement, because they want this gentleman to be brought back to Ghana to face the rigors of the law. But this is where Russia's going to say, listen, we understand what happened. We understand what
Them niggas do not give two fucks. They are at war. Not at whore. Okay? Shit. God damn. They are at war. Not at whore.
he did. But Russia cannot give up, in my honest opinion, their citizen to an African country. All right. And this is why we got to talk about what's going on the world stage. You don't have any power on the world stage to really defend yourself. You're talking about Russia, who is able to just walk in and decimate Ukraine, you know, take the Crimea. And here,
they're not decimating Ukraine. They're not. They're having a hard ass time with Ukraine. They can't really even do shit with Ukraine right now, because if they blow Ukraine to smithereens, you know how much resources they're gonna have to get together to fix it.
Here you are, a country that has a CD that has inflated, demanding extradition. And so the question is, well, what happens if he says no? What if Putin says, man, shut up, I'm not extraditing him back there? That's your fault. Your woman shouldn't be like this. He's not going to get that guy back. What he's doing is right. I love the brother for what he's doing. He is a strong brother for that. Is he going to get them back? Hell to the no.
Now, I just want to, correct O'Shea on a few things. The minister in Ghana who put out that statement, he never once said that he's trying to get Russia to extradite him back to Ghana. He never said that. It's already been established. Russia does not extradite its citizens for nobody. Even the United
Bro, O'Shea been fucking up. He doesn't do his research. And then does like 50 videos contradicting us. He doesn't do his research.
States. There are individuals in Russia right now that's wanted by the United States government, and they're never going to get them back because Russia does not extradite citizens from their country, right? So that's already been established. Now, what the minister in Ghana was saying, that he said that they're going to put out a red notice on Interpol, right? An international arrest warrant, meaning that if he ever decides to step outside the borders of Russia, step outside the territory of Russia, and travel to another country, especially a country that has friendly relations with Ghana, then he's going to be picked up at the airport and he's going to be brought to justice. And due to the fact that this guy is a travel vlogger, right? So traveling is what he does, right? I think that's a pretty heavy consequence to pay, right? Basically, you're going to be confined to the borders of Russia. And also, like I said in previous commentary, that's also going to serve as a deterrence. It's going to discourage other like-minded individuals who might have been looking at Ghana as the new destination to go to. They might have been thinking, oh man, Ghana is lit. Man, I'm going to go to Ghana. I'm going to go have some fun. Now, those individuals are going to start having second thoughts. Those individuals are going to start, changing their plans. They're going to start saying, you know what? I'm not going to go to Ghana. Let me go to the Philippines. Let me go to Thailand. Let me go to, Colombia or somewhere else, right? So that's going to discourage the perverts and the pedophiles from coming to Africa and treating it like a playground. And that's why I salute the minister of Ghana for taking that action, for making those statements, because you have to take a hardline stance, right? You have to make a statement. You have to let it be known that certain things will not be tolerated. There's consequences for that. So yes, Russia does not extradite its citizens. That's fine. But now you have to stay in Russia until you die. You can never leave Russia ever again, because as soon as you leave Russia and you step inside another country that's allied with Ghana, that has friendly and cooperative relations with Ghana, you're going to be picked up and you're going to be brought to justice, right? And the Minister of Communication in Ghana already thoroughly explained that.
And the Russian constitution is clear. Russia will not extradite any of its citizens for prosecution. But you see, there are far-reaching consequences to the steps we are taking. If the gentleman is not extradited because of the provisions of the Russian constitution, what we have done and what we will conclusively do by working through Interpol to get the international arrest warrant.
But you got the women there right now saying that the black men ain't shit because they're not doing anything about it. Yet you have a whole government chasing somebody that you adamantly didn't vet and wanted to go sleep with. And got you on camera begging to sleep with him. Jesus Christ, man.
That we will confine him to the prisons of Russia. Because as soon as he steps outside of Russia into any other country, he'll be picked up to serve the sentence.
Now, my main issue with O'Shea's video was the vibe that I was getting was he was saying that black men, African men, we don't have the power to enforce laws within our territories. We don't have the power to do that or something like that. When it's already been documented cases of governments on the continent extraditing individuals, getting them back to the country to have their day in court. Around maybe like 10 years ago, there was this individual from the UK, this foreign national. He was caught up in a murder case involving his wife, right? And he had fled the country, and the government in South Africa was trying to get him back, and they were successful in extraditing him back. Now, I believe that when the case went to court, the evidence did not hold up. They didn't really have a solid case against him, but they were able to get him back to the country to have his day in court, right? Take a look up on the screen. Shrien Dewani was extradited to South Africa. Mr. Dewani is accused of ordering the murder of his new wife, who was shot in Cape Town in November 2010. He denies the murder. The businessman has been fighting against extradition for 3 years, but lost his latest appeal, right? So he was fighting the extradition, right? But the government of South Africa was still able to, snatch him up from whatever.
They even also said, though, speaking of evidence not holding up in court, they also...
But he was at.
Hold on. They also said that the lady that unsubscribed that Nigerian dude, was it Obumseli or something like that? She got a slap on the wrist. That's crazy in this day and age because they'll call you a mud duck or a mud shark or whatever for messing with black men. That's really the crime. And that's crazy because they do that to black women, but it's like, oh, she's an innocent girl. This man took advantage of her. She stabbed that man. She stabbed him in the chest. Like she murdered him. She red rummed him. Right.
And bring him back to the country to have his day in court. Now, when he got to court, the evidence against him was kind of shaky. It was kind of janky, but they were able to.
She literally assaulted him. It was a fight, and she took it too far. And he told her, get him help. He's dying. He said he was dying. Like, imagine feeling that. That's crazy.
Get him from wherever he was at and bring him back to the country to face a judge. The same thing that O'Shea says is so impossible, right? Black men don't have the power to bring foreign nationals to justice. Also in South Africa, take a look up on the screen. A mafia boss from the Czech Republic has been jailed for 35 years in South Africa, right? So there's been multiple cases of foreign nationals committing crimes on the continent and having to suffer the consequence of their actions. Now, the reason why this doesn't happen more often is because a lot of the leaders have a mentality similar to yours. They believe that they don't have the power to do certain things. Oh, I don't have the power to do it. I'm just a little tiny little African leader, right? I don't got the power to do these things, right? It's that mentality. That same mentality you have. Oh man, Ghana can't do nothing. Ghana can't do this. Ghana can't do that. A lot of leaders on the continent have that same similar mentality as you. So that's why foreign nationals get away with a whole bunch of, crazy activities, because a lot of them have a similar mentality to you. They genuinely believe that they don't have the power to do certain things, so they don't take certain actions because they don't believe in themselves. The same defeatist mentality that you have, right? So if you were an African leader, you would be no different. You would be allowing foreigners to just go crazy inside your borders, committing all types of criminal acts, because in your mind, you don't have the power to bring foreign nationals who engage in crime. You don't have the power to bring them to justice, which is simply not true. Take a look up on the screen, right? Back in 2014, a Chinese man gets 7 years in prison for smuggling in Kenya. Take a look up on the screen. A Chinese woman has been jailed for 15 years in Tanzania back in 2019. This lady right here, right? And also take a look up on the screen. The Chinese Foreign Ministry issued a public statement supporting the court's decision and condemning illegal activities of Chinese nationals abroad, right? So this idea that, oh, you don't got the power, you can't do this, you can't do that, as if African nations don't have leverage on the world stage, as if everybody's not begging for a seat at the African table. Please, man, stop it. Stop it right now. And even in more recent cases, take a look up on the screen. 6 months ago, a suspected French spy accused of a plot to overthrow the Malian government, right? And take a look at this headline, came out last week. I did a video on it. Mali refuses to negotiate the release of the French agent who has been detained for 6 months. So currently right now, there's a French intelligence officer, a high-ranking military official, a lieutenant colonel in the French military, currently languishing in a West African prison as I'm recording this video. As we speak, he's currently in a West African jail cell, right? So this idea that, oh man, the black man don't got no power to do this, the black man can't do that, African governments can't do this, they don't got the power to do that. Fuck you talking about, bro? We have foreign nationals in our jails right now. We have agents of the French intelligence, the French equivalent of the CIA, currently in jail right now for months and months and months. And I find it funny how you didn't do a single video on it, right? And even besides the current situation in Mali, if you remember a couple years back, take a look up on the screen. Back in 2023, Burkina Faso arrests 4 French citizens on charges of espionage. 4 French spies also arrested, right? So this idea that you don't got the power to enforce the laws of your territory and your national borders, and you don't got this position on the so-called the world stage, and you can't do this and you can't do that. What are you talking about? Now, of course, we got to jump back into that article straight from the French media, how 4 French intelligence agents held for a year in Burkina Faso were freed. Let's get into it. The only visits they received from time to time were from the consul and the lawyer provided by the French embassy, at least when the jailers did not deny them access at the last minute for reasons that remain unexplained. For the French agents, some of whom are fathers, the irregular visits provided a link with the outside world. It enabled them to exchange letters with their loved ones and sometimes speak with them for a short while on the phone. Books were also provided alongside television to make their daily lives less monotonous. The matter had reached an impasse. At the DGSE, the French intelligence, some people did not hide their dismay and wondered whether their own safety could be guaranteed during missions in a high-risk country. Others did not understand why a military operation had not been carried out to liberate their colleagues. Le Monde, that's the newspaper that I'm reading right here, Le Monde found that such an idea had been envisaged. Back in March, the DGSE, the French intelligence, thought that they had identified the villas where the 4 Frenchmen were being held. A plan of the site was drawn up, and an air assault from a neighboring country was studied, but the operation, judged to be highly complex, was never undertaken. The risk, both human and political, were far too great, all the more so on the Burkina Faso side. The military government was aware of the possibility of a scenario, and they prepared themselves accordingly, right? So this idea that, oh man, you can't do this and you can't do that, and you know, what power do you have to enforce your laws, and you can't do this and you can't do that. What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? Why would you get on a video and say that I, a black man, don't have the power to enforce my own national laws? I, the black man, I don't have the power to enforce the laws of the land. I don't have the power to defend my women. I don't have the power to defend my citizens. Why would you go on the internet and say that out in the public? Anyway, let's continue. Burkina Faso frees 4 French spies after Moroccan mediation. Now, this was back in December 2024. After successive failures, the executives at the French intelligence decided that the military government in Burkina Faso would only agree to discussions with heavyweight interlocutors with whom they were used to working. One country which had maintained good ties with Burkina Faso after Captain Traoré came to power was Morocco. Traoré himself is well known for his ties with the Kingdom of Morocco. After his officer training school in Burkina Faso, he completed his artillery training course in Morocco back in 2014. He returned from Morocco seduced. He holds the Moroccans in high esteem and has always been quite complimentary about them, according to a Burkina Faso military officer. In the weeks that followed, the contacts made by the Moroccans proved rather positive, and hope was reborn at the DGSE, the French intelligence. A sudden denouement came on December 18th with the surprise agreement for a release. What did Captain Traoré receive in return for the release of the Frenchman? Morocco paid 60 million euros and gave equipment to the Burkinabés, right? So, like I say, man, O'Shea said, man, you don't got the power to do this, you don't got the power to do that, as if black men are simply just helpless bystanders in the world, just operating at the mercy of everybody else. No, everybody begging for a seat at the black man's table. The black man is the one sitting on all the strategic resources and critical minerals that's going to power the economy going into the next century. So everybody's trying to get in the black man's good graces. Everybody trying to make...
Let me tell you what he wants to say, too. He wants to say that's quote-unquote FBA thinking. You know, that's what he wants to say. It's kind of where he's... Oh, boy, the diaspora wars is about to take off, y'all. It's coming. It's coming, man. This is crazy. I'll show you exactly what I mean. Give me a second.
Make friends, everybody trying to shake hands and smile in our faces and sit at the table. Everybody trying to get a plate, everybody trying to get a seat, everybody trying to come eat. So this idea that, oh, you don't got the power on the world stage, you don't got the power to do that. Man, the black man is the world stage. The black man is the world stage. We are the world stage, right? We have everything the world needs. We have everything in abundance. We're not going to their countries begging to make deals. They coming to us begging to make deals. They coming to us trying to make friends, trying to get in our good graces. That's what it is. So this idea that we don't got the leverage and we can't do this and we can't do that, bro, stop it. Stop it, bro. Stop it, right? You have low self-esteem as a black man. And unfortunately, a lot of these so-called leaders on the continent, they have the same mentality as you. They believe that they don't have the power to do certain things. They believe that they're at the mercy of other nations, right? I have to acquiesce to other nations because I don't got the power. I can't do this. Look at me on the world stage. It's that same inferiority mentality that these leaders have. That's the same mentality that you have, right? We understand why certain leaders do what they do because they have the same mentality as you. Oh, you can't do this. You can't do that. You can't get them back. You can't arrest them. You can't enforce your laws. You can't do nothing, right? That same defeatist mentality, right? A lot of these so-called leaders feel the exact same way, and that's why they operate the way they do. And if you were a leader on the African continent, you'll be doing the exact same thing. If you were a leader on the African continent, you'll be doing the exact same thing. You'd be engaging in corruption. You'd be selling out the nation because in your mind, you don't have the power. You don't have the leverage.
Damn, he reading the hell out of O'Shea right here. He is kind of right about it. O'Shea would be corrupt in a motherfucker.
So the best thing you could do is sell out the country. So we already know if you
he will sell you out.
Were a leader on the
especially for a buck.
African continent, O'Shea Du Jackson, you would be selling out the nation, right? You'd be selling out the nation. You'd be giving away the minerals for free, right? Listen, you would be just plundering the nation, embezzling funds, just stealing money, sending it to tax havens in different countries. Like you'd be engaged in all type of nefarious activity because you don't believe in yourself as a black man. You don't believe that you have the power to actually enforce your laws. Like that's crazy, bro. Like that's wild. Like we have French agents locked up right now in prison, right? Can't even go home to their family, miss the holidays, miss Christmas, miss Valentine's Day, miss New Year's, still sitting in jail. And you say we don't have the power to enforce our laws? How dare you? But those are just the recent examples. We can even go historically. I can give you some historic examples of black men enforcing the laws of our territories against our foreign adversaries, right? Man, let's talk about Christophe, the king of Haiti, the king of northern Haiti back in 1814. Take a look up on the screen. Agostino Franco de Medina was a French diplomat and a spy who was famously executed by Christophe, the king of Haiti in 1814. Let's get into it. After Napoleon Bonaparte abdicated in April 1814, King Louis XVIII attempted to take back the colony of Saint-Domingue, modern-day Haiti. The Treaty of Paris, ratified on the 30th of May, gave the neighboring Santo Domingo back to Spain and granted an extra 5 years of the slave trade in which to recoup losses entailed by the abolition of slavery. In October 1814,
No, they fought back in Haiti. This is why they trashing Haiti right now.
Christophe's ministers made public the evidence of the French scheme.
Speaking of Haiti, let me see. I think I'm gonna see if he responded to the old girl that made that comment. I think he has a video.
To try and recover the former colony in the form of letters carried by French agents captured on the island. In the ensuing uproar, the nation mobilized for the expected French invasion and began an international public relations campaign. From November, reprints of Haitian pamphlets, newspapers, and open letters appeared in print media across the Atlantic. By 1814, the global order was shifting once again. Napoleon Bonaparte had fallen, and the restored French monarchy began reevaluating its colonial ambitions. Where armies could not march, agents could travel, and information could be gathered. It was in this climate that a man known as Franco de Medina arrived in Haiti. Medina was sent out by Baron de Malouet, a former plantation owner and the French minister of the Marines in the colonies. Medina did not come as a soldier. He presented himself as a traveler, an observer, and a harmless intermediary. Instead of open warfare, the strategy shifted towards quieter methods like diplomacy, intelligence gathering, and covert influence, right? Very similar to what recently took place in Mali and Burkina Faso in regards to the French agents engaging in espionage. Same thing happened 200 years ago. Anyway, let's continue. At the time, the north of Haiti was ruled by Christophe, who had built a strong and disciplined state. Medina quickly attracted suspicion. The Haitian authorities began monitoring his movements and his contacts. Only a decade earlier, France had attempted to restore slavery by sending out the largest military expedition in its history at the time. Medina was eventually arrested under suspicion of espionage and conspiracy. Though the full details of his mission remain obscured by time, what is clear is that Christophe concluded that he represented a direct threat to the stability and independence of the kingdom, and in 1814, he was judged and executed, right? So like I said, man, you know, we have Franco de Medina back in 1814, sent out by the French government, and he was murdered. He was killed. He was assassinated, and his body has never been found after 200 years, right? So this idea like, oh man, you don't got the power on the world stage. You can't do this and you can't do that and you can't do this and that. You can't do this and that, right? Stop it, bro. Stop it. Stop the nonsense, man. And like I said, this topic it really shouldn't even be a topic of conversation, because just in the past week alone, there were 2 different cases that we spoke about where a white man in Kenya was caught with a minor, and another white
What's going on, degenerate?
man from France was also engaging with minors in Senegal, right? In the past week, those 2 stories came out.
There's another video too that got sent to me. You might take a look at it also. It says FBA Keisha is the same as Kenyan Keisha. Interesting.
And I spoke about that in my culture series in the last episode, I believe, right? So those 2 stories are way bigger headlines, and you didn't talk about that. And you're in Uganda, right? You're right next door to Kenya, and the white man got caught with the minors, and you didn't say nothing, right? But instead of talking about the white man getting caught with the minors, you want to throw shade at the good brother, the minister.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with him, degenerate.
In Ghana, doing what he's supposed to do, defending his national territory, defending his women, defending the dignity of his nation, doing what he's supposed to do, right? But you want to minimize that instead of talking about the real stories, these white men coming to Africa and engaging with minors, right? And also, we're not going to single out African women, because what happened in Ghana is not unique to women in Ghana. That mentality is not even unique to the African continent. It's black women all over the world with similar mentalities, right? Just last week, there was a story in the news about the girl from California, the 17-year-old.
You said interesting but true? Uh-oh.
Girl who left her house, traveled miles and miles to go meet up with some 50-year-old white man, and they found her body parts chopped up in California. So really, we should be saluting the government of Ghana for doing what they're supposed to do to deter and discourage other individuals from engaging in similar activities. And also, we need to be talking about the mentality of some of our women that puts them in danger, how they end up, meeting up with a random white man and then, ended up chopped up in the damn woods and things like that, right? So this is not something that's exclusive to the continent or exclusive to Ghana or Kenya. This is something that's international. Clearly, as black men, we're not doing a good enough job in educating our daughters, educating our sisters on their history, educating them on
didn't even know that, new
who their adversaries are, educating them on who they are, right? We just got them out in the world naive, falling victim to nefarious individuals, right? So I even saw a comment in your comment section from a Somali brother who actually said this. He said, As a Somali, I'm finding this to be both sad and funny. It's sad that it happens to innocent women, but it's funny that y'all are so busy trying to humble Somalis because we are proud of who we are and attacking us for saying that we are Somali. It is that which has protected our women, who are many in Nairobi, Kenya, and not a single one of them is on that video. So like I said, man, you know, one thing,
don't speak too soon. Go there on the ground and find out.
Thing we got to give it to the Somali brothers. When it comes to Somali women, for the most part, they stick amongst their people. Of course, some of us may not like that, but they stay amongst their own. They have that ingrained into them in their foundation that they were given from their culture. So where a random white man can't just walk up to them and then have them back at the crib in 30 seconds, right? A random white man cannot hit them up on social media and then, you know, chopping up their body parts and dumping them in the woods. Say what you want about the Somali brothers, but they doing something right. They doing something right. We could take a page out of the Somali brothers. How did y'all do that? I believe it's a few things we can learn from the Somali brothers, because out of the various black ethnic groups, African ethnic groups, you're not going to see Somali women embarrassing themselves too much out in the public. You're not going to see them embarrassing their community, embarrassing their ancestors too much, right? And it's not like Somali men got all this money and power. No, but they have that cultural foundation ingrained into their women to where they're not going to fall victim to, you know, these type of schemes. And that's true, right? When the Russian guy went to Kenya, you didn't see too many Somali women, you know, on his videos. Hi, you look good. I'm from Russia. And then they back at the crib. You didn't see Somali women engaging in that, right? Right. So we can take a page from the Somali brothers in that aspect. You know, I got to admit, because clearly, you know, Somali women have high self-esteem. And clearly, as black men, we're clearly not instilling enough self-esteem into our daughters, into our sisters. And that's the conversation we should be having. We should not be trying to minimize the good job that the minister in Ghana is doing by putting the pressure on this individual, making sure that he cannot leave Russia, making sure that he's confined to the territory and the borders of Russia. That's not the topic of conversation. We need to be having two conversations. Number one, why are there so many white men on the continent engaging in demonic activity, leaving their country, coming to Africa, coming to our countries, engaging in demonic activity against the children? And number two, how can we instill higher self-esteem into our daughters, into our sisters, into our women, so they don't fall victim to these, childish games, right? There's no reason that should have happened at all. That was just a display of low self-esteem, lack of awareness, and just being naive. But regardless, those are still our women, and we still have a duty to defend their dignity. We cannot allow deviants, criminals, and pedophiles to come to our countries and engage in criminal activities, right? Regardless of whatever happens amongst family, we can talk about that later, but we cannot allow outsiders to come into our territories and disrespect us. There must be consequences for that. And those consequences is this guy right here. He's going to be confined to the borders of Russia. And if he ever decides to leave Russia, he's going to be picked up at whatever airport that he lands at, and he's going to be brought back to Ghana for his day in court to face justice. And that's what it is. But anyways, man, I'm not going to be here too long, man. It's your boy Nefakari Desaline. Brand new album, Black Winter. Pin comment at the top. Check it out. Enjoy the brand new album. And I'm gone. Peace.
All right. Interesting. Let me see real quick. Let's see if he probably play some music, but let's see if he it was something else I did want to see from him. Yeah, here we go.
Here we back. Quick video. Gonna be reacting to the viral skit that's been making the rounds from the Daily Wrap-Up crew. Gonna be giving my 2 cents on the topic, and I'm gonna tag them in the title because I want them to see it. And I got some questions for them as well. So the Daily Wrap-Up crew, right? Now these guys, I believe that they used to talk about relationships and things like that. I mean, I think they still do, but these were the guys who were, in the talk about relationships and dating and, basically, it seems to me that they come off that branch. Like Kevin Samuels came in the game, and a bunch of various content creators also came off that tree, right? A whole bunch of content creators jumped into that lane talking about dating, relationships, and I believe the Daily Wrap-Up crew made their name off that as well. Now, we already know the relationship, Kevin Samuels, the modern woman. Let's talk about the women and things like that. That trend kind of died off. It doesn't really get the same views and attention that it used to get. Maybe back in 2022, it was the wave. Back in 2021, but nowadays, nobody really trying to, sit around, listen to that, every day, right? So now a lot of these guys had to switch into different lanes. Like, for example, Marvin Gaye's Fresh and Fit, they had to become neo-Nazis, right? You had guys like, for example, Anton Daniels used to be heavy into that relationship conversation, the dating conversation, right? Now he's a right-wing conservative talking head. So a lot of people had to transition into different trends, different lanes, different waves in order to maintain the same online presence and maintain their audience. And when it comes to the Daily Wrap-Up crew, it's no different.
All right, he kind of, for him to not be in the space, he kind of have a good synopsis of what's going on. A little bit of research, okay.
Right. So recently there's a video going around of the Daily Wrap-Up crew, the brothers on that show. They were interviewing a random woman off the street. Apparently they claim that she's a Haitian woman. Right now, I looked up her government name. I've never met a Haitian woman named Tars Maya or Tars Maya or whatever.
Yeah, just dox the shorty. They finna drag this girl, and niggas on the internet gonna make it. Damn.
What that name is, that don't sound like it came out of the culture. I could understand if she was named, Fabienne or Manushka or something like that, but Tars Maya,
Fabian.
Yeah. Anyway, whatever. I'm gonna take their word for it, right? So she got on the show. Now it was strange to me because the whole interaction was unnatural, right? It seemed like the way they were talking as if they don't know who this lady is. They made it seem like she just came off the street, right?
I don't know. This ain't Red Supreme. Red Supreme don't even talk this fast. Or Chris G. Boy, y'all
don't know who she is. And as soon as she sits down, the whole conversation breaks out into diaspora wars. Now I'm gonna play the clip, but to me, it looks like I was watching some WWE wrestling. Now the skit went viral. Everybody, a lot of people, they believe it's real. I don't believe it's real. To me, the whole interaction was unnatural. And I'm going to point out the parts where I believe it's unnatural. And I'm going to show you why I say that. But anyway, I'll play the clip. I'll be right back.
Cool. I'm Haitian. Why? Where you from? What's your background? You American? Dirty black American?
Wait, what?
Huh?
What's going on? What's going on, Larry? Well, he does kind of got a top, and I can kind of see that.
All right, we back. Now, the reason why I know this was an unnatural interaction was because this lady, she's not a celebrity. She's not anybody of any notoriety. So for them to have her on the show, you know her personally already. You already know this lady, right? So as soon as she walks in the building, number one, she just walks on camera. And then you heard the dude in the background ask her, where you from? That's the first thing that threw me off, right? You already know this girl in real life. I can already bet that's probably your homegirl, right? And I'm pretty sure that you had a conversation off camera before the cameras were rolling, right? She probably came to the spot already. And then as soon as the camera's rolling, where you from? And then she goes, oh, you a dirty black American. And then the host, he acts all shocked. Wait, what? You said what? Let's continue.
Wait, what?
Huh? What?
Wait, what'd you
American?
say?
Black American? What?
No. Hold on. You said dirty black American.
You heard that? You just asked me what I said. I did.
Why you said that?
Because that's what y'all are. Dirty black American.
She just said that?
I did. A dirty black American. I sure did.
I mean, she owned it and she said sorry, though. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't fucking know.
Because that's what y'all are.
Now, this is some of the worst acting I've ever seen. Now, even if you look at the host and the girl too, you can see both of them smirking and smiling, trying not to burst out laughing. And the people in the background, wait, what? She said, well, I can't believe you said that. And then she's like, yeah, that's what I said. And he was like, oh, chill out. Bro, that was a totally unnatural interaction, right? That was a total unnatural interaction. And I seen a bunch of people on social media saying, man, how come he didn't kick her out the spot? The reason he didn't kick her out the spot is because he invited her specifically to do that for the camera. None of that was organic. You could run that back. You could say she was smirking and laughing. He was trying not to break out laughing. Nothing about that was organic. Let's say I have a podcast and I'm inviting a guest onto my podcast. I'm already going to know basic information about them before the cameras even start rolling. I'm already going to know their background, a brief history about them, because if I'm going to be introducing them as a guest on my show, I'm going to let the audience know, today we have a special guest. We have Tars Maya in the building, this and that. And I'm going to run down her her credentials and her background and her history, things like that. So you already had a conversation with her beforehand. You already know who she is. You already know where she's from. And if that was a truly organic...
Bro, it really don't matter if it's staged or not. Niggas are still gonna believe it. Niggas still believe in Santa Claus. It's all the same to niggas. It gets consumed. Like, y'all are consuming content at a so fast rate. Y'all don't give a fuck what y'all eat or watch. Y'all will watch the good just as much, if not more, than y'all will watch the bad. Doesn't matter. What's going on, Shannon B?
Interaction, you would have cut the cameras right there, or you would have cut that part out and had a conversation with her on camera, off camera, right? But the reason why you kept the cameras rolling was because it was for the clicks and views. It was because it was a skit. It was because you hit her up that morning. Hey, Tarzmaya, we about to do it big. Listen, come down to the studio. We're gonna listen. You're gonna come on to the show, right? And then you're gonna call me a dirty black American, and I'm gonna go back and forth with you about you being a Haitian, and you go back and forth with me about being a black American. It's gonna go crazy in the street. Gonna go crazy on social media, and due to the fact that she probably got a clout chasing spirit, you know, certain individuals, they got a clout chasing spirit. She probably a groupie. She probably seen that y'all got like 200,000 followers on YouTube and things like that, even though y'all pretty much get the same amount of views as me. But regardless of that fact, nothing in this interaction was organic. It wasn't even an introduction. Like, nobody came on the show. Hey, today we have a special guest. She just walked on camera, sat down, and then, oh, where you from? Oh, you a dirty black American. Wait, what? Bro, stop it, bro. This is WWE. These dudes on some like professional wrestling type shit, bro. These dudes is doing the Monday Night Raw, SmackDown, WWE off the top rope, scripted narratives. Like, bro, come on now. And people running with it too. Like, I'm seeing people reacted, going off on the Haitian community. Now, you know me, like when it comes to Haitians, you know, folks been going off on us for centuries, man. Like, I'm not worried about none of that. I don't take offense to none of that. Anybody can say anything they want when it comes to Haitians. Listen, they've been slandering us since goddamn 1802.
Mr. Dang.
You know what I mean? Napoleon Bonaparte had whole media propagandists. He had a whole department in the government dedicated to propaganda and demonizing the Haitian people. So like I say, man, Thomas Jefferson, when he was in office, demonizing the Haitian people, right? Damn near every president of the United States slandering and attacking the Haitian people. Even Donald Trump on the campaign trail slandering the Haitian people. So like I say, man, as a kid, you build a tough skin. So like, I don't take offense to nobody if they catch feelings about this little skit. I seen a lot of people in their feelings about this skit, right? And they just going off on the Haitian community, but it's cool. Like, that shit roll off my shoulder, man. That shit roll off my shoulder. Trust me. Like, they can say what they want. Like, I'm not tripping off that, bro. I'm never gonna feed into that. I'm never gonna start going back off on other people. I'm never gonna start going off on another ethnic group because they said something about the Haitian community. I got tough skin. It is what it is. You know, I know a lot of people got love for the Haitian community, and that's who I rock with. I'm not gonna disgrace the memory of my forefathers by returning that same energy to nobody, right? There's some, you know, content creators in the space that, you know, dedicate.
You know, they wanted him to say something. I know a lot of Pan-Africans probably on his ass.
You know, 15, 20, 30-minute video essays going off on the Haitian community. That's cool. Let him do that, man. Let him do that, bro. Like, when it comes to me on this channel, you know who I be going up against. We be going back and forth with the real adversary on this channel. When it comes to this channel, we go toe-to-toe directly with the white nationalists, directly with the white conservatives, right? When it comes to black-on-black beef, that's the minor leagues. That ain't the major leagues to me. They in the minor leagues going back and forth with other black people. I'm going back and forth with the white conservative, the white nationalist, the white supremacist. That is who I go up against every single day. That is who I engage in battle with every single day. And I never allow myself to be distracted from my target, because if you want to be real, every negative stereotype, every negative image or propaganda when it comes to Haitians was created by white men. All those narratives were created by white men. Even when you see some of these content creators, I'm not going to name no names, when you see them try to insult the Haitian community, you notice that they don't have any original material. They have to borrow material from white males, right? They don't have anything original. So that's why when it comes to me, I keep my target fixed, my focus fixed on the adversary, my true adversary. But I understand, you know, right now, you know, the so-called the diaspora wars, that's trendy right now. Just like back in the day, it was the gender wars, right? Like back when Kevin Samuels, you know, 2021, 2022, it was the gender wars a few years ago. Right now, it's the diaspora wars. In a few years, it's going to be something else. They're going to be chasing the trend, right? But when it comes to me, I'm going to still remain the same, doing my same content, preaching my same message, right? But anyway, let's continue. Let's go back to the skit.
Just chill out on that dirty black American comment. That's all.
I'm sorry. You really took offense to that. I apologize.
Anybody would take offense to that.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't.
Why you said that though? I'm saying, why would you even fix your lips to say that though? I'm confused.
Because that's just my experience. Like,
Bruh.
it's my experience. So I'm going to speak on it.
Now, if that was an organic interaction, right? Like, let's say I had a podcast and then some lady who I opened up my space for her and she said that, then number one, first of all, the video is not going to come out because you done ruined the whole interview. You done ruined the whole video, right? So number two, I'm going to kick you out the spot, right? So we're going to cut the interview short. I'm going to kick you out the spot. I'm not going to sit here and kiki, the other guy, showing all his teeth, smiling and laughing. Even the host, he's trying to make it seem like, oh man, I'm super offended. How could you say that? How could you say that? How could you say that? But even himself, if you felt that way, how come you didn't kick her off the show? How come you didn't show her the door, right?
She looked real comfy too. Big ass booty all jugged in that man couch.
Bust all in there. Bust all over it in there. Bust it all.
Now keep in mind, this whole interaction that happened in like 45 seconds. She walks on camera, sits down. Where you from? Dirty Black American? What? You said what? Right? Now, if that was organic, you would have kicked her off the show. I know I would have kicked her off the show. There's nothing left to say after that. But because this was a whole skit, right? That's why y'all was sitting there kikiing and laughing. That's why if you look at her closely, she's sitting there, smirking and laughing and, well, that's just my experience. That's just my experience, right? She can't even keep a straight face the whole time. She's the terrible actress. She can't even keep a straight face for the camera. Like, when you bullshit, you lying, you can't even keep a straight face. You about to burst out smiling and laughing. That whole interaction was not organic. The only way you allow her to continue to sit on the couch and you sit there and you smiling and kikiing and you don't kick her out the spot is because you already knew she was going to say that before she got to the spot. You already knew that was going to happen before the camera started rolling. You already knew that, right? And you knew you had a big viral hit. That's why you put it on the internet. You put it on TikTok and you made sure to label it a Haitian American. A Haitian said this. A Haitian said this, right? Because you already know what it was. You already know it's for the clicks and views. That was not an organic interaction.
It's be a Haitian thing for sure. Like, y'all, I don't know what the issue is.
Haitian thing, and I won't say that y'all don't have culture. Like, y'all have the things that y'all do.
We are the culture. Like,
okay. Y'all have the things that y'all do.
We are the culture.
Like I said, man, unfortunately, there are a lot of individuals outside of dating conversations, relationship conversations. They don't really have much range of topics and things like that. So, like I said, a lot of people have to jump into that conservative bag. A lot of people have to jump into the diaspora war bag. A lot of people have to jump into different lanes, man, because they don't really have the range to, be a content creator and deliver epic material to the people. See, me, I don't got to show my face. I don't got to do a song and dance. I don't got to do nothing. I just hop on a microphone and folks want to hear what I got to say. I don't got to invite nobody to the studio with me. It's just me and a microphone. And I could drop a 30-minute video, a 50-minute video. The other day I dropped a video over an hour and people will sit and listen to me talk for over an hour, right? Because I'm a captivating individual. But when you're a very basic individual, a two-dimensional individual, you have to create fake skits like this. You got to call your
Now he roasted him. God damn. Here we go. I mean, that's the thing, though. I'm not even gonna hold you. I've said something similar. This whole podcasting thing. People are just, biting and stealing other people's material, even when they're covering similar or the same topics and stuff like that. And a lot of these guys have turned this shit into a pump and dump. They turned this into a bag chase. You're just chasing the bag. When they run out of material, they do run out of material. So
homegirl up from the block and be like, hey, Tars Maya, come to the studio this afternoon. Like I say, man. Anyway, the reason why
Tars Maya got some soup coolers, though.
know it's a skit is because the day after this, I saw another video of two ladies at a hair salon and they were doing their own skit. They were doing their own version of the diaspora war skit, right? Run the clip. I'll be right back.
Yeah, girl, that's how they are. The Americans are so lazy and entitled.
Excuse me?
Hold on, how did you get in my conversation? But that's on my phone.
You're in my shop, my country. You can take your ass on back where you came from.
Keisha, let me call you back. Listen, the only reason I'm in your stupid country is to make money, then go back home to Jamaica. Y'all girls have no ambition. Y'all want to be city
I feel like this is AI.
girls. Instead of going to school and go look at real work, on to pretend like you got a little business and really selling pum pum. You need to just focus on my makeup because your life is sad.
What's sad is you can't even go to the beaches in your own country. That's why you came to America. I heard Jamaicans, they only see a resort when they work there. Yeah, truth is, I look good.
That's cold. They only see a resort when they work there. All right, Shorty kind of ate her ass up with that one though.
And the men in America, they rather pay for this than they ever see me work.
Dirty gal, you wish. Nobody is paying for that stink ass.
Damn, she got booty though. God damn. Damn, like she wasn't even sitting down. Good Lord.
Cat, the only reason you get money from men is because you eat ass. You think I didn't hear you on the phone when I walked in?
Bitch, I use sweet cookie wash and oil. I'm real sweet. And all my clients billionaires. Maybe if you learn to eat ass, you could buy one of those hotels back that you can't go to.
Oh my God.
But instead, you sitting in my country talking shit.
I'd rather be talking shit than eating shit.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Girl, please, sit down. Look at it. So you heard the man on the phone for real?
No. So your client's really billionaires?
No.
The makeup came out nice, even though they do it cheaper and better in Jamaica.
I mean, people are doing this to sell. They're doing this to sell. What you call it? Products and stuff like that. It works. You know, I don't know why YouTubers are talking crazy when they do shop content and rage bait content. But hey,
Girl, the total's $150.
I'll tip you.
Now you got to shock people and rage them into buying products.
If you tell me about the sweet cookie titty thing.
So, like I said, man, the boys at the Daily Wrap-Up crew, they got their desired reaction, right? They got their desired reaction. A lot of folks, you know, jumping off the porch, jumping out the window, actually taking it serious. And like I said, I'm not going to react to anybody. If anybody got anything negative to say about Haitians, that's cool. That's how you feel. That's how you feel, bro. It's cool. You can feel that way. I'm not going to correct you. I'm not going to go back and forth with you. Like, nothing you're saying is original anyway. Nothing you're saying hasn't already been said by the propagandists of Napoleon Bonaparte or Thomas Jefferson or various individuals from the 19th century. Nothing you're saying is original, right? I've already heard it many times before as a child. So I'm not going to go back and forth with anybody in this space. I know a lot of people telling me, oh, you got to respond to this dude. You got to correct this dude. He said this, he said that. He can say that. Let them say that. Like, I'm not going to jump into the diaspora war bag. That's the thing. That's what they want. That's what
this nigga lives in, the diaspora war bag. What the fuck? Man, I'm not gonna jump in what I'm already in right now. I'm not gonna do it, y'all. You're not gonna get that out of me, man. You live in the diaspora war bag.
they want, right? They want that. The adversary wants me to take my eyes off him, right? Stop talking about him, right? And what he's doing, the crimes he's committing in the community, the cultural activities he's engaged in, right? He wants me to take time off from talking about the culture, his culture, the white culture, and they want me to go back and forth being distracted with other black ethnic groups. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. We still gonna be talking about the white community. We still gonna be talking about the white man, right? If I'm gonna be the only one standing in the gap, the only one keeping my foot on their neck, then so be it. That means my content is unique. I'm in a lane of my own. I'm not gonna jump into the saturated diaspora war lane. That lane is full of traffic. You see how much traffic is in that lane? Everybody trying to squeeze into that lane, the diaspora war lane, just like everybody was trying to squeeze into the gender war lane. Listen, I got my own lane. My lane is clear, open road. I'm cruising, I'm chilling. I'm not about to squeeze into the saturated diaspora war lane. Got the traffic jam. Everybody trying to get a piece of the action. Listen, they can go chase that bag. Let them chase that bag, right? Let them chase that bag. I'm not going back and forth with nobody. I'm really not that sensitive. That's the thing with me. You can say what you want about Haitians. That's not going to change my self-esteem. That's not going to change how I view myself. And that's not going to get me out of character. It's simply not. I'm not that emotional. I was raised by men, right? I was raised by men. I was raised by elders. I was raised by uncles and grandfathers and godfathers that instilled a certain character in me that I'm not going to get out of pocket and start going off on my brother because of a fake skit. So it is what it is. Everybody chasing that bag. The economy's terrible. It costs like $20 to get a cheeseburger. So I understand why folks doing what they doing. But to me,
Hell yeah, McDonald's look like fucking Five Guys at this point. Shit. They're not even attempting to up the quality of it neither. Nope, same burger. You gonna pay that back.
if you ask me, this is WWE. That whole thing was scripted. That whole thing was fake. They knew what she was going to say before she got there. And the reason why they didn't kick her off the show is because it was all scripted from the jump. They knew they were doing it for the clicks and views. That's why they didn't kick her off the damn show, because they brought her to the damn show to do exactly that. She's not a celebrity. She's not anybody with notoriety. You had to go find this random girl from the neighborhood, bring her to the show, and you knew she was going to do that because you knew it was going to go viral. The clicks and views, the ad revenue, the AdSense, the TikTok money, the Twitter money, everything. Get your money, bro. Get your money. I already know. In 2-3 years, though, you're going to be irrelevant. Unless you hop on the next wave, unless you hop on the next trend, you're going to be irrelevant. But Neferkari Dessalines, I'm going to still be right here. Anyway, it's your boy Neferkari Dessalines, back in the Billy S&D, Black Winter. You already know, man. Brand new album.
All right. What's going on, Genesis? Yeah, bro. You don't even get you don't even get the Idaho potato fries. You don't know where McDonald's fries come from, but them bitches taste good as hell. You don't know if it's the fries or the salt, you know? All right. We got some disgruntled Haitians out here, man. All right, let's go. Let's get into this real quick. Got some other stuff to cover. Actually, hold on. I saw right here on that same video, mind you, Professor Black Truth actually said something. Let's see what he got to say about that.
Pinned comment at the top. Check it out, and I'm gone.
Give me 1 second.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacist and the
potato flakes. Listen, guys, these shows do take a lot of energy out of me, and I love to do them. And I want to be here to keep doing them for you guys. If you guys really enjoy the show, please hit the Cash App. Please support the show. Let's try to get at least our few couple supporters of the show. We are 4 hours and 14 minutes in. It's kind of not disheartening. It is disheartening, but it's kind of I don't know. It kills my morale to be this far into the show without any support, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Please hit the like button and make sure that you guys share the show, and please support the show, guys. All right? Just like you guys support everybody. Please support the show. All right? Shout outs to, you said McDonald's fries taste too good to be natural. I never thought about it. Man, their fries taste good though. I'm telling you, man. Oh shit. If their ice cream machine ever works, get you some fries and get you the ice cream, and like you can dip the fries into the ice cream and eat it, and that shit is perfect with the salt and everything. Perfect. You know, perfect. You said they used to put salt and sugar. Yeah. Put a salt and sugar. Yeah. Genesis said, laugh out loud, McDonald's fries are soaked in sugar water. Oh, before freezing and shipped out to the stores. That's why the ice cream and the fries taste the same. All the McDonald's shit tastes the same after a while. After a few bites, like after 5 bites in, all that shit tastes the same. You know. But please, guys, please support the show. Look out for the cookout. Drop something on the rice fund. Let's go. Happy Monday. Let's get into this real quick.
Tethers hate that. And now the Sunday address.
I'm Haitian. Why? Where you from? What's your background? You American? Dirty black American?
Wait, what?
Huh? Huh? What?
Wait, what'd you
American? Black American? What?
No. Hold on. You said dirty black American.
You heard that? You just asked me what I said. I did.
Why you said that?
Because that's what y'all are. Dirty black American.
She just said that?
I did. A dirty black American. I sure did. Because that's what y'all are.
So all Americans is dirty black Americans?
I mean, you know, the ones I've come across.
Huh? So what is Haitians then? I'm confused.
You said, what's my favorite dish over in Asia? I like, I ain't gonna lie, duck noodles are really good. They got buffalo meat here, y'all. Pause. I like something called pad krapao. It's called pad krapao. And sometimes they use, I don't know. I don't like how they do their eggs here. They do that sunny side up, runny egg shit. I don't like that. I'm black. I like scrambled eggs. I really don't like that shit, but let me see. It's called pad krapao. This is it right here. I do it without the egg, though. This shit is good, though. But let me see this thing. In the way. This shit is good. Pad Thai also. You know, Pad Thai is really good. You know. You mix all of that shit all together. Oh, my goodness. Pressure. You know. Yeah, but I don't eat it with eggs. Unless it's like in the morning. Because you can eat it in the morning. You can eat it at night. You know, either or. You know. Shout outs to everybody dropping something on the Rice Fund. Please support the show. Let's get it. Yeah, I don't do sunny side, man, with the runny yolk and shit. That shit is disgusting. Same thing with like steak and stuff like that. I don't do medium rare where like the blood is like gravy and shit. That is disgusting too. You know.
Dirty black Haitians.
Okay, so keep that energy for everybody. Don't just keep it for us. Like, what are you talking about?
I mean, it's the consistency, you know.
Like,
You're American.
yeah, hell yeah. Don't ever say no dirty black American shit. Like, what?
You from the
like,
South?
my family, like, yeah.
Okay. Where?
Why it matter?
No, I'm just asking. No, we're not having a conversation.
It's the South, regardless. Like, I got family in Florida. I got family in Georgia.
I mean, I want to know, like, where.
You trying to be. I know what you're doing. Like, I know what you're doing. It's that Caribbean shit. I know what you're doing.
What am I doing?
Just chill out on that dirty black American comment. That's all. Like,
I'm sorry. You really took offense to that. I apologize.
Anybody would take offense to that.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't.
Why you said that though? I'm saying, why would you even fix your lips to say that though? I'm confused.
Because that's just my experience. Like, it's my experience. So I'm going to speak on it. But I apologize.
It's your experience?
Yeah. So I apologize.
What experience you had?
If I offended you.
You accept the apology?
No.
Like, that's super disrespectful. Like,
She did say it's dirty black Haitians too, though.
Nah, I would never fix.
Yeah, I like mine sometimes medium well or well done.
My lips to say, and I know some dirty black Haitians. Like, you know what I'm saying? I would never fix my lips to say dirty black. I wouldn't generalize. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, nah, it is, bro. That's that Caribbean.
It's shit, not.
And this is why we having the diaspora wars, because the dumb shit words. Remember that other Haitian, bro? Remember the other Haitian shorty?
Yeah, salmon is good.
We don't got no culture. Like, it must be a Haitian thing for sure. Like, y'all, I don't know what the issue
it's
is.
Thing, and I won't say that y'all don't have culture. Like, y'all have the things that y'all do.
We are the culture. Like,
okay. Y'all have the things that y'all do. Just
we are the culture. That's
just
it.
like, okay, so then Caribbeans are a culture too.
No, y'all have a culture. We are the culture. That's two different things. Like.
It's not.
Okay, all right.
As a Caribbean person.
But no, seriously, you took offense, and I apologize. I see your nose flaring up, and I really don't want you to be upset. Like, I genuinely apologize. I'm sorry.
I mean, I ain't about to. We ain't about to fight or nothing. I'm just like.
Let me tell you some real shit though. You don't think that black women can walk around being sexist, misandrous, and stuff? Like they usually walk around being misandrous. Women in general walk around being misandrous. And I'm gonna tell you some real shit. Misandry is worse than racism to me. You know, racism. You know, I mean, obviously, you know, race is race. You know, but like, you know, it gets into some other stuff when it starts getting to the dehumanization phase. You know, misandry is just straight up dehumanization. You know, racism can branch off into, you know, colorism, prejudice, featureism, and all that other goofy shit that, you know, that the sisters, you know, get into. But they walk around being something completely worse. So, you know, they don't get touched. You know. But hey.
Yo, but I see that you're
There's a fine line between sexism and misandry for sure.
upset. So I really want you to
I
know,
felt like you was only comfortable because maybe you thought everybody in here was Caribbean and you thought they was it is black dirty and like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
a lot of people have already weighed in on this particular video, but I wanted to, but not necessarily for the reasons that everybody else has chimed in on it, though we'll get to that later. Let's go ahead and dispense with the obvious stuff first. This woman showed why the Haitian Revolution became a failure. They won the war but lost the peace, and the country's been on its knees ever since. But how did Haiti wind up surrendering every single one of the hard-won gains that they had during the revolution? People, or rather tethers like this, are the reason why. Haitian culture
oh my God, Professor Black Truth is okay.
Should represent building, and for
everybody's FBA now. All the people that y'all watch for somehow all the people, except for the next guy we about to talk talk about, all the people that y'all watched, for some reason, all are on the same grift. None of them that was preaching African and Pan-Africanism to y'all from the yesteryear are African and Pan-African still. This is amazing.
Hot second after the revolution, it looked like it would, but that didn't last very long. And everyone from the French to the Americans have been running roughshod over them ever since. Paying reparations to the people who enslaved you? What part of the game is that? Allowing the U.S. to lay claim to your islands and doing nothing about it? And worst of all, allowing the United States to just run.
All of them just happen to be this specific delineation. All of their blood type happens to be 0.
Run off with all of your country's gold to literally let a foreign power walk in, rip off the entire nation, and then do nothing about it. And this is the person calling us names? That dog has nerve. This is what we mean by tethers go everywhere and cause disruption and chaos. She came into someone else's house where she had been treated courteously, and she was just waiting to say some grimy stuff about them. And then when she was called on it, she tried to act like she hadn't said anything. That's not just fork-tongued and duplicitous, it's also cowardly.
I think Eli is the only so-called FBA there. They're in New York. So she didn't walk into anything. But hey, okay.
Then again, that's what the tether is. This piece of dirt is in the United States, enjoying rights that she didn't fight for, prosperity she did nothing to create and could never have made on her own, in a society that she could never have built, sitting in a clean studio around clean people, and that makes her feel insecure about her dirty self. Well,
they all repeat Tariq Nasheed talking points, every single one of them. I'm going to show you to you also, because shout outs to Ant, the spokesman, but let's go.
He has a lot to
I got the way to this next clip is gonna be crazy. I got you.
Feel insecure about.
Y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. Let's get it.
She wears her hair the way that FBA women do, or at least she tries in her own awkward way to imitate a culture that isn't hers.
And honestly, that's not an FBA hairdo. That with the baby hair and all that shit, that comes from Latin America, man. Damn. It comes from Latin America. Please go somewhere and find this shit out on your own. The baby hair and all of that shit, it comes from Latin America. The sisters and they were doing that in Latin America decades before the sisters here start doing it. Fuck.
And that just eats her alive. What is she even doing in the United States? Well, what she's doing is she's maligning and excoriating black Americans. Instead, she ought to be going back to Haiti and standing Haiti on its feet instead of running away from it. And now she's talking trash from inside the safety that we made possible. If she was in Haiti, she wouldn't even have a podcast to be on because neither the electricity nor the internet would work. That's not a dig, that's just a fact. The situation in Haiti is dire, and if you can believe it, it's gotten even worse. Their own governmental officials admit this.
Developing tonight, the Justice Department has filed a case to revoke citizenship of a former South Florida mayor.
A fake identity, fake information, a sham marriage, that is among the allegations as prosecutors try to build a case that Philippe Bien-Aimé should be deported because he was supposed to be under another name a long time ago. They say fingerprints from those people actually matched. Well, show them shocked here at North Miami City Hall. All of these people who have worked with him for years now scrambling.
Yeah, that's another thing too. There is going to be a lot of disingenuous commentary on this because they're choosing to attack Haitians instead of her. And that's what bro was saying, and it's true. And I said this when I did my original commentary on this. I said that's what's gonna happen. They're gonna go after Haitians again instead of just Shorty. And black people fell for it hook, line, and sinker ever since Trump made that statement about them eating the dogs and shit like that. When actually, black Americans in hip hop been using Haitians in the South for a long time. Trust me, when I live in Florida, I saw all of it. Go look at the lyrics to New Bugatti by Future. I come see you with Haitians. Haitian culture is in deep and ingrained in hip hop. But let's go.
Haitians who snuck into the U.S. are terrified because the Orange Man has ended TPS. Now imagine that the worst thing that could ever happen to you would be having to live in your own country. And this piece of dirt who looks like a melted milk dud, she's talking trash about black Americans. Obviously her parents, if she even knows who they are, they must have used her head for a kickball when she was a child. She fled. And when she looks around, she sees black people who didn't, who fought. And that reminds her of her own failure. And this is projection on her part. Projection is when someone tries to preemptively attack another person who makes them feel insecure by taking their own negative traits and then ascribing them to this other person. When she calls us dirty, she's doing that because she thinks that's what we see when we look at her. And I think we can all agree that we see a dirty person when we look at her, but not because of her nationality or because of her lineage, but because of her character, or rather lack thereof. And let's get something straight. Going through hard times or working one's way through generational dysfunction or trauma, that's not what makes you a failure. Bad stuff happens, always has, always will. Everybody takes an L, but it's how you
FBA hair, dude.
respond to it that determines if you're a failure or not. The reason people talk about this woman's culture being impoverished isn't
her hair is found. She has foundational black hair.
Because poor means failure. Haiti's not called a failure because it's poor, but their poverty is the direct result of their failure. Their societal and cultural failure created their poverty and keeps them poor. And when you look at people like this Tether, you see the reason why it's impossible for the few on-code Haitians there are to build anything there. Just look at who the hell
Bro sound like he recording in his bathroom.
They have to try to build with. And don't kid yourself. This piece of dirt's not alone. She is very much the majority opinion there, and also the majority of the relatives who came here. They practiced the exact same kind of disrespect against other Haitians before she brought that crap to the U.S. When she was asked what she had said, she herself admitted that she calls other Haitians dirty too.
So what is Haitians then? I'm confused.
Dirty black Haitians.
Oh, I talk about Haitians.
What'd you say about Haitians?
Run from them.
But she
like don't fuck.
That's all I'm saying.
Like,
This
I'm
dirty
not.
black Haitians as well.
She has no respect for anything, not even herself. This woman is showing how the Haitians treat each other back in Haiti. What makes the Tethers failures is that they have, as Dr. John Henrik Clarke put it, a broken loyalty system. They refuse to respect each other.
Really much so, though. I think she's more talking about men. But hey.
Or to organize or work together on
black men. Because these women they'll definitely date a white dude, you know. What's going on, Vader? Good to see you, broski. I think her edges are real. She got them soup coolers though. Them soup coolers right there. Some DSLs right now.
Anything, and yet they come here and try to cover up that embarrassment and humiliation by bragging on themselves and attacking us? They have no idea how crazy they sound. This is phony confidence, and everyone can see it. You don't see any foundational black Americans running off to other people's countries in droves, and then living there and telling those native people that they're dirty or otherwise not on our level. We understand respect, because that's the foundation of our culture. Tethers don't understand that because they don't respect anything, not even each other. Haiti's problem is in its leaders, but the problem is the leaders reflect the culture that they came out of. This is why their country has been trapped in a non-stop cycle of chaos. If this Tether was so superior to us, then why did she flee? Why did literally everyone she knows flee?
All of these are Tariq Nasheed talking points, bro. Nothing original, bro. Give it up, bro. Y'all been repeating this nigga for years, bro. These are all textbook Tariq Nasheed answered, responses, bro.
This is why delineation was necessary and will only continue and intensify. Can you imagine any foundational black American going on a podcast and unsolicited out of the blue for no reason saying dirty Haitians? Everyone's heard the content posted by the new black media. Can you find even one where any of us have done anything like that? This is why
it's how she does her edges. You know what I'm saying, Vader? How she, toothbrushes her edges.
Haiti is in the horrible shape it's in today because this tether accurately represents the mentality that's been at work there a long time. Why do they have block wars? Why is everyone...
Yeah, Zopound was everywhere. They where they at right now. They in Carroll City. They in Pompano. They in Pembroke Pines. They in Orlando. They in Fort Lauderdale, Miramar, Broward County. Yeah. Wicks and goals.
When fighting and no one's building because of the fact that there's no respect. And she's a perfect example of that. And this is precisely the kind of infighting and self-hatred that we don't want taking root here. So if she thinks the people who made it possible for her to be in the U.S. are dirty, then she needs to go back to her clean and tidy home and resume wallowing in the mud. Now, there's something else that also needs to be addressed. It's the reason for this evening address why I decided to...
Niggas be like, man, Tethers always say some crazy stuff about Americans. And we never say nothing crazy about Tethers. And then proceed to say something crazy about...
tackle this subject in the first place. It's the two individuals who just
this shit is crazy.
Sat there smiling and trying to make nice in the face of this disrespect. This is the reason why I don't listen to these trash urban podcasters.
And now he going in on the FBA brothers, goddamn.
Or these pretend imitation breakfast schlub cosplayers. Every time anything that even remotely looks female is in the room, these kind of clowns can always be counted on to start deferring to them and trying to do their clumsy, awkward, corny macking on them. And as a result, they start bowing down to whatever woman is there, no matter how disrespectful she behaves. Because this is the first time that something like this has happened.
Remember that other Haitian, bro? Remember the other Haitian shorty? We don't got no culture.
I'm sorry, I can't do Americans. I need somebody with culture. I'm sorry.
Black Americans got culture. Americans got culture.
Keep rolling.
I need somebody with some culture.
Americans don't have culture.
I got culture.
We got the culture. We are the culture.
Who the culture?
We are the culture. Globally, they know about Black Americans.
No, hold on.
Globally, they know about Black Americans.
But you gotta remember 1804, baby. I'm the one that wanted my
American. We're not gonna use the word American.
Yeah, Black Americans.
I ain't gonna hold
That's
you.
fine, but
culture.
listen, 1804, I'm the reason why you have your independence.
That's the part I hate about
Haitians was the
Caribbean
first
people, though.
free independent country. First black free independent.
That ain't got nothing to do with. That don't got nothing to do with America.
That's nice. I'm just letting you know the reason why y'all have y'all independence.
Y'all coming over here because of us, because of the hard work that Black Americans do.
You know Haiti is like in debt for 1 trillion years because
you know why? Because the French owe us how much?
So y'all got your independence for what?
What?
Wait, when you say Haiti's the reason Americans got their independence, what do you mean by that?
The funny part is that y'all steal so much content from Tariq Nasheed that Professor Black Truth and these kids are going to be saying the exact same thing. Damn near word for word, hook, line, and sinker. Because y'all biting off the same guy. This shit is funny.
Kali
ain't gonna cook me for that.
What do you mean
Learn
by
your
that?
history.
Y'all gotta cut that
We
out.
won.
African Americans are free?
I'm not saying that we set the revolution. The reason we were the first independent free country.
Ain't nobody give a fuck about y'all, bro.
Look at him pointing. Look
No,
at him pointing. Are you crazy?
No, but by paying Britain, what?
I'm talking about we set the thing. We the one that set it. 1804. We was the first free
y'all have-
independent Caribbean country.
I'm not gonna go in depth with
Are you
that, but
crazy?
y'all have.
But what that got to do with America?
African Americans.
We said it, and then y'all followed.
Y'all said it for yourselves, not for
We
no
said
black
it, and then y'all followed.
And we set the stage for y'all immigrants to come over here and profit off of America.
And you're mad that we came to. Oh,
No,
it's a
I'm not
profit.
mad. I'm not
I
mad.
don't-
I'm
don't
telling you
hate
what black.
nobody's hustle.
I'm telling you what black culture provided for you and your family.
How that provide for me and my
Because
family?
we set the standard. We set the
Who
standard.
came here? I didn't come here.
You
Your
here right
family
now?
did.
My family came here.
And you're here now.
And they made their money and they went right back to Haiti. So what's up?
So why you ain't go right back to Haiti?
Because why would I come back to Haiti? I'm Gucci where I'm at.
Where your parents live?
They're here.
What?
And they doing the flow.
Well, they didn't want to assimilate, but they're rapping over a lot of those Afro beats and Amapiano. So
how's that going right back to Haiti? That ain't going right back to Haiti.
On Labor Day, it ain't been on Labor Day like 2 years.
They gave more pushback.
And they're selling out in black clubs like crazy too, you know. I give it to South Africa, and I, give it to, Nigeria. They, that's that whole Burna Boy thing. I didn't know until a couple of years ago, Burna Boy was signed to what you call it, Bad Boy. That was new.
The first time that it happened than they did the second. So what that means is over time, apparently
He said the same goofy shit too. Y'all don't have no culture, like boy.
these guys are getting used to this kind of abuse. First time that it happened, at least they did give some pushback. At least they checked her to an extent, not as harshly as she should have been, but at least they gave some appreciable pushback. Second time, for the most part, they just basically gave a couple of token.
A lot of people apparently, but they said the niggas trying to be bad bitches in the club. So it is their money though.
Objections. This time
they did pay to get in. So
time around, though, they were a hell of a lot weaker about it. They all but rolled over is what they did. So they've done this before. They've had people on who insulted our lineage, and they sit there just shucking and jiving regardless. And as for this skank, her problem is she sees people who did something greater than the Haitian Revolution against odds that were and remain far higher and far worse. And I said it. The U.S. is a racist regime far more powerful than Napoleon's little hermit kingdom. Don't let anyone ever pull that Haiti-inspired FBA nonsense. We didn't go fleeing there. They came fleeing here. When you inspire people, you draw them into your orbit. The word inspire comes from the root Latin word spirare, which means to breathe into. In other words, to fill something with spirit or life. The Haitian Revolution was a frightening thing to white power.
Funny because he's using a Latin word. Anyway.
At the time, and that's part of why I give them credit, but I'm not letting anyone rewrite history and act like we weren't fighting until 1804. The first slave revolt that these white supremacist historians are willing to admit to in North America was at San Miguel de Guadalupe in modern-day Georgia. Those FBA ancestors burned down the plantation and all its buildings, then walked out of that place into freedom. The Spanish started their little plantation there in 1526, and that was the exact same year that those foundations...
Those are Africans that were brought over. So how were they FBA? Jesus peace, Jesus peace, Jesus peace, Jesus peace, Jesus peace. They fail by their own rules that they set. Those are Africans that were brought over.
Black Americans burned it to the ground. 1526. I think that predates 1804 by a few years. Now don't get me wrong. I fully respect that the Haitian ancestors put in work. That's why we've always...
If it was their spot, they wouldn't have to learn the land. Why would you have to learn the land if the land was yours? You know where the crocodiles are. You know where this is. You know where that is. Those are people that were bought over. That said, hell no, we ain't going with this.
Saluted them, but we're not going to whitewash the record with this crap that anybody was taking cues from the Haitians of today, or that the Haitian Revolution inspired Black American revolts in the 19th century and the decades leading up to the Civil War. That was not the case. FBA ancestors were putting in work long before Toussaint Louverture or Jean-Jacques Dessalines were even born. If anything, it was out of those rebellions in North America that inspired them, not the other way around, if we're going to be honest about it. And while we're on the subject of Haitian North American influence, 1804 was over 2 centuries ago. What's happened since then? I can show you the influence that FBAs have had on Haitians. Show me where they've influenced us.
Well, to be technical, the Clintons went down to Haiti and fucked them up also. So if you're really gonna talk about it, tell the whole thing and not what you just remember. Because technically, American fucked them over also.
Again, not to be messy, not a brag, not even an insult, just a fact. And while the white supremacists in the US were shook by the Haitian Revolution's success, they also quickly realized that the Haitians weren't organized or culturally prepared to continue that success. And that's how they wound up paying reparations to their slave masters and allowing the US and others to take full advantage of them economically. This in a land that they allegedly liberated and were supposed to have been ruling since they're the majority there. We, on the other hand, as a minority under the world's most oppressive regime, managed to do in 100 years what the Haitian majority did not in over 200. And with delineation going strong, you got a number of these tethers who are salty.
They're rewriting history to just make it seem like FBAs did everything. And it's like, bro, like, do your research, bro, and just, I get it, but you don't have to lie. That's the point. That's the part that just does it for me. It's like, bro, it's even better. The credit is more properly placed if you tell the truth. You don't have to lie. That's why you see, when I, get into it with someone, I do the litmus test. I'm like, okay, so did y'all invent breakdancing? Yeah, we did it. They jump on everything. It's like, no, you didn't. I just do it, and that's literally originally for me. I call it a capoeira. I call it the capoeira litmus test. I just want to see how quickly they are to jump onto something to say that they created with no history at all. With no research at all. And it's like, yeah, just what I thought. You guys are just repeating Tariq Nasheed. Like I'm a huge. And I put it, supported all the first 3 grounds roots before black people even knew about it, because it was just an underground thing at the time. If you guys were there and or the Hidden Colors, the Hidden Colors series. Even after it was out and we saw it in theaters, I dragged all my girlfriends down to the Hidden Colors debut in theaters. Even after you had to beg black people to go watch Hidden Colors. What's that? I don't want to see that. Is it a book? I'm not reading that. You said, fact is they come over here and down us like their homeland is Wakanda. But niggas is acting like they building Wakanda here. No, I call it the capoeira litmus test, because they will say they invented breakdancing, and they didn't invent breakdancing. Breakdancing and the aspects of breakdancing comes from capoeira. So that's why I use that as a litmus test. And most of them don't even know where capoeira comes from. Even to get into the position to windmill and do all of that stuff, that comes from Africa. All of that stuff comes from Angola. Because they're going to say, oh, it's from Brazil. It's not from Brazil. We got revolutionized again in Brazil, but it came from Angola. And I get it. I mean, they're just overly jacking Tariq Nasheed, but it's like, you don't have to lie to tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? It's all about telling the truth. You can't have a movement complaining about people not telling your story or telling the truth about something Yet you up here lying and you can't be truthful about where certain things come from because you don't do your research. The only research that they do is they binge watch Tariq Nasheed videos and then just repeat them. It's the same playbook, you know. You know, they don't think other people know about Tariq Nasheed. It's like, bro, like I'm more of a huge Tariq Nasheed fan back in the day than you guys are in current day, you know. Yeah, and a lot of them did immigrate to the islands for sure. Yeah, that's a thing too. But hey, I think these conversations are dumb as hell anyway.
Than the crusty Yankee weaves on their heads. But these two shucking and jiving fools who have this little podcast, they didn't do any checking, not really, especially not with this second one, because there's no backbone in them. When someone shows any sort of disrespect to our lineage, the gloves are supposed to come off. You're supposed to read that bastard up one side and down the next.
I think Eli did a good job of checking her. I mean, she did say sorry and all that other stuff. I mean, I know it really don't mean shit, but shit. At least you got that, you know.
And tell them all about their dirty
most motherfuckers double down
selves and then kick them out. Once they violate the rules of comity, you don't follow the rules of hospitality any longer. All this trying to play nice anyway and just sitting there looking like Fred the Fool trying to laugh it off because these clowns were clearly hoping to score some dirty drawers off that pig. The job of fools like this is to present black men to the world as weak and present black Americans as not worthy of respect because obviously we don't demand it. It's precisely the kind of thing we need to call out. There is no...
He said Angola, got to do more research on my martial arts issue. No, you good. At least you said you got to do more research. A lot of people would just don't do the research, you know? And I mean, listen. This is why I use it as a litmus test, right? I don't expect them to know the answer to that question. You know, I don't expect them to answer what I'm trying to do. I'm beyond this shit. I'm trying to prove a point, you know? You know, the test, whether they pass it or not, you know, it's semantics. It's semantical. It's just downplaying everybody else to uplift yourself is that's a first of all, that's a fool's errand that discredits integrity, because the thing is that respectfully, the angle that they're taking is an integrity angle, you know? And I agree with it if it had integrity behind it. It's just the people that, and it does, to tell you the truth. It's just the people that's repeating it. They're just repeating Tariq Nasheed and not doing their research. Because these were the same people that was telling y'all less than a decade prior that they're definitely from Africa and they did the research on their family. And it's like now all of a sudden their family is native to America. And if they did all these pro-black people in Hoteps, if they did the research on their family, then that would have been a thing. You haven't been hearing that being a thing since recently, you know? So it's just unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
No excuse for being a coward. No excuse for being all bashful and sheepish when you're being disrespected. I mean, just look at how strong a stance he took when he said, "We are the culture." Just look at how strong and hard.
Doing what you're saying. He's repeating the same talking points that Tariq Nasheed has said and what you're saying. They're all peddling the same talking points.
He pushed back.
And I won't say that y'all don't have culture. Like, y'all have the things that y'all do.
Mind you, these talking points come from 2016. You know? Yeah, DJ, the guy from Eddie, from Tekken, all of those stuff. Capoeira is a big thing. But just like jujitsu comes from Japan. And it got revolutionized in Brazil, you know? So, you know, there's a Portuguese element to a lot of this stuff. And when you actually go to these countries, they pay homage. They pay super homage to Africa. In Jamaica, they pay homage to Ethiopia. In other places, so they pay homage.
We are the culture. Like,
Okay.
Yeah. A lot of niggas ain't ready for no damn day in Callaway, bro. That nigga on some other shit. That nigga will hurt your feelings if you don't do your history, or if you halfway know your history.
Y'all have the things that y'all do.
Yeah, that'll show her. He kept his voice so low you could barely hear it, and he had his head down like a whipped dog.
Yeah, I would say black people in general are the culture, because a lot of that stuff is mixed and borrowed. When it comes down to island rock and Caribbean and just a different selection of sounds and drums and just things that things that we mix together. Even unique to the culture, how we use our instruments, MPCs and stuff like that, how we take one instrument and revolutionize it and turn it into other things. DJing, selectors, hip hop, how we play with words and slang and stuff like that. It's a lot to be said, because even sampling, where we use the MPC and we sample other genres and we match the BPMs and stuff like that, and we draw, inspiration from even other people copying our culture. Whether it's jazz, whether it's funk, hell, James Brown and Diana Ross and all these other people, how much different genres been created, because of them. Yeah, I think DJ is kind of more, well, not necessarily Muay Thai. Was it Sagat is more Muay Thai?
Like he was ashamed. Navel gazing at a time like that. We come from a lineage of
Patois is crazy.
Fighters. We come from a lineage of people who don't tolerate disrespect. And anyone who bows down like a coward and lets tether trash insult them to their faces and then try to laugh at.
I think it's to be accurate. History got to be accurate. You can't say, "Oh, we did everything." It's like, bro, that's a big ass lie. And my better judgment is to tell y'all, don't listen to anybody that said we did everything. That's kind of that's disingenuous. And I hate to say it, a lot of the, Tariq put out that film, but a lot of cats up in New York, they telling the truth. A lot of Puerto Ricans and people up there had a heavy influence in hip hop also. As much as y'all want to make him a clown and count him out, Fat Joe, hey. But that's the trap that we fall into as black people all the time. It's like we put a trend on something, it's like a newfound culture and stuff like that. So we just straight up lie. It's like it makes no sense to even go look up the truth, because we don't intend on doing research. We really don't have a care or real respect for our own lineage. So why would we care if the information is accurate or not? So it's just unfortunate. That's really where I'm coming from.
Off like a punk, trying to talk their way out of a fight instead of knuckling up. I don't have any respect for that, and I don't waste my time with it. And if you ask either of these punks why they didn't check that heifer or throw her out, they'll say
he did check that heifer. And the thing is that when people do try to educate them on something, it's usually because they're just now finding it out, and it's sad. Even the woman that was talking about 1804, she couldn't even really fully explain what happened in Haiti. She just remembered a date and, and just didn't even have no real historical knowledge to even add to that. Even if they were to say, hey, you know what, since you're going to go and say this, let me take you up on a debate. All she did was just kept repeating 1804. And they know a name or two, like Rochambeau and all them other people. Even Tariq Nasheed had to do an 1804 video or movie. You know.
Well, I mean, we didn't want to make a argument out of it. I mean, we didn't bring our guests here for that. Well, your guest came there to be disrespectful, and when somebody does that, they're not a guest anymore; they're an intruder. When someone is invited in, they're obligated to show manners and appreciation if they want you to show them hospitality.
And the crazy part about niggas trying to police America is hilarious at this stage in the game. Oh my God. Oh my God. I hate to say it though, because it's like a lot of the people from these other countries, they're not guests of black people. They're the guests of the people that run the fucking country. The Brads and Chads. They sit them down in black neighborhoods, which is hilarious. Because I'm gonna give y'all the game, right? To free you as a black man, you're not going to build Wakanda in America, and you're not going to inherit America. You know what I'm saying? At this rate. Going at this rate. The white man is not all of a sudden is there that he's not gonna all of a sudden get defeated and then all of a sudden we're in control of the nukes. They will give it to Germany before niggas. They will give this shit to fucking China before niggas. You're not going to inherit America. But that's not a bad thing. Because guess what? You can actually, knowing this, you can actually be the best Americans that live, privilege-wise. Because all you really got to do is beat, not necessarily slavery, because you can draw distance at home here in America. Other races and white people do it all the time. So all you got to do is really create distance. But the thing is that what makes it fucked up is that you can't even really be around your own people. Because the thing is that even though we live in a diverse society, it's still a concentration around black people. It's still a concentration. So it's like you're living in your own country, in your country. Does that make sense? You know? But you can literally be the best Americans that ever lived, because the thing is that there's a benefit to that. You do historically, but you don't have that chip on your shoulder. You can really get rid of that chip on your shoulder. Whereas white Americans, honestly, to a certain degree, they are subjected to American culture, whether it goes down the drain or not. Because guess what? They're the ones, they're pressured to run the country. And the fucked up part is that, they've always made black people the whipping stick, because it's like they make it seem, the reason how they set it up is like, yeah, we know the economy is bad. Yeah, we know this is fucked up, but shit. At least it's not like them Negroes over there. Look at them. These guys are hunting each other down with Dracos and leaving you know what I'm saying? And leaving they ops head on they front porch and shit like that. When did niggas get so fucking evil, bro? Has any nigga just like stopped and just sat back and been like, damn, dog, when the fuck did we get like this? Black people wasn't so damn mafioso like that. Haitians was, them niggas would chase your ass with a machete, shit. That bitch said, well, you see a Haitian, run. I'm like, yeah, run, because 9 times out of 10, he got a damn machete. Them and Jamaicans. So it's unfortunate.
Instead, this heifer came in the door talking trash, and they're just smiling and laughing about it. Respect isn't mandatory for them. Well, we can be disgusted with these two, but you can't be surprised. I don't know who these clowns are, but a number of you surely do, and if you're surprised, my question is why? Are these two Harvard scholars the kind of individuals you think of when we say unapologetically black? And I'm sure that if you talk to either one of these two, they'll tell you that they're independent and nobody can make them say what they don't want to say. Yeah, but clearly people can make them take abuse. You lose brain cells when you consume mind rot like this, which is why...
Well, this is the thing. No matter how much this guy, shout out to Professor Black Truth, respectfully, but no matter how much you sound intelligent in what you're trying to do, your FBA sisters are sitting around waiting to do you even worse, especially if they know or find out that you're FBA. There's a lot of them sitting around specifically waiting to treat you like some shit. And you're sitting around waiting for them. So to tell you the truth, your stance on some of this stuff is really not as smart as you think. You know what I'm saying? If you're sitting around waiting for a horrible person to start acting correctly and acting right, and then especially you wanna cloak it under the guise of race loyalty or community saving. You know what I'm saying? Because Professor Black Truth is a part of the Hotep community. The original Hotep community. Professor Black Truth was telling y'all he was African years ago. Him and Professor Black. And so was Tariq Nasheed. These guys were overtly praising Africa. So it was just kind of weird now. Like now all of a sudden it's like nothing to do with Africa at all. I get it when you find out your lineage and you respectfully let me back up off of this. But the shit was night and day. The shit was it was like, bro, like wow. These niggas was you can't really trust it nowadays. You can't even trust they did their research on their FBA roots. These dudes were playing bro science the whole time. They were playing bro science with their lineage the whole time. Bro, trust me, dude. I'm FBA. No, trust me, dude. No, there needs to be a blockchain. And this blockchain will ensure that the reparations go to the right people. And the tethers and the people that's being nefarious towards foundational Black Americans and want to chip in on their reparations. Just make sure the right people get fed. See, they won't do a blockchain because I've been saying this for more than 10 years. They won't do a blockchain because a lot of people that lied to y'all and told y'all that they were FBA, they're gonna find out that they're not FBA. And they'll get locked out of those reparations. But it's just funny that they're running around talking about tethers when they're the exact same tethers trying to pitch in on the same reparations that they're claiming that, other people want, you would, if that's the case, wouldn't that be the first thing you would want to clear up? Your actual lineage? If you're claiming a specific lineage? And you wouldn't want to be fooled by anybody else. So why is everybody repeating Tariq Nasheed, but nobody's talking about this blockchain that you need to have so they can identify people? If you're worried about tethers so damn much, you have to identify them. But all of these people that grift over, Sonetta, all of a sudden he ain't African. Sun Ra Suit and Seti, all of a sudden he ain't African. Pharaoh done lost his mind, so he not trying to engage in it. At this point, Polite probably a FBA at this point too. None of these niggas are African. Okay. Phil from the Advice Show, this nigga is known to wear dashikis and stuff like that. Got cursed out by actual Black people and his wife roasted and was asked, why are you pushing passport bros and all this other shit? And they were roasting his Mexican wife and all this other stuff. Now all of a sudden he's FBA and has been it this whole time. These people just reinvent themselves when they want to. They're gonna be something else come 2030. I wanna show y'all what Umar said recently, and we'll pick up this conversation on the next show. But let's go.
I don't. That's why trash like this heifer don't.
Let me catch up on these comments, man. If you guys are enjoying the content, which you guys have been rocking with me for more than 5 hours, please support the show, y'all. Look out for the cookout. Damn, I'm being honest and objective and keeping it real with y'all, man. I'm not feeding y'all no slop. Not giving y'all no misinformation or no fucked up information. Just bringing stuff to your attention. Not to mention, you know, we got a lot more, topics to cover. I got you guys. It's Player Talk Radio. You know what's up. It's Player Talk. Let's get it. All right. Give me 1 second, y'all. Let me catch up on the comments. Shout outs to everybody here. If you haven't, please hit the like button. All right. Let's get back into it. It's Player Talk Radio. Give me 1 second. Catch up. You said, and some non-FBAs is mad disrespectful. What made the separation happens? For sure. Absolutely. So they definitely need to get left out of the quote unquote reparation talk, or at least when it's, at least if it's divvied out, You said, I would like to see the faceless guy who put hands on someone because this dude is talking real tough behind the big old screen, for sure. You said, I think people get confused because African is used as a racial descriptor. This is true, too, instead of a nationality. We are black Negroid, but we aren't African. Well, this is the thing. Niggas don't even know shit about Africa. They talk about Africa like it's a place. Africa is McDonald's to these niggas. Niggas talking about some back in Africa, like nigga back in Africa, nigga where in Africa? Africa is like McDonald's to these dudes. All right. So we're gonna go to Africa, like they going to Chipotle and shit, Oh man. Shout outs to War Master. What's going on, War Master? I'm glad you're here because you're here just in time for something that I really wanted to run by you guys, because it's so weird that we got two sides, right? Because I want to show y'all what Umar said, right? We got two sides of black people running. Because it's funny because Umar now is coming up with a way to run from America, even though he represents Philly, which is crazy. Now you have... Yeah. Yeah, Africa is granny's crib and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like dog. Grandma's house. Oh my God. Holy shit. Whew. One master coming in here got me laughing like crazy, man. Yeah, she gonna give you that candy that's on top of the fucking refrigerator in that fucking in that cookies tin. You think you about to get cookie, boy, you about to get 10-year-old stale peppermints and shit. I just find it funny how the Hotep community that was super African, especially on the East Coast, are now parroting LA after an LA guy. What's going on, Truth Only? These guys are now all of a sudden infatuated with Tariq Nasheed. That they would drop their own beliefs. Because mind you, this FBA and African and all that other stuff, right? Yeah, that candy that'll break your teeth. 50-year-old peanut butter brittle and shit. Because we're just gonna sit up here and act like this wasn't woven into. We're gonna sit up here and act like this wasn't woven into their their identity. We're just gonna act like this wasn't woven into their identity. So, you said they just copy people how people from Africa identify themselves outsiders, aka Americans. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Shout outs to War Master. Thank you so much for starting the support. Thank you so much. War Master said 5 hours. I just got here without my Xbox. Oh my God. As always, shout outs to War Master for supporting the show and sponsoring the show as always. Dropping the huge. $20 on the Cash App as always. Thank you for supporting Player Talk Radio. Please hit the like button, y'all. Please support the show and don't forget to mash up them blood clots.
Try your final card, Yugi. Cause after that, 3 blue eyes white dragon are gonna mash up your blood clot. It over. It not done yet, Kaiba. Cause me have this. Exodia, the wicked one. What that? Me have all 5 pieces pon the field. Lord God, it's a really Exodia. Yugi, you're not easy. Now who are gonna get mash up? Exodia, mash up him blood clot! Whoa!
Oh my God. Truth Only said, I'm not from Africa. I'm not from Africa. I'm from Crenshaw. You said they act like you can get to Africa on a gypsy cat? Now I agree with that too. You know what I'm saying, Vader. There's places I think like Liberia. There's places that offer Americans, Black Americans, dual citizenship. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that is kind of funny. Insane when they have to have the subtitles. Welcome to the show, man. They have to have dual citizenship. They offer Americans dual citizenship, some land. There's actually a community of Americans over in Liberia and all these places and stuff. Where they got dual citizenship. But you got to be careful with Donnie Boy. You got to be careful with Trump because you got to be careful with Trump because Trump. He got this thing where you shit. Go ahead and play with that dual citizenship all you want. You got actual birthright Americans that will lose their damn citizenship and they'll send you to that country. So Americans do got to be careful with dual citizenship. So a lot of those passport bros that was showing where you can get dual citizenship, you gotta be careful. you know. And a lot of them I actually got that game from Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate.
Community black media outlets, they don't even attempt it. Sure, they'll crash out on somebody's group chat or something, but to do something
Shout outs to War Master. Thank you so much.
like this? No. They know better because we condition these tethers what to expect. So they stick to the only thing that a coward can do. They do their little pop-up ambushes, spout some gibberish, and then they get blocked. As far as they're concerned, well, we didn't take much of an L. But the reality happens to be they know that they would never ever do that to our faces. They know that they couldn't. Well, at least not to us. So whether it be any of these tethers talking trash or the individuals who decide to host them, nobody comes out of this looking honorable at all. How the hell do you decide to try to laugh off somebody disrespecting you to your face? Well, as foundational black Americans, we know better, especially as part of the B1. We know that this is
B1. Oh my God. It's still pushing B1. This is funny.
Inappropriate behavior, especially in the face of open hostility. And that being the case, as a message to the tethers, you better start learning how to clean up your act, or you'll get cleaned out.
It's just funny, like niggas policing niggas in America. And it's like, bro, you fuck, man. Because there's no way to combat this without sounding somewhat, because I don't intend on sounding any type of disrespectful, but you have to run shit in America before you can police anything in America, bro. You be one. Man, listen. You gotta be one fool to think you can police niggas in America when you don't run shit in America. And they're getting put in your neighborhood by people that's trying to get you up out of y'all neighborhoods and build up casinos and move you further away from the city. Like, nigga, you didn't invite the immigrants here, respectfully. Even if black people ran America, I'm going to tell you the truth. Even if black people ran America, they would import immigrants like crazy. Because niggas, we more friendly. We're more welcoming and friendly and stuff like that, and to a certain degree and stuff like that. So it would have happened anyway. But in this case, you didn't invite these people here or put them in your hoods. And it's called hood, not necessarily the greatest place to live, but people are happy that they have the opportunity. And some people will say, well, they're around Americans that squander the opportunity or not happy that they have the opportunity. But that's not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true. One master says the executive branch can't force natural-born Americans to renounce our citizenship. Yeah, that was the same thing. I was telling my mother that because my mother, she's had her citizenship for more than 20 something, 30 something years. She had her citizenship for more than 20 something, 30 something years. You know what I'm saying? And there's like people in my family that's like, oh, and I'm not sure if like some of my aunts or whatever, I'm not sure if they have their citizenship or whatever. They live in Florida. So many Jamaicans live in Florida and shit like that. You never know. But she was telling me, she was like, oh, you need to be careful over there in Asia because you might not be able to, it might be hard. I'm like, bruh, Mom, I'm American, bro. Like I'm where are they gonna send me? Like I had my government ID is an American passport. Like I'm okay. I laughed at her because I said I'm more American than you are, and it was just funny as hell. Just a funny ass inside joke. And she was laughing too because it was funny. Because she always gets on my case about Trump because she thinks that she thinks I'm infatuated and that I like Trump, which is funny. So we always like talk and laugh at stuff about politics and stuff. But natural born Americans, if you're traveling, you're gonna be okay. You know what I'm saying? And just file your taxes. If you don't make more than 140K abroad, you're to a certain degree, there's a lot of tax exemptions for you. So hey. Yeah, you'll still be subject to American justice. Like, for example, they were trying to, go in on Corey Holcomb and like Floyd and all those other people. Like a lot of people don't know. Like, even if you travel abroad, like I'm in what would be considered a countryside, right? But there's a lot of different like things that they have here. Obviously, paramotoring, caves, mountains, and air balloons and all kinds of stuff, right? And the girls here, there's no college here, so there's like really no educated type women, running around town. A lot of these, I ain't gonna lie, a lot of these broads dumb as hell, as a bag of rocks. But they're fun girls, that's in these spaces. They like to have fun and stuff like that. But compared to the city that I was in, I'm like, okay, I could tell the difference. It's kind of like night and day. Where I'm at, they have Chinese and Korean people, and they actually come here and they deal with underage girls. You know, it's just the reality. It's not something. It's like something where it's like, oh damn, like it's just normal. And even underage girls, 16, 17 here, they already married and kids and all of that. So it's just culture. So it just it lets me know. I'm always humbled and to see how coddled you know, um, uh, you know, uh, uh, American culture is, right? And it's normal, Even rape culture here is normal. That shocked the fuck out of me, you know. But people travel to certain places for certain things, and I'm like, damn, okay. Well, you got guys like Floyd and all kinds of other guys that travel and do debaucherous stuff, and a lot of them got to, realize that you're still subject to American laws, 18 and over still. You know what I'm saying? Because there's still American law that you have to follow even when you're abroad, being that you have this government ID. Do you understand what I'm saying? Being that you have this government ID, you're still subject to following American law abroad, you know? So that's just a tad bit. All right. You said, I run for president of Nigeria if I could be doing if I could and be doing major business. Yeah, for sure. But I'm saying that black people are in a privileged position. We're in a privileged position in America, bro. We could be the ultimate Americans and really don't have to really take too much repercussions country wise. Like we could be the number one, group on the planet. And literally overnight, you can turn that shit around. You know what I'm saying? Like a U-turn. You could literally turn that shit around overnight. It's just that our fight is with other Americans too. On the soil. They're, what I'm saying. They're inviting these people in. Industries are getting wiped out by executive stuff because when you look at like even Haiti, second world and third world countries, the reason why they really have the backbone that they have is that they don't get bought out by chain restaurants like that. They still have mom and pop stores. So in a lot of cases the money goes directly to the people, and then a lot of the people, they've been essentially, to tell you the truth, business owners. You know what I'm saying? For generation. They've been business owners for generations. And black people would have dominated in these neighborhoods. They would have done the same thing in a lot of these black neighborhoods, to tell y'all the truth, that a lot of immigrants are coming in and doing. Black Americans would have done the same thing in these neighborhoods and stuff like that. But the thing is that, a lot of these mom and pop stores, they're gone. We lose them to big chain stores like Safeway, Food Lion, Walmart, Best Buy, and all this other stuff. So it's a sad thing. You would see more black people doing business with each other if we did have like the mom and pop stores in the neighborhoods. This is why when a lot of black neighborhoods lost the barbershop, it really fucked over a lot of black people. It fucked a lot of black people up and the culture. When we lost a lot of our barbershops and stuff like that in those communities. So number one things you'll see in a hood or a project, you'll see a checks cash place. Right beside the checks cash place, you're gonna see a liquor store. Right beside the liquor store, you're gonna see a beauty supply store. You probably see a dollar store. You probably see I'm literally explaining y'all the plazas and stuff that y'all see in these neighborhoods. You're gonna see a fucking maybe a fucking KFC or maybe a Olive Garden or a Red Lobster and stuff, or a Golden Corral and stuff like that. All of that shit looks exactly the same and identical. What's going on, LT, man? Shout outs to LT, man, in the building. Let's go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Listen, man, shout outs to everybody. Thank you guys for hitting the like button, and thank you guys for supporting the show. Shout outs to Chris G dropping the huge. Shout outs to Chris G dropping the huge $2.50 on the Rice Fund. Shout outs to N1 Play 5 dropping the huge. $5 on the Cash App. Let's go. Thank you guys so much for supporting Player Talk Radio. Thank you, everybody here. Let's keep the support going. I got you guys. It's Player Talk Radio. Yeah, I don't want to fearmonger you guys all day with FBA rhetoric and when we was kings and slavery and all this other stuff. I want the more astute black men to know that you can be the greatest American that ever lived with just some changes, with some strategic changes and shit. While he's still alive, stop sending Cardi B to the fucking White House to represent y'all. Stop sending Megan Thee Stallion down there. If y'all don't go find Dr. Claude Anderson and send his ass down there. Shout outs to everybody supporting the show. Let's get it.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens, where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Man, War Master, if you become the president, bro, it's going to be a bunch of riots because the right-handed correction is going to be all over the place. You're going to have to start. You're going to have to switch to the left hand. You're going to have to switch to the left hand of correction, too, or the foot of correction. Another limb going to have to come into play, And shit, you're going to overhaul the police. I can see it now. Overhaul the police academies. Man, there needs to be a change, though. There needs to be a change. You said I'm under the Kroger's empire where I'm from. Yeah. And, it's Florida. They got, like, Publix. Middle America, I don't know if they still got Food Lion, but I know their Food Lion is, like, pushed out. But you got Giants. You used to have Shoppers. Damn, whatever happened to Shoppers? Terrorism, kidnapping, and armed robbery. Lord have mercy. The free market rewards people with good business plan like Walmart, Target, Taco Bell, etc. Yeah. But what I'm saying is that, it would have been an example. You would have seen a lot of, black people doing commerce with each other. And then honestly, we would take over, those neighborhoods because we could sell to everybody. We could sell to a larger range of people, truth be told. But then again, you'll start to see crime against other black families also. You know. Yeah, we got to get focused and stayed on business. Yeah, but a lot. I hate to say it though. A lot of not just black people, but a lot of Americans in general. We don't have the mentality or mindset to be the business owners that we would like to be or that we need to be. Correction, that we need to be, because you have to have a certain personality to be a business owner. And a lot of the people that are in big business actually don't even have the personality to be the big, to be business owners. But the thing is that if you don't have the personality to be a business owner, it's not a big knock against you, even though it could be. The thing is that to be the business owners that we need to be, we just don't have it, like we would if you did open up a shop. And even if if you have a couple of failed businesses under your belt, there's nothing wrong with that, because you know at least you got a taste of it, and then you can get it right, down the line. But even though that's the case, it's still not an excuse, because a lot of the successful business owners, they're not necessarily business owners. They hire people to run their business. So they are business owners, but you're like a business owner by proxy. That's why when Anton Daniels was breaking down what Doug DeMuro was doing, I was like, nah, I kind of know what Doug is doing, respectfully. Not because I like Doug DeMuro, but because I know what Doug is doing, respectfully. You know? Man, they going in on Cheyenne Bryant again. We gotta chop it up about that too, because she did a podcast with Justin LeBoy, and for some reason he got her up out the paint. And shit, he got Coyle Ray up out the paint too. She Ra 7 live. Boosie going in on King Harris. That's crazy. Hold on, y'all. But yeah, we have more of a consumer mindset in America. This is why our economy is great, but this is also why it's like how we got it set up, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's like how we got our economy set up in America. It's like it's unique, but it's bad. You know what I'm saying? Because like if it goes good, we have the greatest economy, but if it goes bad, it's very noticeably fucked up. You know, and then our economy depends on a lot of our relationships with other countries and stuff like that, instead of at home in America. And that's why a lot of people don't understand what Trump is doing, because guess what? If we take over Venezuela, boy, this is how you know I'm getting tired. If we take over Venezuela, that's an American economy, at least by proxy. So I wouldn't say it's in-house, but it kind of is. If we take over Cuba, it's by proxy in-house. If we take over some of these countries and stuff like that, it's by proxy, so it's in-house, so we can sustain our own economy. We really did depend on China. We really did depend, and what they did is they stayed in-house and built their economy. So a lot of these countries stayed in-house and built their economy. So, those tariffs, really wasn't, super bad. But, it is what it is. Give me 1 second, real quick. Let's see if I can cover a couple more topics before my brain goes to putty, y'all.
Good evening, and be one.
So yeah. And the crazy thing is that FBA, what a lot of people don't understand is that FBA is actually exposing coons, like real live coons. This is why it's so stupid. This is why a lot of niggas are falling off, because it's okay to be FBA, but y'all are following Tariq Nasheed a little bit too much, and it's exposing that you're a coon. You know, Tariq, let me give y'all the game. Tariq created FBA, first of all, as a rebuttal point. He created FBA as a rebuttal point for a debate to call out coons. This is why he went to Jesse Lee Peterson. You know, this is why he got into it with Jordan Peterson. You know what I'm saying? And with his mic wasn't working and stuff like that. This is why, you know, so a lot of it was to call white people suspected white supremacists. And it also was to weed out the coons. So a lot of these older cats that's just jumping on the bandwagon, they don't understand how dumb they're making themselves look. Because it was meant to really call out the older coons in the community also. And this is why Tariq Nasheed has hidden his age for years. Any real Tariq Nasheed fan would tell you this. You know? Kroger's, Vaughn's, and the other grocery stores they're all chain companies. Even Safeway, because Safeway is a part of Super Fresh and some other stuff. Like I remember they used to have them all on the same thing. Like what is it? You know how like Checkers is not Checkers in other places, it's like Rallies and other stuff. They're all under chains. And I keep forgetting the name of it, but a lot of even these clothing companies, they're under chains also. Like Gucci and Prada and stuff like that. People like, man, don't support them. Support the lower, less pricey stuff. And it's like, bro, they're under Prada and Gucci also. You know. Niggas talking shit about Trump taking over Venezuela, though, Vader, and shit like that. And I'm like, well, nigga, do you want to be on the winning side of history or not? You know, because if you pay your fucking light bill and you go home and them damn lights don't cut on, somebody gonna hear about it. You gonna mash up somebody's blood clot. So I don't give a damn what niggas is saying about Venezuela and all that other shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, shit. Take them barrels of oil. Fuck it. Niggas can't even, you know, it's funny. Niggas can't even spell Venezuela. They don't even know where it is. Like niggas, you know, since Africa is like grandma's house, shout outs to War Master. That goes to show you we got bad, you know, we don't know where shit is at. But let's go. Let's try to get through this real quick, and then I got you guys.
ADOSFBA, respectfully, I'm going to go with both groups because they represent basically the same thing, but there are differences, right? So ADOS,
which is a descendant of slavery.
No, they're first. FBA comes later. Okay, but they both exist.
And Umar was locked out of FBA politics while he's speaking on it now. So you know Tariq gonna say something. Umar was locked out of FBA politics. Ant wasn't talking about this, but hey, he's an FBA now. Shout outs to Ant from you know, Urban Politicians. But Umar was locked out of FBA politics because he was beefing with Tariq Nasheed at that time when it was formed, you know. So
FBA is more popular, right?
Okay.
ADOSFBA. Contradictory in this way, you still identify with the white man. You are a black American? Since when? So you'll call yourself an American, but you'll never call yourself an African. Think about that now. After all I've been through in this country, I'm still going to wave their flag. After all I've been through in this country, I'm still going to use their colors. After everything I've been through in this country, I'm still going to identify with the plantation and call myself an American. So I don't have an issue with the concept. I take issue with the strategies. And
what about if someone is saying that, all right, we look at anyone that is putting in our place
yourself off from your root, and you identifying with a man who's trying to get rid of you. That's the weakness of the movement, Loon.
Who is that they're identifying with?
Say that again.
Who is that they are identifying with this?
Americans.
Okay.
Both of them call themselves Americans. Both groups. So they're identifying with the plantation.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, yes.
I don't agree with him with this, but they do identify with the plantation and the white man because we're like cousins with the white man in America because we are Americans and we see ourselves through the eyes of the dominant society. No matter how much immigrants come here, the people that's going to really run the full-blooded American things are those two groups. Okay? Now, the way he's saying it is really not exactly how it goes, but I do understand where he's coming from.
Themselves off from the end.
I can see how he draws that conclusion, but I'm saying for other reasons, political and how we treat each other. But let's go.
Ancestors. You see that? To me, that is the greatest shortcoming of that movement. Ain't nobody taking me from my African roots. I don't give a what game y'all want to play, but you ain't doing that. There's spiritual ramifications. We're knocking on the door of FDMG being ready. There needs to be a progressive American African movement that looks out for the best interests of the American African people, that does not demonize our brothers and sisters abroad, and that looks to build.
And this was to go against Tariq Nasheed. Because a lot of what Tariq Nasheed was doing back in the day, even when he, created FBA, was going at Umar, Michi X, what's her name? Damn it, now I'm drawing Tone Talks and Yvette Carnell.
Relationships with them as far as that can be done. So my movement to counteract the negativity of these movements we're discussing is going to be the DAFA movement. D-A-F-A, descendants.
So now you're about to start hearing people call themselves DAFA. Here we go.
Of African freedmen in America. Remember, Loon, after freedom came, we were known as what? Freedmen. That was a legal classification. We were the freedmen. My 3 times great-grandfather George fought in the Civil War. My 4 times great-grandfather Steve fought in the Civil War. My cousins Lewis and Charles, the sons of Frederick Douglass, fought in the Civil War. I'm a descendant of freedmen who fought to keep this country from being divided. And we have rights as freedmen, so we're fighting as descendants of African, not no American. You ain't never putting that in no title, no organization of mine. Descendants of African freedmen in America.
Yo. And he represents Philly, but okay. Y'all got it.
Oh, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UPTV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in as Dr. Umar Khanson that jumped out there and is talking out the side of his neck and trying to remix real history and facts once again. And I had links in the description where you can watch that clip at the beginning in full on Loon's It's Up There podcast. And when you watch the full, I want y'all to check it out. Loon is letting it be known he's not aware of everything. He's even asking a lot of the right questions, and then coming from a perspective of the other side of, well, hold on, What about this? Well, I understand where people would come from with this mindset. So when you see that in full on their platform, his platform, you will see that he's asking some of those questions. And Umar is just talking in circles, playing dumb, playing naive, and trying to remix everything. So going in this direction on that side, then going in the opposite direction, trying to flip it around and make sense when it don't at all. Even to the point he acknowledged that people in America that are black have been talked bad about by different people that are black from different countries or different immigrants from other countries. So what is the issue here then when they start doing it, Umar? But on top of the fact, let's be all the way 1,000. You don't remix what Freedman means, bro. Freedman been meaning what it's been meaning. And as somebody that's from H-Town to know the history of this situation right here, the word Freedman been around since the Roman times, right? But it became popularized during the Civil War in America. During that war, and then after that war, when the Emancipation Proclamation happened, all the way down in Galveston, out there, right there, the Civil War was already over. Slaves had been freed for 2 years already, but they didn't know. They didn't have social media at that time. They did not have internet. So they got the word late that they were supposed to be free. They did left Galveston, Texas, and came out here to H-Town. That's up north from Galveston. Went to 4th Ward, which is called Freedman's Town. That word Freeman happened on American soil. So for you to talk bad about people who want to claim America, where they done died at, where they done fought at, stuff that they done built, contributed to for more than half a millennium. Some of the black people in this country were already here before the colonizers came, and you gonna tell them not to rep their country? Like, you gonna do this? Why they want to remove Africa? Because people don't identify with Africa, bro. They people been over here for multiple generations. And let's be clear here, bro. Let's keep it all the way 1,000 since you want to act like these are the only people that do that. There are black people in other countries, in the diaspora, as y'all call it, that are black also, that might have some African genetics. They only claim their country. They only claim the country. They don't claim Africa. So why as black Americans do we have to stay with Africa in front of us? Or why do everything have to be attached with Africa with us? You got people who might have African genetics in Haiti. You got people, because they say the original man was found, it was started in Africa. Not an original black man, the original man, period. So everybody's supposed to have some African genetics depending on who you talk to. But we're not going to let these people remix this. But with all the black people throughout the world, they don't wear African in front of their stuff. But we got to do it in America. No, bro, that is over. This is our country. This is what we built. We gave the culture. We fought in the Civil War. We fought in wars and battles before that. And we fought in multiple wars after. We still fighting wars to this day, bro. Our people have a right to claim America as their country. Let's keep it all the way 100. A lot of other countries across the globe are also oppressed or have racism or have division, whether it be race, whether it be skin tone, whether it be religion. This is just not an American thing, but America's where we at and we did our stuff at. You can't tell us not to claim the country when other countries had wars and battles, got corrupt governments and things, and they can wave their flags proud. You go to a Latino country, you go to an Indian country, Arabian country, Caucasian country where their government has done them dirty, and they got to be responsible for what they did to their own people. But they people still wave those countries, even though they country done did their ancestors dirty. But you don't want us to claim America. When we done built this, we done fought for this, we done died for this, and everybody supposed to be included on everything that we got going on, and they can give all these opinions, they give all these feelings on something that for 500 and 600 years they people didn't contribute to. No, Dr. Umar, what you do is you focus on your school, and we not gonna let y'all remix this FBA or any type of, these are lineage groups, bro. And not even groups. It's a description of a lineage. It's not a group. It's y'all want to.
If you say black people don't have identity issues, bro, you'd be delusional. Let's go.
Minimize these things because they got different ones. You got B1, which is black. It got Salon. It got different ones out here. They are descriptions of people who have lineage that ties back to slavery in America and years prior, meaning, hey, this is where my culture is from. This is what my people been at. This is what my people fought for. We're not immigrants here. We've been here forever, even before the government became a thing in the 1700s. We not remixing Freedman Town, which, let's be clear, y'all, if you didn't know, 4th Ward, Freedman Town, and Ace Town, they done gentrified that whole thing almost. It's a few blocks left. Shout out to that whole 4th Ward, man. Rock with y'all a long way. Y'all know what it is. But we not letting people come over here and remix the history and try to throw their thing so they can capitalize it and turn it into a hashtag, Umar. And that's why I'm calling them conson right now. CONSOHN, conson. Focus on your school, bro. You're the one that begs for money and asks for donations from the black community for your purpose and your goal. Focus on that. Don't try to come out here and fight what everybody else got going on. Build your own. We not all on the same page. Everybody don't see themselves as the same because they not the same. We don't have the same cultures from other countries. We don't have the same lifestyles. Do we all have oppressors? Maybe. But your oppressor ain't my oppressor when it comes to what's been done with the history on this land. Whatever happened on your land, that's what happened on your land. People ain't coming over here trying to fight the fight with us, bro. They trying to come over here and get right for themselves, which is fine, bro. And they can claim where they from, wave your flags. I'm not beefing with nobody just because they from another country. Our people not raised like that. You do got people on the internet who are jumping out there, who are popping it, who are going crazy. They gonna get up on you. But every group got that. So why do they have to be the face of black Americans, the ones that we got that's wild and turned up, that look for the chaos, they look for the capital C's, they got to represent all of us? No, bro, we not finna let y'all minimize our stuff. And Dr. Umar, you know better than that, and you know what you're doing. But I'm active. If anybody want to talk about it, we can talk about it. I'm going to get on my Patreon and get more of the detail. Dr. Umar, you not about to remix nothing, bro. I'm from the city where the Freedmans was at, bro. The people that popularized the Freedmen. I'm from that jurisdiction, so you're not doing that. Shout out to all my people in Philly, and it's so crazy. You say, y'all don't, we're not repping America. I'm not repping America, but you rep Philly, an American city.
Yeah.
Come on, dog. What are we talking about now? So we done fought in all these wars, put everything on the line, built this country up, gave this country culture, built the schools, built the railroads, built the land. Ain't no other country finna allow you to come over there and claim that stuff as your own because somebody running their show as well. We a part of this. We got history here. We got stock here. This is what we familiar with. Our people stayed even after going through all that stuff, even after Tulsa, Oklahoma, even after Rosewood, Florida, even after Oscarville, Georgia, even after Corby, Kentucky, even after what went on with what they call now Central Park and other places are with things that did us dirty. We still stuck down and stayed down. We just endured it and overcame, and we still overcoming it. We gonna figure it out. We have a right to claim ourselves as Americans because this is our country, and we never being deported. To be deported, you have to be a foreigner or you have to be illegal. We not illegal. We was here before they even came up with these laws, bro. Before the Constitution.
Well, I mean, Europeans did call themselves African in a funny way. Africa is a white man's name. Sir Scipio Africanus. But listen, y'all. We're going to get back into this tether politic thing. My brain is putty. 6 hours. We're going to do a double header. I got you guys. It's Player Talk Radio. Listen, if you are anywhere close to Jamaica or somewhere, please mail me some jerk chicken. I got you. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the show. We got a lot of topics to cover on the next show. I got you guys. Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go. It's Player Talk.